And we kick things off with the brawl already in full swing in the Great Kingdom. The last line of defense of the Davor fortress was being pushed back by the orcs. The soldiers were desperately trying to stop them from scaling the castle walls. There were soldiers scattered everywhere, shouting to boost the morale of the fallen, and urging everyone to kill those cursed orcs. On the other side was the green-skinned horde, yelling something in their own dialect, probably the same thing. These little monsters were winning the battle largely because they had all sorts of abilities, both magical and martial. Suddenly, a red aura descended from the sky, enveloping all of them. The vice commander announced that this aura signaled the orcs were entering berserk mode, and that it was only a matter of time before the gates fell. Of course, the sheer number of orcs already present was wreaking havoc. But the real problem would come when the orc lord joined his soldiers. He was an aura master. Unlike any previous orc lords, and if he unleashed his power, it would be the end. With the orcs already breaching the castle walls, one soldier, amidst the chaos and despair, shouted for everyone to make the monsters retreat at all costs. It was an order. Protect the castle with their lives. In that very moment, he met his end, crushed under the foot of an orc that smashed him into the ground. A blue aura began to spread over the battlefield, enveloping the corpses. As it advanced, it caused the dead to rise. Some soldiers, terrified, began asking what this light was that made the dead fight again. From soldiers to orcs, everyone was returning to life. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a necromancer, of course. But who was behind this? The orc lord was reveling in destruction, laying waste to everything and everyone around him. However, his party was about to come to an end. Our protagonist began to make his entrance, saying, "Defeating you won't be easy with just these ordinary bodies." As expected, the orc lord being an aura master was unlike any other lord before him. In that instant, the protagonist summoned a few monsters to assist in the fight. Now it was his turn to attack. An army of undead began advancing toward the orc. The rampaging beast mowed them down with his massive aura. He raised his sword, and when it struck the ground with full force, it sent everyone flying. Suddenly, a skeleton attacked him from behind but failed to land a hit. Furious, the orc lord grabbed almost all the summons in his hands. However, another summon resembling a leopard charged from the front and latched onto the oar. Simultaneously, the skeleton seized the opening, prepared its sword, and struck, forcing the orc lord to retreat slightly. That was enough for the little cat to land a punch that sent the aura master flying. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist engaged other orcs in close combat, wielding his sword. While his summons created space for him, a giant summon began channeling all its energy into a massive double punch to the ground, sending the orcs flying. Meanwhile, the dark fairy seized the opportunity and used her magic, slicing the enemies into pieces. The soldiers watching the scene were stunned. The protagonist had managed to turn the tide of the battlefield almost single-handedly, even while using necromancy, a practice forbidden in the kingdom for being considered dark magic. The orc lord, enraged, had never imagined that mere corpses could force him to retreat. However, he made it clear this was not going to be his defeat. The protagonist, on the other hand, had ulterior motives. He had noticed that the orc lord possessed great talents that could be added to his collection of summons. Then the protagonist drew his sword and, almost shouting something akin to a release command, transformed it into a spine-like whip. Facing his enemy, he charged forward. Throwing the whip sword, the orc lord managed to catch it midair, pulling the protagonist toward him, and shattering the weapon completely. Seizing the advantage, the orc lord raised his sword, aiming to strike the protagonist. However, with agility, the protagonist defended himself with a second sword and summoned a massive bone creature to intercept the blow. At that moment, face to face with the enemy, the protagonist began using his magic. Bones emerged from the ground, trapping the orc lord's feet. The protagonist muttered to himself, "I must become even stronger for my survival, for the sake of those who are precious to me in this world, and to keep living as Adrius Cromwell." Now clad in bone armor, the protagonist charged at the orc lord. On the other side, the lord, pleased with the challenge, declared, "Entertain me in this battle one last time." The protagonist, now fully powered up and exuding a samurai-like aura, launched himself at the orc lord. The battle became so intense that it was impossible to follow what was happening. All the soldiers and summons around seemed awestruck. The protagonist's sword ignited with flames as the orc lord prepared for his next attack. And then suddenly, we're left wondering what happens next. The story takes us to the Empire's most prestigious and inspiring academy where those deemed promising came to study. It was also a place where people with hidden identities gathered. In a mysterious room sat our protagonist. It seems we've gone back a few years before that war. In this scene, an old man next to our protagonist asked him something. Adrias was in a room filled with mutilated bodies that appeared to be from experiments. The man, known as the monster Dr. Charon, told the protagonist that even he couldn't remember the bodies he'd worked on the previous week. Both were researchers in forbidden dark magic, necromancy. If anyone discovered what they were doing, they'd be executed on the spot. For that reason, they conducted their experiments in secrecy. The old man, holding a skeletal head, began to use magic. The body on the floor let out a loud groan as it rose, but it seemed something had gone wrong. Disheartened, the old man said they had finished the experiment for the day and ordered the protagonist to clean everything up before heading upstairs. Poor Idris, who seemed more like an intern, wasn't happy about any of it. He wasn't learning anything useful, and even though it was dangerous, the work seemed barely worth the trouble. Still, he couldn't simply quit, since dark magic was forbidden. This was the only place where he could study it. Idris, our protagonist, apologized to the old man for the delay in cleaning up, but that only made things worse. The old man nitpicked everything Idris did. This time, he complained that the protagonist had taken half the day to clean up. How could he trust Idris with serious work if even something so simple was difficult for him? Exasperated, the old man declared he wouldn't tolerate another failure. Tired of the lecture, but with no other options, the protagonist resolved to do his best to follow orders. Then the old man, Charon, ordered him to go to the National Cemetery of Benhale to fetch another body. He said this was another chance for Idris, but reminded him that he was an orphan and that it was thanks to the old man that he had a roof over his head. That's why Idris needed to prove his life was worth it. If he failed again, he would become one of the old man's experiments. What a bastard, thought Idris silently, agreeing. He left the room, which opened directly into a busy corridor of the academy. Complaining to himself, he grumbled that the old man hadn't even given him money for the trip. As he stepped into the hallway, everyone started staring at him. Was his reputation as the monster doctor's assistant spreading? Irritated, he pushed past those in his way, muttering to himself, "This sucks. I don't even know how I'm going to get out of this mess." Idris was an orphan from a fallen family, the typical man who fawned over the strong and looked down on the weak. He was the worst student at the academy, and a third-rate villain. The kind of character no one would ever want to play. Yet despite all this, he had to keep living as Idris. However, his real name was Kim Jin-hwan, and he didn't belong to this world. Jin-hwan was a former Special Forces member who couldn't adapt to life as a regular citizen. For him, the world of Great Sin had been his only emotional refuge. He forgot about everything else and dove headfirst into the game. When he finally cleared it, he received a mysterious call from someone who knew unsettling details about his personal life and gaming habits. Frightened, he tried to shut down his computer, but before he realized it, he was transported into the game. Now, Jin-hwan lived as Idris Cromwell, roughly half a year before the main story began. In the game, Idris was always haunted by the shadow of death. All the characters would eventually uncover his true identity and kill him for it. If Jin-hwan couldn't avoid Karen, one of the main antagonists, before the story started, he was doomed to repeat the same fate. Sitting outside, the protagonist pondered his mission, and whether he could truly accomplish it. But he had no choice. He had to grow stronger before everything truly began. Having played the game extensively, Jin-hwan had gained two special traits. The first, randomly assigned by the game, was dual core, which allowed him to use both magic and swordsmanship. To survive, he would need to focus on these two areas. But what would the second trait be? Deep in thought, Idris looked at a ring, a kind of game interface, and decided he needed a trait with synergy for necromancy. Opening the selection screen, he was flooded with options. Since he had already cleared the game once, he recognized some traits. He began exploring the ones he hadn't encountered before. That's when one caught his attention: evolution. This trait adapted the user, enabling them to surpass limits and reach new heights. Without hesitation, he chose the ability. Visualizing the future this trait could unlock, he declared to himself, "I will survive and clear this game as Idris, no matter what." Back at the academy dormitory, Jin-hwan reflected on the character he was now playing. Idris was a weak and insignificant villain who could barely manage a single elemental spell. The only magic he possessed was necromancy, which is why he chose the evolutionary trait. Wasting no time, Jin-hwan headed to the lab's library to research the subject before heading to the cemetery. He knew he needed to grow stronger quickly. His concern wasn't just Karen, but also the countless other characters who could end his life. In the library, Idris picked up a few books on dark magic, but their titles were far too conspicuous. Being caught with one of them would mean instant execution. However, there was something even more dangerous in the room, capable of killing him on the spot. Inside a cage was a woman, clearly a vampire. The vampires in this game were immune to direct sunlight and capable of wielding powerful magic. She didn't seem like the kind of creature Karen could easily capture. Most likely, she had the strength of a mid-tier boss. Returning the book to the shelf, Idris heard the bloodsucker call out to him, attempting to charm him. She begged for his help to escape. Now seated on the train, heading toward his mission, Idris reflected on his conversation with the vampire. The offer had been incredibly tempting. Toying with his emotions, she had tried to strike a deal, her freedom in exchange for killing Karen for him. She knew the protagonist feared that one day the old professor might kill him. As expected of a vampire, she sensed Adrias's cautious feelings towards Cain. Despite her tempting offer, Adrias hesitantly replied that there was no guarantee she would spare his life afterward. The vampire, swearing she wouldn't harm him, continued to plead, but it wasn't enough. Could a superior being like her be trusted? Could a superior being like her truly keep a promise to a human? He needed more time to think. Betraying his professor outright could be too risky. Hearing his doubts, the vampire grew furious, thrashing and demanding he make a decision. At the cemetery, Adrias was already exhausted from lugging a heavy trunk. He encountered a man at the gate and without hesitation said he was from Jannie's household, claiming to be her third grandson. Apparently, it was some sort of code. The man asked if he had brought flowers, and then granted him entry. Reaching the designated spot, Adrias found an open grave where an old man waited with a coffin. The gravedigger glanced at him and said he had arrived just in time. As promised, there lay the corpse of a knight. It was take it or leave it. Adrias thanked him and loaded the heavy body into his trunk, muttering internally about how much trouble this was turning out to be. Just as he was about to leave, something caught his attention. A gravestone. Nearby glowed faintly, its inscription drawing his eye. He felt like he had seen that name somewhere before. To his shock, he recognized it. No way, he muttered. It was the grave of Nicl, a master of aura. Nicl had spent decades training in isolation, walking the path of the sword. He dedicated his entire life to the blade and mastering aura, ultimately dying of old age. He was one of the game's Easter eggs, and in the world of a great sin, no one knew he had achieved the status of an aura master in the end. Adrias began to think that if he could create a death knight with that body, he might reach unprecedented levels of power. Not even Cain could create something like that. However, with his evolution trait, this could change entirely. Determined, Adrias called out to the gravedigger, who was still finishing the burial, and expressed interest in another body. The gravedigger, however, refused, explaining that he would need Cain's permission first. I hope you understand my position, the gravedigger said. Adrias wasn't willing to give up. He removed his family ring, and offered it as payment. The ring, engraved with the crest of a count, was quite valuable and could fetch a fortune if sold. This is all I have. As a mage, results are more important to me than money, and I won't tell the professor about this, Adrias said, trying to persuade him. Reluctantly, the gravedigger accepted the offer. Though the crest belonged to a fallen lineage, the ring was still too tempting to resist. As night fell, they unearthed the grave. Adrias opened the coffin and looked down at the knight's body. The future he envisioned was beginning to take shape. He thought to himself, when I return, I'll begin my necromancy training as soon as possible. I'll be in your care, my first subordinate. The body seemed to please the old professor. Charon, not missing the opportunity, asked Adrias to handle the regents and cleaning while he was away. Exhausted from the journey, Adrias grumbled to himself, but knew he had no choice, so he started right away. While performing his tasks, he thought about his current skill level. A skeleton was the best he could create with his magic. Perhaps it was possible to evolve traits, but he wasn't sure. He had never attempted such a thing, and he couldn't risk experimenting on another body. Suddenly, he heard the sound of chains. The vampire was still there. She asked how much longer he would keep her waiting. Adrias approached as she continued, I've already told you. I'm not going to kill you. Let me go. Do you really want to spend the rest of your life as Cain's lackey? Adrias stared at her, visibly tempted. Growing impatient, she asked why he was staying silent, but he remained quiet, lost in thought. Disheartened, the vampire turned her back to him, urging him to make a decision quickly. Perhaps once she was free, she would actually kill Adrias for real. Finally, he said, I'll let you go. Surprised, she looked at him as he added, I've had enough of licking Cain's boots. Filled with hope, she extended the chains for him to remove them. However, Adrias wasn't going to do it for free, and letting her loose without a guarantee of his survival seemed like madness. So, Adrias demanded that the vampire swear on her family name that she wouldn't kill him. He had read that when a vampire swears by their lineage, they are incapable of breaking the oath. Seeing the shock in her eyes, Adrias knew the information was true. With no other options, the vampire swore on the name of Lucifer that she wouldn't kill him. At that moment, a notification appeared, you have fulfilled the conditions. An evolving specimen has been detected. Probability of Angela Lucifer's evolution, 55. Adrias was stunned. Did that happen because of her oath? As he read the notification, the vampire watched him, confused by his reaction. She asked if he had deceived her. Another screen appeared with the description, Evolution. Trait detected. It seemed Adrias could use the evolution trait on other entities besides himself. This could be the perfect opportunity to test it before trying anything on Nicl. If something went wrong with her, no one would hold him directly responsible. Resolute, he confirmed the evolution process. Immediately, a red aura enveloped Angela. She began screaming, clutching her head, and writhing in agony. Adrias grew anxious seeing her in such a state. With fury in her eyes, she cursed, "What the hell did you do to me?" Clearly in pain, Angela collapsed to the ground, her body motionless and silent. Panicked, Adrias wondered what had happened to her. How could he know if the evolution process had worked when she lay there, seemingly lifeless? Trying to set aside what had just occurred, Adrias turned his attention back to Nicl's body. He began to contemplate that if he could use the evolution trait on external entities, he could surely apply it to his own summons in the future. Determined, he initiated the necromancy process. A blue aura emanated from his hands, activating the basic skeleton summoning skill. However, he was startled by the immense mana consumption, even for raising a single skeleton. Nicl's body began to shed all its flesh, leaving only the bones behind. Slowly, the skeleton reanimated and rose from the ground. The protagonist received a success notification, and felt deeply satisfied. The updates kept coming. The corpse's level is high. Bonus stats have been applied. The corpse's level is extremely high. Its rank has been upgraded and transformed into a skeleton soldier. The corpse's level is transcendent. It can recover some semblance of its past self. The skeleton's basic info has been updated. Legendary skeleton soldier, Nicl rank, undead, 2 traits, self-awareness, sword mastery advanced. The protagonist was ecstatic with his success. Nicl not only retained a high rank but also preserved traits like sword mastery. Excited, Adrias attempted to communicate with his summon. "Were you really a sword master when you were alive?" Communication seemed limited, but Nicl began gesturing, confirming with movements. This response thrilled Adrias. Later, while relaxing in his dormitory, Adrias glanced at the calendar. He still had nearly a year to kill Cain, but he knew there was much work ahead to surpass that stage. Opening his information screen, he analyzed his next steps. Standing up, he said with a grin, "Let's let Nicl have some fun." Summoning the skeleton soldier, Nicl materialized in the room as if stepping out of a portal. Adrias quickly realized it could be dangerous if anyone saw his summon in that skeletal form, so he tried to disguise him by dressing him in clothes. Now, no matter how someone looked at him, Nicl appeared human. Suddenly, Nicl began moving his hands up and down as though still training even after death. The protagonist, observing this, noticed something intriguing. He could learn swordsmanship directly from Nicl. With a satisfied smile, he asked, "Nicl, can you teach me?" In the world of a great sin, talents and ranks are crucial factors. The shorter the name of an ability, the more powerful it is. For instance, motion is the highest level of physical ability, whereas motion mastery is a lower tier. Nicl began training the protagonist handsman, making him repeat basic movements over and over. It was almost like the famous jacket on, jacket off scene. However, the intense pace quickly pushed Adrias's weak body to its limit, leaving his muscles trembling from exhaustion. While training, the protagonist started reflecting on other characters from the game and their abilities. His thoughts wandered far ahead. If he learned properly, he could potentially use aura in the future, switching between aura and mana during battles. Thanks to his dual core trait, he wouldn't need to choose just one energy source. He could become a magic swordsman, blending mana and physical strength. However, he knew that following this path would demand relentless effort and dedication. Training to evolve would be essential, but if Adrias could push past the early stages, he might surpass anyone, even the great Emperor Edmund. At that moment, Nicl pinched the protagonist, snapping him back to reality. He had been daydreaming too much and focusing too little. Embarrassed, the protagonist asked, "How can a pinch from you hurt so much when you're just a pile of bones?" Perhaps Adrias had never heard the phrase that bone can pierce flesh. Despite having been a member of the special forces where physical training was routine, Jin Huan realized that as Adrias, he would need to start from scratch. He drifted off into thoughts of his past life, and what lessons he would need to teach Adrias about strength and courage. Once again, Nicl had to pinch him to bring his focus back. Clearly, the protagonist needed to urgently learn how to stay concentrated. By the time dawn broke, the protagonist had already skipped class to train with Nicl. While eating breakfast, he began analyzing his stats. He had already leveled up his summoning magic to level 3. His 5 hours of training had earned him 2 status points, a faster progression than he had expected. Of course, he knew that leveling up would get slower as he advanced. As he reflected, the protagonist realized Cain hadn't called him for anything in a while. Is the vampire still the same? He wondered. If she hadn't changed, it likely meant the old man hadn't noticed anything yet. But was the evolution simply taking a long time, or had it failed altogether? In the middle of his thoughts, Adrias jumped in surprise when he saw the skeleton training again. He never gets tired, huh? Well, he's already dead, he murmured. If Adrias had energy potions, he could also train without fatigue, but buying them would be expensive. He thought that producing his own potions would be more cost-effective. However, he knew it wasn't as easy as it seemed in the game. Knowing the ingredients was one thing, but getting the measurements right was another. Deciding not to waste any more time, Adrias grabbed his robes and stood up, thinking that attending a few classes wouldn't hurt. When he arrived at the classroom, he immediately drew attention. The students' whispers were far from discreet, and Adrias could hear comments about his ruined family. However, he focused and ignored them. After all, he wasn't there to cause trouble. As he looked around, he noticed that one student seemed particularly bothered by his presence. The class began, and the professor started explaining intermediate-level medicinal herbology. As always, Adrias tried his best to focus, but he couldn't help but think that the content being taught was very similar to what he had seen in the game. He just wanted to get through the theory quickly, and move on to the practical lessons. Then the professor announced that the next potion would be a physical enhancement one, and said that Muon leaves were the right material for the mix. However, this didn't make sense to Adrias. The game's content and the class were different. He knew that the mixture would have side effects, so he stood up and asked, why not add honey extract and moderate a root bar? A girl with short hair seemed interested, but the professor sarcastically replied, if you add those ingredients, you'll be making a soup, not a potion. The entire class burst out laughing. Adrias was confused. The ingredients he mentioned were part of a physical enhancement potion recipe. Had that recipe not been discovered in this world yet? Even though he felt embarrassed, Adrias continued to think about what he had learned. As he left the room, he realized that despite the embarrassment, his knowledge was superior to what had been taught. Perhaps it would be better to learn on his own. While reflecting, Adrias caught the attention of a young woman from the campus research department. He had been trying to conduct experiments, but his attempts kept failing, which frustrated him. Even though he knew the recipe, he needed to reliably produce the potions, and the materials were more expensive than he had anticipated. Who would help someone as useless as Adrias? He thought. Suddenly the short-haired girl from class appeared, opening the laboratory door. What are you doing here? She asked. She was Lucia Everlast, a playable character described as a genius in potions. She shouldn't have been close to Adrias. So, why was she here? Lucia, trying to get closer, commented, you're failing a lot, and honestly, the smell of smoke here is awful. Adrias decided to ignore her, hoping she would leave. However, Lucia seemed persistent and asked, what kind of experiment are you trying to do? Once again, Adrias ignored her, lost in thoughts about his problems, which only seemed to be getting worse. You're really bitter, huh? Lucia said. But I expected that. I already know you won't propose anything, so I'll propose something. She leaned against the table, getting closer to him, and asked, why not study with me? Wouldn't that be a good idea? Adrias grew suspicious. What could she possibly want in return? Lucia, however, acted naturally and explained, it wouldn't be strange for me to just want a research partner. I don't want anything but your gratitude. It seemed she thought the protagonist might have some talent for creating incredible things, and she wanted to advance in making medicines that didn't yet exist in this world. He began reflecting on the reasons he was trying to make a potion. It was something for himself. But Lucia's expertise in potions wasn't just talent, it was a necessity. If she didn't find a cure for her illness, she could die at any moment. Famous doctors and pharmacists had already tried to cure her with no success. With no other choice, Lucia began studying on her own. This serious illness was attributed to her by the game's system itself. But without the help of someone like Adrias, who knew the game inside and out, she would never have been able to find the cure. The protagonist was afraid of playable characters. Some could easily kill him, and Lucia was one of those people. As smart as she was, he couldn't let her discover his true identity. Maybe she was there because she had heard him in class. But if Adrias got involved carelessly with her, his life would be even shorter. He refused her offer and asked her to leave. Lucia, disappointed, said, you'll need piana mushrooms. Besides the ingredients you mentioned in class, this is essential. If you add that, you'll be able to complete the potion. Lucia knew this intuitively. She then offered to help again, suggesting they could even make money together. However, the protagonist, not wanting to get involved, asked her to leave. You're rich. You don't need this. I'm not going to risk my life just for this offer, he thought. Disappointed, Lucia left the lab but left a warning. I'll give you some time to think. I'm sure you'll change your mind soon. The protagonist didn't want to think too much about it. Later, during training with Nicl, his mind wandered to his financial problems. Even if he was careful with Lucia, the risks were still high. He could figure out the right measurements on his own. But the bigger problem was the money for all the ingredients. He needed to find a way to earn money. However, in the midst of his thoughts, he was startled. The skeleton was training again, as if it knew Adrias wasn't focused. This guy never gets tired, huh? The protagonist muttered, trying to redirect his thoughts back to training. After finishing the training session, Adrias began thinking about what he could do. His only idea was to ask his sister for money. After the letter she had sent saying she missed him, it seemed like the only option. He knew it wasn't something Adrias would normally do, but it didn't matter. He would only ask once. Walking through the square, he was spotted by a young woman with long black hair. She watched him from a distance, thinking, why is he walking around with a book? As he finally mustered the courage to do something good. Even if he's changed, there's no way to fix that trashy personality of his. She pushed those thoughts aside, but Edrias immediately recognized her. It was Diana Alvin, a prodigious mage and young lady of the Alvin family. She was another character from the academy who could easily kill him. They were childhood friends, but due to the Cromwell family's debts, they had drifted apart. Edrias had done some terrible things back then, and Diana would probably kill him if he got too close. To avoid trouble, he decided to stick to his plan of asking his sister for money. Edrias went to the capital to look for his sister. When they met, she said, I've sent so many letters, but you didn't respond to any of them. Embarrassed, Edrias began apologizing. She had to work hard, even though she was the lady of accounts family. Surprised by his apology, she remarked, that doesn't sound like something you do, but it wasn't your fault. Realizing he was serious, she asked, it's about money, isn't it? She already knew the reason for his visit, and had prepared an envelope with some money for him. Don't spend it all at once or carelessly, she said. Edrias accepted it, and promised he would pay her back when he could. However, his sister was alarmed when she noticed he wasn't wearing the family ring. Where's the ring? She asked. Feeling awkward, Edrias lied, saying he had taken it off to avoid losing it. He knew he couldn't tell the truth. Despite this, she didn't believe him. Upset, she said, it doesn't matter what the reason is. You shouldn't have done that. Rising from her seat, she asked him to leave. I don't want to see you anymore, and you don't need to pay back the money. Seeing that she was extremely hurt, Edrias begged her to wait, saying there was an explanation, but she left, saying she didn't want to hear it. Edrias was shaken. He promised to get the ring back, and thought that maybe it was an important item to her. He had never seen her so angry. Feeling bad, he remembered his past life and made an important decision. What's the point of life if I'm just surviving? I wasn't happy when I survived alone back there, either. I'll have to make do with what I have. I'm going to accept Lucia's offer. After that, Edrias began spending more time with Lucia, studying potions. He insisted that she leave the room and get some exercise, but Lucia always thought physical activities were for others. Stupid nights, she would murmur. That day, she was particularly lazy, and decided to leave everything to the protagonist. She would use her free time to relax. Although training and experimenting could sometimes be tiring for Edrias, he realized that when Lucia changed her mood and helped out, the work went much faster. However, she also managed to drive him crazy. While Edrias prepared the potions, Lucia was in her pajamas, lying on the couch. He complained, sometimes it feels like I'm the one doing all the work here. Lucia laughed and playfully responded, it's just your imagination. Still being cute, she asked, since you're doing nothing, could you give me some candy? Even though she could tell he was dissatisfied, she suggested, reduce the amount of matter. Her intuition was surprisingly accurate at times, and when she was right, it solved difficult problems. Edrias carefully followed her suggestion, thinking that although he was only in it for the money, partnering up with Lucia was starting to seem like a decision that might actually pay off. Edrias continued the experiments, trying to create an effective potion. Suddenly, a notification appeared, you have crafted a physical reinforcement potion intermediate level. Edrias was surprised. He stood up laughing, and Lucia, concerned, asked, what happened? Did you fail again? With a grin from ear to ear, the protagonist responded, no, it finally worked. Another notification appeared, informing him that he had gained a new talent, Potion Maker. The talent had a 32% chance of evolving. While reflecting, he thought, this is similar to what happened with the little vampire. So does that mean I can evolve my own traits, too? But 32 is much lower than the chance I had with her. Lucia was excited to see the result. Amazing. No side effects. It can even be used daily. But for now, we need to store it, and send a request for examination to the potion committee. Edrias, with a mischievous smile, said, great. You take care of that part for me since I did all the work myself. Lucia stood up happily, saying, no problem. The exams are tomorrow, and handling this will be easy. That was when Edrias realized that Lucia had been deliberately relaxing, leaving him to do everything on his own. On the train heading to the exams, the protagonist was filled with thoughts. He was as worried about the exam as he was about the evolution of the little vampire, which was almost complete. He would need to check on it as soon as she woke up. He also thought about the intermediate exams. Lucia would probably pass the first part with ease, but the last part in the magic tower would be a challenge. While reflecting, he realized that his old friend Diana was also on the train with a classmate. The two were talking about the exams. Diana seemed calm. I'm not worried about these things, she said, but her friend whispered, it's not that simple. What if you end up in the same team as Edrias? The idea made Diana uneasy. That would be psychological torture. What bad luck. When the train arrived at the Orkland training station, An instructor appeared and asked everyone to follow him. Once the students were gathered, he announced, the third-year intermediate exams will be done in random groups. Each group will consist of 3 students from the warrior department, 1 from the magic department, and a supervisor. You will have until Monday to complete the task. Good luck to everyone. They started announcing the group names, and Idris could only think, oh, damn. I've got a bad feeling about this. And he was right. There were numerous villains in the academy besides him and Karen, but 2 of them were in the same group as him. First, Hazar Gepri, a character who fought against a fanatical cult. The second was Vivien Balulan, a ruthless assassin from the academy. What bad luck. Why did I have to be in the same group as them? Thought Idris, desperate. While Idris was looking at the list, someone called out to him. A young man with blue hair approached and introduced himself as Christopher. He seemed hostile and, without ceremony, said, "You're a disgusting person. Don't get in my way. Why are you training as a warrior if you're a mage? Whoa, why so much aggression?" Idris thought. Then the other group members arrived, and Gepri also introduced himself, all friendly and a little awkward. He commented, being a hostile warrior can be a big problem. The comment created discomfort as Christopher, still angry, didn't understand who was being hostile. The atmosphere heated up and led to a pointless argument, apparently just because the protagonist was training his physical skills. But it's okay, right? Everyone needs some physical activity, Idris thought as he tried to ignore the conflict. In the middle of the argument, another group member appeared, chewing something. But the bigger problem wasn't just having these people as teammates. The group's supervisor was also a controversial figure, Ivy, known for her difficult personality. This is the worst possible group, thought the protagonist. When all the group members were gathered, the instructor informed them, now that the group is complete, you may go and collect your mission. Please try to come back alive. Come back alive with this group. It sounds like they're trying to make a joke, Idris murmured, already resigned. Inside the train, the instructor formally introduced herself. My name is Ivy Clare, and I will be the supervisor for Group 9. Evie, who would eventually become one of the great masters of Aura, was an imposing figure. She showed a document, and explained, this is the group's mission. Investigate a village in Baron Balaric's territory. There's a rumor that the lord of the village was murdered. An investigator was sent 2 weeks ago, but he also disappeared. Therefore, we request that this investigation be conducted by the Mercenary Guild. After presenting the details, she asked if anyone had any questions. Despite her incredible abilities, Ivy was known for her difficult personality and was especially aggressive that day. It seemed she had heard rumors about the protagonist, or as she called him, Seaweed Head. I heard you've been trying to act like a knight lately, a mage training physically. It's almost a joke. Idris, not backing down, responded, I don't want to hear lectures from someone who has to chew dried meat to try to stay calm. The provocation irritated Ivy, who retorted sarcastically, if it's about chewing something, I can accept you as a volunteer. The tension increased until Gepri, the fanatic, intervened to try to calm things down. Upon arriving at a huge castle, too large for an ordinary baron, the group was greeted by servants who asked about their journey. Soon the baron appeared, and expressed his regret about the incident before asking them to explain what had happened in more detail. The baron began by saying that the lord was his nephew, a lord with no family. He had disappeared mysteriously, and since then, the village had been in chaos. Ivy thanked him for the information, but the conversation was interrupted by a servant who approached the baron and whispered something. The baron apologized and stood up. I'm sorry, but I need to leave. I wish you all good luck. The butler, visibly nervous, apologized for the baron's hurry and explained, the young master isn't feeling well. Ivy observed everything in silence, but Idris noticed a silent exchange of glances that caught his attention. When they left the place, Ivy commented, something here doesn't smell right. This baron is too calm for someone with a missing nephew. She then turned to the protagonist. Seaweed Head, that's why I insisted we leave immediately. Idris agreed. Yes, they seem suspicious, especially the part about the investigators who just disappeared. And why send only one, even after months? Plus the butler's behavior was strange. Something is being hidden. The group was offered the suggestion to stay the night at the castle and leave at dawn, but Ivy refused. We appreciate the kindness, but our work comes first. With the tension in the air, they decided to leave immediately. They decided to head to the village right away. Once they boarded the carriage, they were certain that the story was much more complex than what was described in the mission. During the ride, Christopher asked, should we find a place to stay when we get to the city? Before anyone could respond, Ivy interrupted. The mission takes priority. Let's start by investigating the Lord's castle. The situation seemed increasingly suspicious, but the only way to uncover the truth was to investigate in person. At that moment, Idris began to feel something strange with his mana. As they approached the village, the sensation intensified. What could be going on here? He thought. Suddenly, something caught everyone's attention. The coachman was losing control of the carriage. Inside, panic began to spread. Christopher stuck his head out to check what was happening and noticed that the coachman had a completely different expression. He was accelerating more and more, as if possessed. "Man, this is not good," shouted Christopher. Ivy quickly analyzed the situation and yelled, "Brace for impact." Everyone held on as best they could while the carriage started to break apart. The horses lost control and slammed into the main gate of the city. As they exited the carriage, they were faced with a surreal scene. The villagers were dancing to the moon with red eyes as if they were hypnotized. Christopher, confused, asked Adrias, "What's happening to them?" "You're the mage here. You should know." Adrias observed carefully and said, "This is more than just a mana anomaly. It's black magic. It's all over the city." They began forcibly holding the villagers to stop them from dancing but noticed that their resistance was normal. They seemed to have been dancing for a long time, as their feet were completely worn out. Gaypri, the fanatic, examined the feet of a child and asked, could this be related to the mission? The Lord disappeared a month ago. These villagers could have been dancing since then, but shouldn't they be dead from exhaustion? This left the group intrigued. Maybe someone was ensuring that the villagers didn't die. It was clear that they had been dragged into a much bigger problem than what was described in the mission. Adrias, his mind racing, thought, if we had accepted the butler's suggestion and rested at the castle, the Baron would probably have covered everything up. But since we arrived here, everything has changed. The power I feel is on the same level as Charon's, but it's being used on a large scale. It can't be an artifact. Adrias's astonishment caught the attention of his companions. "Hey, big head, what are you thinking? What's going on?" asked Christopher. Adrias, trying not to alarm the group, replied calmly, "We have few clues for now. We need to investigate the Lord's house." When they arrived at the mansion, the group found several bodies, still burning, scattered outside. Avi didn't need to give orders. She broke down the mansion's door, and everyone entered, alert. Along the way, more villagers' bodies were spread across the ground. Examining the scene, they realized that one of the bodies was a member of the investigation team sent earlier. They had been dead for a long time. Adrias assessed the situation and said, "We may not be able to solve this on our own." Avi, entreat, asked, "Why do you think that?" Adrias replied, "This is all black magic. The driving force behind black magic is human emotions. Here, the villagers' emotions were amplified, resulting in magical power. It's possible the Lord is dead, or that he caused all of this." Christopher, thinking it over, commented, "So those burning bodies outside could be part of some kind of black magic ritual." Evie, with her usual calmness, responded, "We'll only know if we capture those responsible. Let's search the mansion for more information." The group split up, searching for clues. However, all they found were more bodies scattered around. The body of the missing lord had still not been located. That's when Vivien suggested, "Maybe we should look outside. It seems like something is happening." The villagers were gathering around the building. They moved precisely as if they were waiting for the group to enter so they could make their move. Avi quickly gave an order. "Find an escape route now." Gaypri went ahead. But as he tried to leave through the second floor, he saw the villagers crowding, already reaching that level. "The second floor is already taken," he shouted as a villager grabbed him. Christopher, seeing the scene, ran toward his teammate and pushed him, saving him. He drew his sword and said, "I'll take care of this." But before he could react, something exploded, throwing everyone to the ground. The protagonist was paralyzed with fear at the scene. The sight of his fallen comrades made him freeze as if he had lived that moment before. He collapsed to the ground, his senses blurred. He couldn't hear anything, only saw everything in slow motion. Evie, desperate, shouted, "Get up, seaweed head, we need to get out of here." But Adrias didn't respond. She then threw him on her back and shouted to Vivien, "Break the window. We'll go out through there." Vivien, without thinking twice, smashed the window, and the group jumped outside. As they ran, Adrias began to regain consciousness. However, a flashback from his past life surfaced at that exact moment. He looked at the villagers chasing them and on impulse cast a spell to try to stop them. Ivy scolded him. "Don't waste your mana. We need the dark mage. Focus," she pressed him further. "If you're going to find him, it has to be now. He's using mana openly, so he should be easy to locate." Adrias took a deep breath and cast a mana detection spell. He felt a surge sweep through every corner of the village, scanning with precision until he murmured, "I found you." The protagonist had located the dark mage using a mana detection spell, and began guiding Ivy toward his location. "Good job, seaweed head," she said, taking the lead while the students struggled to keep up. The dark mage, noticing the movement, seemed curious. When Ivy reached the house, she kicked the door down without any subtlety. Could he be hiding here? She wondered. As she entered, she realized it was a trap. She became trapped inside while Adrias was left outside. Unbeknownst to her, a figure started to rise behind her. To her shock, it was her sister. Avi froze in place. Outside, Adrias tried to act, but it was beyond his abilities. Then a dark voice echoed, startling him. How pitiful. Just like a moth drawn to the flame. Adrias looked up and saw the sky closing in with a sort of purple shield that enveloped the entire village. The voice spoke again. Don't rush. All of this was decreed by a god. Nicl, in the name of Sloth. Adrias couldn't believe what he was hearing. Sloth. Why would he appear now? He wondered. The world of Great Sin was a universe within the game that began with sloth, representing laziness. The 7 deadly sins had been separated from the main body, the apocalyptic codex, and by gathering them all, one could summon the final boss. These items were pivotal to the story but were only meant to appear later in the main plot. Realizing what was happening, Adrias knew he couldn't handle it alone. He needed to regroup with the others. He ran off to find his team. Meanwhile, Vivien, clearly unhinged, was attacking the bewitched villagers with an astonishing bloodlust, killing everyone in her path. As Adrias arrived, he asked Gaypri, what happened to Vivien? Gaypri replied, I don't know. It's the first time I've seen her like this. But Adrias wasn't sure he could trust Gaypri, as he had left Christopher injured and slumped in a corner alone to fend for himself. Adrias said, this whole situation is a complete disaster, and Ivy is trapped inside the house, surrounded by a magical barrier. Gaypri asked what they should do, but at that moment, the dark voice echoed again. How pitiful. Don't you realize you're killing innocent villagers? Gaypri panicked and asked whose voice it was. Adrias suspected it was the dark mage and said they needed to be near Ivy. Gaypri took off running, saying she might be in danger. However, it was clear he was fleeing, which was better than outright betrayal. Meanwhile, Vivien continued her rampage, killing everything around her. The dark magic was consuming her mind, leaving her oblivious to her actions. One wrong move and Adrias could become her next target. He watched the situation unfold, thinking she wouldn't be able to dodge a large-scale attack. But to his surprise, not only did Vivien evade it, she counterattacked with astonishing precision. Adrias was impressed, and thought she would make an excellent body for a summoning. Suddenly, a hooded man appeared on the roof of a village house. He spoke, your friend ran away. Now you're all alone. Adrias, showing no concern, responded calmly, I wasn't expecting much from him anyway. Our protagonist remained eerily composed while the dark mage observed him with curiosity. You seem confident. Let's see if you can pass the test. The mage raised his hand, and Adrias began to float into the sky. He couldn't move as a dark aura enveloped him. Gradually, his body started to fall apart piece by piece, as if it were being disintegrated. Suddenly, Adrias found himself back as Kim Jen-hwan, a soldier in the special forces. Was it all just a delusion? He was on his final mission in the real world, his daily nightmare. Trying to gather his thoughts, he grabbed his weapon and ran toward an explosion. There, he found a wounded comrade missing an arm, calling out to him and urging him to run. Adrias recognized his friend Shu and tried to help him but witnessed his death right before his eyes. Desperate, Adrias saw the scene distort again. Shu's face became his father's. A hand reached out and said, take this, Adrias. As long as you have this ring, you will be recognized as the true lord of the Cromwell house. Be happy with your sister. With tears in his eyes, our protagonist responded, don't worry, father. At that moment, Adrias realized, this isn't real. Wake up. With overwhelming strength, he broke through the dark fog that was imprisoning him. The dark mage's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe it. How was he doing this? Waking from that nightmare, Adrias used all his strength to shatter the barrier that held him. The illusion cube crumbled, and he broke free from the curse of sloth. Frustrated at having to relive those moments again, he opened his notification screen. Adrias Cromwell. Synchronization rate achieved. Combat talent acquired. Still looking at the screen, Adrias commented with conviction, the curse of sloth is nothing more than a game designed to make you relive your traumas. It was easy to figure out that none of it was real. I guess the caster lacked skill, don't you think? Adrias had relived 2 traumas at once and came back angrier than ever. The dark mage, offended by his words, launched a black blade at Adrias, but it was in vain. Adrias dodged with ease and with a sly grin, retorted, that's not going to work on me. I was part of the special forces. I've got combat experience. Furious, the mage roared, shut up, and charged at Adrias with everything he had. Dodging the attacks, Adrias realized the mage might not be as strong as he seemed. Confident in this, he decided he could defeat him using necromancy. Scanning the area to ensure no one was around, Adrias, seeing it was safe, stopped running and faced his enemy. Thadwin. The mage, confused, began to wonder, what the hell is this brat doing? Adrias activated his power, revealing himself to be a necromancer. The dark mage hesitated as he saw the villagers' bodies rising and transforming into skeletons. Surprised, the mage asked, does the congregation know you wield this power? You possess such a skill. It became clear there was some group devoted to dark magic, and Idris, noticing this, took advantage of the information. With confidence, he replied, I'm on a mission to reclaim the power of sloth in the name of the congregation. The mage, wary and unyielding, didn't give in easily. He activated an ability that unleashed a devastating attack on Idris's skeletons. As the skeletons charged at him, the mage roared disdainfully, this magic doesn't even come close to the power of sloth. With a powerful blow, he sent the skeletons flying, forcing Idris to conjure a shield to protect himself. Not giving the protagonist a moment to react, the mage summoned a black spear, sneering, these skeletons are nothing but snacks for me. As the spear hurled toward Idris, he summoned Nicl. The skeletal soldier appeared and without hesitation shattered the spear into countless pieces. Stunned, the mage demanded, how can a mere skeleton break my spear? Furious, he drew a glowing deck of cards, leaving Idris surprised. That's the Codex of Prophecy deck, the protagonist thought. Activating the power of the deck, the mage summoned numerous hands from the ground, clearly relying on the power of the collected cards. He shouted, you'll pay with your life for interfering with my plans. While Nicl fought against the summoned hands, dodging and counterattacking as best he could, Idris noticed the attacks becoming faster. He deduced that the mage was losing control of the power, indicating he didn't fully command the codex. I just need to find a blind spot, Idris thought. Calling Nicl, he quickly explained his plan. Moments later, a massive explosion destroyed the ground. The dark mage remained unscathed, and with wide eyes and dark claws, he glared at Idris with hatred, though his voice trembled. You're still alive. This brat. He's so damn persistent. Idris stood among the rubble, cursing the dark mage. You bastard. I just captured him, and you destroyed him. He was referring to Nicl, who had vanished amid the debris. Stop whining. I'll send you to the same place as him. The dark mage sneered as he began using the codex's power again, preparing a final attack. As the magical claw surged toward him, Idris smirked mischievously. Suddenly, Nicl appeared through a portal behind the dark mage. Without giving him a chance to react, the skeletal soldier slashed the mage in two, splitting him cleanly in half. With the death of the dark mage, the shield enveloping the entire city began to dissolve. Idris was eager to uncover the identity behind the mage's mask. Upon removing it, he discovered it was the Baron's butler. This raised suspicions that Baron Baleric himself might also be involved. Idris took the codex the mage had been using, and a notification appeared, 7th Apocalyptic Codex, Sloth. Mana recovery rate 321. The protagonist pondered what to do with such a dangerous artifact. He couldn't simply walk around carrying it. Glancing at Nicl, he decided that Nicl could safeguard the codex for the time being. Take this to the portal. I'll figure out what to do with it later, Idris instructed. Nicl stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight. Despite the dark mage's death, one barrier remained active. Vivien was likely still trapped. Idris knew he couldn't leave without ensuring his team was freed, as it would be difficult to explain his survival and the use of dark magic. Approaching the strange barrier, which was different from the one that had imprisoned him earlier, he was shocked to feel it pulling him inside. We interrupt this narration to announce that the creators were probably very high at this point. Idris was sucked into the bubble and landed directly in Vivien's nightmare. She appeared younger and terrified, mistaking Idris for a ghost or demon. When he tried to speak, she shrieked, "Why is the chair talking to me?" Trying to calm her, Idris replied, "I'm not a ghost or a demon. I'm a fairy, and I've come to help you." He knew he needed to be patient. He couldn't reveal the full truth. Vivien would have to awaken on her own. Inside her nightmare, Idris saw the young girl slapped across the face by a noblewoman. Noticing no one could see him, he used the opportunity to investigate Vivien's past. He learned that the woman was the second wife of Count Balulin. The Balulin family was renowned for their swordsmanship technique, and the Count desperately wanted a male heir to carry on the legacy. However, his wife gave birth to a girl, Vivien, sparking a tragedy. Vivien's mother abandoned her, believing she should never have had a daughter. With no one to protect her, Vivien was left to endure loneliness and abuse. A seed of madness was planted in her mind, growing over time. By the age of 5, she had killed all her tutors, single-handedly. Idris, trying to calm her down, said, "I can't erase your past, but I can help you overcome it." Vivien began to cry. "I've never had anyone who wanted to help me before." The protagonist, unsure of how to deal with children, tried to convince her that she had a special talent. "You're a prodigy in swordsmanship. Trust me, I know many things." Vivien was doubtful. "How can I be good at something if I've never even touched a sword?" Idris insisted she trust him. A month passed, and Idris stayed by Vivien's side. Through both her struggles and training, she improved daily, proving herself to be a true prodigy. One day, Vivien was looking for Idris in the garden, the place where he always trained her. Calling out for him, she heard his voice behind her. "Don't call me like that. It's a secret. No one can know exists." Adrias asked her to show what she had learned during their training. Watching her movements, he noticed they were remarkable, far beyond what one would expect from someone who had been training for only a month. Yet, Vivien seemed thoughtful, which made Adrias curious since her performance was flawless, a significant compliment. While they were talking, Count Balulin appeared in the garden. Impressed by his daughter's movements, he asked her to demonstrate them again. Delighted by her father's attention, Vivien showed him what she had learned. That was incredible, the Count said before slowly leaving the garden. For the first time, her father had noticed her and praised her. With tears in her eyes, Vivien said to Adrias, "It's time for me to wake up. Because of you, I found my way back. It's time to move forward and stop looking at the past." As she spoke, the shield around her nightmare began to dissolve. What once was a nightmare transformed into a beautiful dream. Vivien's sweet gaze met Adrias's, and she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for being by my side." Adrias took her hand, and together they made a promise to move forward and leave the past behind. At the moment of their promise, the shield exploded. When it was all over, Vivien was lying on the ground unconscious. A few hours passed, and everyone was back together again. Adrias confirmed that Baron Baleric was behind everything, presenting the butler as proof. Avi had broken through the barrier alone and sought them out. Vivien woke up a few minutes later and coldly said to Adrias, "Cut off that bastard's head, but don't leave any marks on his face. We're heading back to the castle." Her killing intent was startling. Christopher had died, and Hazar was missing, which came as no surprise. Upon arriving at the castle, one of the gate guards fell to the ground, rolling to the side to avoid a sword. Terrified, he asked, "Who are you?" As the other guard shouted for her to sheath her sword, Ivy kept attacking, fury blazing in her eyes. "I am Ivy Clare, assistant professor at the Rodlin Knights Academy. From this moment on, anyone defending Baron Baleric will be charged with treason and executed on the spot." Adrias, shocked by her behavior, thought, "Is she planning to kill everyone here?" Ivy then pulled out the butler's severed head and asked the guards, "Do you recognize him?" All were horrified to see the head split in half and tied up. Ivy continued, "He's responsible for what happened in the village of Thrym. Take me to the Baron immediately." Stunned, the guards complied. Ivy barged through the doors to the Baron's chamber, but everyone froze in shock at the sight. The Baron was standing beside a massive creature. He asked coldly, "Is my butler dead?" What was even more chilling was the Baron introducing the creature as his son. "This is my son. He should have died months ago." It became evident that he had resorted to dark magic. Rising to his feet, the Baron explained, "While I searched for a cure, a man visited me and told me there was a way to save my son. I begged him to do whatever it took, even if it meant leaving him in this wretched state." Everyone was furious. Despite his heartbreak, the Baron apologized to his son. Evie, seething with rage, grabbed the Baron by the collar and threw him to the ground, shouting, "Those words should have been spoken to the people you and your butler destroyed." The soldiers stood frozen, unsure of how to act. Evie, brandishing her sword, screamed, "Why are you standing there like idiots? Call the investigation team and deal with this creature right now." Adrias, without hesitation, summoned a stone spear and hurled it straight into the creature's eye. Everyone was stunned. The Baron rushed to his son as Ivy turned to Adrias and snapped, "Hey, seaweed head, why did you do that without my orders?" Adrias calmly replied, "Creatures born of dark magic must be stopped immediately before they do something reckless. Besides, any vital information will be with the Baron, right?" When the Imperial investigation team arrived, the Baron was arrested and taken away along with his son's body. Back at the academy, Adrias and Vivien were summoned to testify. It was clear there had been involvement with dark magic, but another hearing would be necessary for the Baron. After the testimony, Adrias grew pensive. He reflected on Baleric and the severe consequences of dabbling in dark magic. However, he knew the Baron should be grateful he had killed his son. Otherwise, the boy would have ended up as a test subject for deranged mages. Suddenly, Vivien called out to Adrias, "Mr. Fairy." Startled by the reference to the dream, Adrias replied, trying to feign ignorance, "What are you talking about?" Vivien smiled. "You helped me overcome my past, didn't you? But it's okay. You two just look alike." Their conversation was interrupted by Lucia, who arrived yelling, "Adrias, are you done with your business? Look at this." She held up a tablet brimming with excitement. "You're making headlines. Rodlin Academy students defeated a dark mage and earned the highest marks. 2 promising knights." Her enthusiasm was contagious, especially after the recent discovery of a new potion. However, all Adrias really wanted was some peace and quiet. Of course, Lucia couldn't care less about what he wanted. Even more excited, she mentioned the reward money, and reminded him that he owed her lunch. Adrias, dampening her mood, grumbled that the reward should be split. As usual, Lucia insisted, declaring that he wouldn't escape a celebratory dinner for the potion's successful preparation. As she walked away, she announced they'd meet at the magic tower the next day. Observation note, The Magic Tower is a group of engineer mages who significantly contribute to the advancement of civilization. Their work began with the development of the mana levitation train and expanded to include various products like mana lamps and fertilizers. The more famous the product, the greater the Magic Tower's contribution, which is funded by the government and nobility. The next day, there was Adrias, carrying Lucia on his back to the Magic Tower. She, being her usual self, didn't seem to mind his grumbling, something he had come to expect. "I was a fool to trust you'd walk here on your own," he complained. Lucia, at half asleep, murmured, "Walk slower." With the superpower of laziness, Lucia was nothing short of amazing. Upon arriving at the tower, they were greeted by the evaluator, who asked them to follow him. As they ascended, he warned, "Be careful on the stairs. They're always changing." Adrias turned to Lucia, exasperated, and pleaded, "Please wake up and walk properly so you don't cause any trouble." Lucia seized the opportunity to ask about Vivien, curious to know more about their relationship. Adrias, oblivious to any hidden meaning behind her question, responded absent-mindedly that it was nothing special. Clearly frustrated, Lucia muttered, "I just wanted to go out for dinner." He couldn't understand why she insisted so much, especially since, being wealthy, she could afford anything she wanted. Before they could argue further, a voice interrupted. "You really don't seem nervous at all." They nearly jumped out of their skin. Before they could react, someone caught them from behind like an eagle snatching its prey. It was Bart Alvin, the director of the Magic Tower, with a majestic eagle perched on his shoulder. The director stared at Adrias and with disdain remarked, "You never change that expression, do you?" Bart Alvin, head of the Alvin family and director of the Rodlin Magic Tower, was an imposing figure. His presence there seemed almost excessive, considering the prestige of the tower. Though the tone was familiar, Adrias felt the sting of the insult, irritated that it came from someone like Bart. Turning to Lucia, Bart asked, "You're the daughter of Viscount Hollington, correct?" Lucia, ever polite, confirmed and introduced herself formally. However, with an arrogant tone, he retorted, "If you want people to remember your names, you need to build a reputation worthy of it." The remark left them flustered. Yet, without wasting time, Bart declared that he would personally oversee them for the moment. He then invoked a magic circle. Adrias, visibly uneasy, couldn't hide his discomfort at the spell. Lucia, noticing his expression, whispered, "The director is a monster. He can use spatial magic like it's nothing. It's absurdly difficult and complex, but he makes it look so simple. And of course, he's showing off on purpose right now." Bart, clearly hearing her comment, gave a faint smirk before completing the spell. In an instant, they were teleported to the presentation venue. The sudden arrival of the director left the judges speechless. Ignoring their stunned reactions, Bart got straight to the point. "Have you finished examining the potion?" Still reeling from the dramatic entrance, they replied that they had just completed the tests. Wasting no time, Bart Alvin took the potion and noted that the only thing left was to clarify a few details about the production method. To everyone's shock, he drank the potion directly and, while tasting it, listed the ingredients. Moi leaves, tor tree essence, fruits, and piana mushrooms. "Am I missing anything?" Lucia humbly added, "There's also hun peachy extract and moderate root bark." Finding it intriguing, Bart commented, "I'd heard rumors about your skills as a potion master, but creating something new at such a young age is impressive." He then turned to the examiners, and confirmed there were no issues with the potion. However, he suddenly asked, "But what's the Cromwell boy doing here?" The jab irritated Adrias. Bart continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "According to the report, it was a joint creation. I bet you just got swept up in her excitement." Adrias couldn't even defend himself, but Lucia, sensing the situation, interjected, "Actually, most of the work was done by him. I wouldn't have gotten even halfway without his help." Director Alvin, clearly dissatisfied, snapped his fingers, teleporting them both to a potion laboratory. He pointed at Adrias and ordered, "If that's the case, prove it. Prepare the potion in front of me. The ingredients are in the storage." Nervous, Adrias felt the pressure of the people around him who watched the scene with interest and tension. He knew that if he made a mistake in the measurements or let something slip, everything would be lost. Still, he took a deep breath and began preparing the mixture. 5 minutes later, Bart Alvin held the freshly prepared potion in his hands. He drank it once more, analyzing the taste and effects, and admitted, "You replicated the formula correctly, but it's not that simple." The director began bombarding Adrias with technical questions about the use of each ingredient. The audience watching the scene noticed the attempt to intimidate him. However, Adrias, calm and confident, answered all the questions, explaining that the chosen ingredients eliminated side effects and enhanced the product's effectiveness. His detailed explanation impressed everyone, including Lucia. However, Bart, dissatisfied, abruptly interrupted Adrias. "You don't need to continue." Adrias realized the director's intention to humiliate him in front of everyone. Instead of backing down, he ignored the command and continued his explanation. "Excuse me, but I'm not finished yet. Bartelvin, surprised by the audacity, removed the blindfold from his eyes and fixed his gaze on Adrias. His eyes narrowed as if trying to see beyond the facade. He finally declared, "It's been a long time since we last met, but the brat I knew would never do something like this. Who are you really?" Adrias felt a knot in his stomach. Had he been discovered? Swallowing hard, he responded firmly, "Director Alvin, are you joking with me? I'm Adrias Cromwell, the same Adrias you treated like garbage just to satisfy your ego." The direct response left Bart taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. With a smile that mixed curiosity and challenge, he said, "It seems you've become an interesting young man." Maintaining his posture, he made a proposal. "If you make another discovery and present it here, I'll clear all the debts of the Cromwell family. Additionally, I'll grant you one wish. However, if you fail, you'll have to leave the Rodlin Academy forever." The impact of the proposal left Adrias speechless. It was a unique opportunity to save his family, but the risk was enormous. After all, failing would mean losing everything. Face to face with the director, Adrias said, "The conditions are quite difficult, but as the heir of the Cromwell family, I cannot refuse such an offer." The protagonist was not joking, and the director was surprised by his determination. "You really remind me a lot of your father," Bartelvin commented, seeming lost in thought. He recalled moments he had shared with Adrias's father. Perhaps they were good friends, but what had happened between them? He then concluded, "I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll do." Meanwhile, the vampire's evolution time had come to an end. She began to rise from the ground, still feeling her aura quickly enveloping her entire body. She looked around, sensing the sudden power, and somewhat confused by what was happening. Then, with a swift movement of her hands, an explosion occurred, creating a huge hole in her prison. Vague images and words echoed in her mind. "I want you to swear in the name of your family that you won't kill me." These memories vanished as quickly as they had appeared, and a malicious smile spread across her face. Her face as she thought about the name Adrias. After that awkward encounter with the all-powerful director, the protagonist was back on the train, satisfied that he had recovered part of the costs for the materials used in the potion. With that, he had managed to save a little and felt more relief. As long as he continued making these potions, he could focus peacefully on his training. But there was one problem that kept bothering him, the Codex of Sloth. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he still hadn't figured out how to benefit from it. Maybe it would be better to trade it for something he actually needed at the moment. During his reflections, he remembered Charon and wondered if the professor might know something about how to use the artifact. As soon as he got off the train and returned to the academy, Adrias started feeling like he was being watched. He thought it might just be his imagination and decided to ignore it. Little did he know, the vampire, Angela, was hiding nearby, watching him in silence. What was she planning? Arriving at Karen's lab, the sarcastic professor greeted him with a cynical smile. What an honor to have the most talked about man in the academy visit. Adrias, not paying much attention to the provocation, handed over a box containing a little of the potion he had created. Charon took the vial with curiosity and asked, "So this is the famous potion everyone's talking about?" Adrias confirmed and explained that he had come to show the potion right after the final exam. Charon, with a dramatic air, stood up from his chair and said, "You kept this research from me and now you show up here acting like the exemplary disciple." He walked over to a bookshelf and opened a secret compartment. "Come with me, kid. I'll show you what it means to be a loyal disciple." Adrias followed him, trying to disguise his curiosity, but he knew it wasn't the best time to talk about the Codex of Sloth, especially with Karen in such an unstable mood. As they descended into the secret lab, they were met with an unexpected sight. Everything was destroyed. Angela had escaped, leaving a trail of chaos in her wake. The protagonist, observing the wreckage, concluded that her evolution had been a success. But Karen's expression was completely different. He was furious, grabbing chains from the floor and throwing them aside. The professor started cursing loudly, his anger consuming the room. "Adrias," Charon yelled, his voice echoing through the destroyed walls. "Did you tamper with Angela's restrictions?" Adrias, maintaining his calm, responded convincingly, "Professor, I was so scared of dying, I didn't even get close to her." Charon glared at him, still furious, but Adrias could barely contain a satisfied laugh. Inside, he was enjoying seeing the professor's reaction to what had happened. However, Adrias knew he still needed Karen's help to solve the problem with the Codex of Sloth. He decided it would be better to postpone that conversation for another day, as the professor was clearly not in his best mood. Meanwhile, Charon remained enraged, cursing everything around him while Adrias left the lab. As he walked back across campus, the protagonist felt a strange presence. Then, in a scene straight out of a cartoon, her hair appeared above him like a snake, startling Adrias quite a bit. She had been waiting for him, setting up an ambush. "I've been wanting to ask you something since I woke up. Want to answer?" she said. "Hey, look at me, Adrias. I won't bite." She stared at him, and directly asked if he knew anything about the power circulating inside her. He hesitated for a moment and suspiciously asked why she would be asking this. Remember, I kept my word and freed you. You should know the price of breaking an oath made in the name of your family. She knew very well, but couldn't help questioning him. Angela explained that she hadn't been able to free herself from the restraints by her own means, no matter how hard she tried, so she had to follow another path. Getting even closer, she asked, "Do you know what method I had to use?" As she moved closer, Angela caught a very strong scent. Intrigued, she thought, why is this guy exuding this smell? It's like the great Sinnoh. Before she could finish her thoughts, her eyes suddenly gleamed as if she had finally understood something. This is really interesting. The protagonist, confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly Angela gently held Adrias's face, drawing even closer. However, unexpectedly, she grabbed his neck and slammed him against a tree. "There are many things I want to ask you, but since this place is too visible, I'll let it slide for now." With extraordinary strength, she continued holding Adrias and said, "We'll meet again soon. For now, I'll make good use of this power. Since you helped me, I couldn't let you go without thanking you." Her voice took on a seductive and threatening tone at the same time. "Don't worry, I won't make you suffer. After all, you're destined to be my partner." Her tongue slid across her lips, salivating just thinking about it. Somewhere in the academy dormitory, Diana and her friend were having tea and enjoying a quiet moment. Diana was showing a book full of illustrations that narrated a kind of night story. Her friend, bored, asked Diana to stop talking for a moment. "Enough with this book. I want to gossip," said the friend, excited. Diana sighed and carefully closed the book. "Gossip? What is it this time?" Then the girl continued. "Lucia Everlast passed the potion exam at the magic tower." Diana's eyes widened in surprise. "That's amazing considering her age. I don't know whether to be happy for her or jealous." While reflecting on Lucia's talent, Diana remembered the rumors about the girl being lazy. However, it seemed that these rumors didn't do justice to the reality. Diana smiled a bit bitterly and murmured, "Amazing. I wish I had done something like that in my first year." However, her friend was more excited about another part of the story. She picked up a magical device similar to a tablet and showed an image. But do you know what's even more surprising? Her partner. Diana furrowed her brow, curious. "Adrias Cromwell, can you believe it? How did someone so talentless manage to help create this potion?" She stared at the photo. Something clicked in her memory. After the fall of the Cromwell family, Adrias seemed like human trash. Could he really have changed? Said the intrigued friend. Diana abruptly stood up, leaving her friend talking to herself. Determined, she thought, "I'm going to find out for myself." Observation note, Tempest, a spiritual monster with high intelligence, can control lightning and wind. Even in the game, having one as a pet was an incredibly difficult task. Everyone was in class again, and Adrias was covered in several layers of clothing. Lucia asked why Adrias was wearing so many clothes that day. He replied that he wasn't feeling very well, and that he was just there to attend classes in order to graduate. However, the truth was that something had happened the night before, and he couldn't let anyone see the huge scar on his neck. What was she talking about earlier? Adrias thought about Angela's words. She said something about my scent, and me being her partner. Then she just bit my neck and disappeared. The professor entered the classroom, about to begin, when he noticed the young man completely covered in clothes. He remembered that this was the same Adrias who had been in the news. Directing his gaze at him, he asked, "Why are you wearing so many clothes? Are you sick?" The protagonist replied that he had caught a cold, but the professor insisted, "Maybe you're tired from your potion research. I suggest you leave. Your attendance has already been marked." Adrias thanked him and began to prepare to leave. But the professor suddenly spoke again. "Must have been pretty lonely working on your research. I remember you came to ask for my advice, but I, a mere medicinal botany professor. It must have been difficult to include my name in your research." The protagonist was surprised. What the professor was saying didn't make sense. After all, the professor hadn't contributed anything. But he wasn't going to let it slide. "I'm truly grateful for your advice, Professor. Especially the one about the Hun Peachy extract and the Midterm tree bark. I remember you told me that if I added those things, I'd be making a soup instead of a potion. But as you can see, the soup was delicious." The professor's reaction was hilarious. He hadn't expected that. "Are you crazy?" His expression said it all. All the students were surprised by Adrias's response. The protagonist walked out, leaving the professor grumbling about how he had crossed the line. But Adrias chose to ignore it, as there was nothing else to be said. However, as he reached the door, the professor shouted his name. The protagonist stopped, wondering what it could be this time. "When I was younger, everyone ridiculed me, and now they want to be friendly. Fine, just shut up. If you want, I can go to another class if it's just for the credits." The professor was already quite irritated for being ignored for so long. However, Lucia broke the ice, calling out to him, "Professor, may I ask something? How can someone co-create a potion?" Everyone in the room was paying close attention to what Lucia would say. She continued, "We learned the basics about potions in this class, and then we put those basics into practice, but our conclusion is that doing your own research without anyone's help means a lot. I mean, isn't that our duty as mages?" The professor was enchanted, clearly captivated by Lucia's charm. The protagonist realized that he was foolish enough to fall for her smooth talk. Lucia finished, still polite, "But don't worry, we'll ask for your advice next time. Of course, if you're not too busy with your own research." It was a polite slap in the face to the professor, telling him to focus on his own work and stop meddling in the student's research. The professor, taken aback, turned to the protagonist and said, "Go safely." It wasn't clear why Lucia had done that, but disarming the situation was the best solution. The two exchanged looks, expressing gratitude without words, and the protagonist left the room. Observation note: in the original game of A Great Sin, only useful items were dropped. However, now that the game has become reality, the protagonist has to deal with raw materials, making processing and mixing much more difficult. Somewhere in the city, there was a strong man with reddish hair. He was Officer Wuengo, a master under Duke Sinclair. While reviewing a report on potential candidates, he remarked, "So, the daughter of the Everlast family has created a new type of potion and is putting it on the market." His secretary appeared, confirming the information and explaining that the potion had been named Everlast. The officer then requested a sample. Holding the small vial, he commented, "If someone like her has already created something like this as a first-year student, surely many people will want to recruit her when she graduates." As he drank the potion, the secretary asked if she should contact the girl immediately. He confirmed, "Yes, reach out. Also, check if there are other parties interested in her." After consuming the potion, he felt stronger and remarked, "Truly impressive. It's several times more efficient than what's currently available on the market. And the best part, no side effects. This potion could revolutionize the market." The secretary then added that the potion had been co-created. Upon hearing this, he immediately recognized the name of the other creator, the son of Cain Cromwell. Intrigued, he asked, did he always have a talent for potions? The secretary couldn't answer but mentioned a rumor suggesting the boy might have taken advantage of the student. However, since neither family had any special relationship, there was no apparent basis for such speculation. The officer then requested an investigation. If he truly awakened such a talent, he should be added to the recruitment list. Elsewhere in the city, a mysterious figure held a glass of wine. He asked his servant, "How is the year and award ceremony proceeding?" The servant confirmed that everything was going as planned, and that the Cromwell family would be demoted. The name Cromwell had been on many people's lips lately. While savoring his wine, the figure commented, "Adres Cromwell, I look forward to seeing if you're different from your father." Meanwhile, our protagonist was training tirelessly, performing 1,000 repetitions until collapsing to the ground. He picked up a vial of a potion he had created and murmured, "Without this, it would be nearly impossible to complete these training sessions." The regeneration potion increased muscle recovery rates, while the healing potion took care of wounds. By adding the physical enhancement potion, he had essentially created an infinite training system. He remembered that when creating this potion, he had the option to evolve it. It was a gamble, he thought. At first, he was tense, but the evolution turned out to be the right choice. The results were so incredible that he even felt foolish for having worried. Since then, he had been able to create potions much more efficiently. The success rate and production speed had increased significantly. With conviction, he thought, if I keep this up and give it my all, I'll grow tremendously. Still sitting on the floor, he reflected that with a strong body and a few items, he wouldn't need to worry about his combat strength. He remembered that Cain was away on a business trip and because of that, couldn't buy the Codex of Sloth from him. Cain seemed so upset that he didn't even notify the protagonist about his departure, which left him deep in thought. What can I do? I don't have any connections besides Cain, and I still have botany class in the morning. I'd better sleep, he murmured. The next day in the classroom, there was only a note that read, due to the reasons previously mentioned, today's class will be held outdoors as communicated via your tablets. Seriously, thought the protagonist. He hadn't expected this. He began mentally cursing the professor, wondering if he knew the protagonist didn't own a tablet and was using this against him. Wasting no time, he ran out of the classroom, worried about what the professor might be doing with the other students. When he arrived at the academy's garden, he was met with some sort of improvised lab. Everyone was frantic and desperate, as if it were some kind of test or exam. Then the professor's voice rang out. You're late. Seems like you were so busy with your research that you missed the notice. Whoa. Dude, the protagonist thought, trying to hold back. How much more immature can this professor get? As always, Lucia arrived right on time. She pulled him by his clothes, saying, I'll explain it to you anyway. She showed him on her tablet what needed to be done and commented, now that you have money, you should buy a tablet. The professor had created an awakening potion and had the brilliant idea of turning it into an exam to analyze it. The protagonist began preparing his potions but was interrupted by the professor. For someone of your caliber, figuring out the ingredients and proportions of this potion should be a piece of cake, right? In the protagonist's mind, a million insults and expletives came to mind, but he held them back. The professor continued with a sarcastic expression. Today, I'm finally going to expose who you really are. Inside, the protagonist felt like he was about to explode, but he kept his composure. The professor, on the other hand, thought that protagonist had taken advantage of Miss Everlast, a rising star in the world of potions, and was nothing more than a mediocre student. It was clear the professor harbored some inexplicable grudge. After 4 hours, Professor Valba analyzed the results of the awakening potion composition. Lucia and Andreas achieved 100 accuracy in their analysis in under 2 hours, becoming the top performers in the class. This was anything but pleasant for the professor. Moreover, there was no evidence of cheating during the exam, proving that Andreas genuinely had a talent for potions. Some students were surprised, others were disappointed. They couldn't believe someone like Andreas had outperformed them. Lucia joked, Mr. Siwi, you did a great job. Andreas, already annoyed, corrected her. Andreas Cromwell. Suddenly, a student burst in, shouting Professor Valba's name and accusing him. Why did you claim the potion as if you made it? Oh, the students thought, sensing the situation was about to spiral out of control. The student continued, you of all people, should know how much effort I put into this. The other students were shocked. They would never have imagined a professor could be accused of something so serious. Andreas and Lucia exchanged glances. He asked, what do you think about this? Lucia replied without hesitation, that professor. He probably would have the nerve to do something like this. With that, Andreas decided to act. He stood up and walked toward the argument, but Lucia tried to stop him. You shouldn't get involved. Just yesterday, I had to save you from an argument. Ignoring her, Andreas said, I have a question about the potion, Professor. The professor, visibly irritated, snapped, this is not the time for that. Andreas persisted. But it's related to the situation. Professor, if this really is your work, you should be able to prove here and now that you're the one who made it, right? The professor clearly disliked the idea. And as Andreas observed the scene, he noticed the accusing student seemed to like the proposal. The student asked, is this like the exam at the magic tower? And replied, if he really made the potion, he should be able to easily explain why he used each material. Or is the professor not that confident? Adjusting his glasses indignantly, the professor retorted, this is insolence. I am a prestigious academy professor. But Andreas wasn't about to let it go. With a challenging tone, he said, then answer this. Why did you replace Prevreason with Satoina petals? The professor's nervous expression betrayed his discomfort. Internally, he cursed himself for being careless on the day of the presentation and failing to double-check the detail. The student, noticing the hesitation, pressed further. Why is it taking you so long to answer, Professor? As the professor scrambled for an explanation, an eagle observed the scene from a distance, as if keeping watch over someone. The questions kept coming, leaving the professor increasingly stressed, especially since only the magic tower was capable of conducting such precise potion tests. Yet, the students didn't seem to care. Andreas posed his final question. Why did you use jelly beetles, which are more expensive, instead of pepina powder? The students were stunned as they watched the professor remain silent in the face of Andreas's relentless questioning. Had he really stolen a student's research? At last, the professor, furious, responded, pepina powder has hallucinogenic effects, which is why I use the beetles, even though they're more expensive. However, the tension in the room escalated when the student fired back. That's not the real reason for avoiding pepina powder. The real reason is that when heated for a long time during potion preparation, the powder can cause stomach pain in the person who consumes it. Now, the professor was visibly shaken. He tried to defend himself. That's not true. It's because of the hallucinogenic effect. The student, however, didn't back down. But even you mentioned there were side effects. You never said anything about hallucinations. At this point, the other students began pointing fingers at the professor, booing him. Someone shouted, imagine stooping so low as to steal a student's credit. Others started calling him a thief and a fraud. In response, the professor nearly screamed, you two set this up against me. I'll report you both to the disciplinary board. Andreas thought to himself, this professor has really hit rock bottom. He's like a child throwing a tantrum. Looks like it's up to the adults to clean up this mess. Andreas then pulled out a card he used for purchasing materials and pretended it was a contact of importance, saying, if you're so upset, I can ask Mr. Alvin to arrange a meeting where you can explain yourself. Lucia was stunned, wondering if the professor would fall for the bluff. The professor immediately scowled, hesitating as he realized he'd been cornered. Andreas pressed on. Regardless, you'll have to explain yourself to the magic tower. Imagine the scenario, the all-powerful director having to resolve a dispute between two students and their professor. What no one expected, however, was that Bartel Alvin was already there, silently observing the entire commotion. He muttered to himself, "This kid really did his homework. How dare he use my name?" Bartel assessed the situation, thinking, he genuinely understands the theory and ingredients behind the awakening potion. Could it be possible for him to develop a new formula before the year ends? Looks like I'll need to keep an eye on Cromwell's son. After the chaos in the classroom, Adrias, Lucia, and Vivien were having dinner together. Lucia thought he wouldn't even invite her, especially to the campus cafeteria. But Adrias, all innocent, asked, "Aren't you going to eat too? The food is delicious." Lucia grabbed a piece of food, but it was so hot that she burned her hand immediately. Adrias, ever sarcastic, commented, "You need to eat like the rich. Hold it by the edge, dip it in the sauce, and there you go." He handed her a piece of meat. But was someone jealous, or was it just their imagination? Vivien, without missing a beat, said, "I want some, too." Both of them looked confused for a moment, but she quickly clarified that she wanted a piece of meat prepared the same way. Adrias, with a mischievous smile, handed her one. As they left the cafeteria, Lucia asked Adrias, "When are you going to buy a tablet? That way, you'll get notifications if something like today's event happens again and won't miss anything." Adrias replied as they walk, "I'm saving money. I don't have the same financial luck as you." The two continued bickering as usual while Vivien seemed lost in her thoughts about the piece of meat he had given her. Suddenly she turned around and asked, blushing, "Would you like my share of the reward, Mr. Fairy?" Adrias instantly got annoyed and snapped, "Why are you calling me that all the time?" He bid farewell to the two, and walked off in another direction. Walking alone down the hallway, he came across Cain, who had finally returned from his trip. As he passed him, Cain simply said, "I want to see you in my lab at noon tomorrow." What could be going on? Later at the blacksmith shop, Adrias was calmly handling a hammer and pressing a sword. But his mind was preoccupied, racking his brain over how to deal with Cain and that so-called Codex of Sloth. Cain was the type who believed that anything Adrias owned was his by right. He wasn't convinced he wouldn't try to take the Codex by force. Thus, Adrias was picking out a sword just to be prepared for any eventuality. As he worked, someone called his name. It was Diana, who seemed surprised to see him in a blacksmith shop. Naturally, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm looking for a sword," Adrias replied. Diana was even more surprised. "Why would a mage need a sword?" "It's just for self-defense," he explained. As they talked, Adrias noticed the box Diana was carrying. She showed it to him, and explained, "It's a gift from my brother." The brother she mentioned was Carlos Alvin, the eldest son of the Alvin family, who had left to train and become a warrior. Back then, they all got along well. However, Adrias recalled that Carlos had already passed away when the events of the game began. So, the game essentially ignored him. He remembered that Carlos had lost his life during the Academy's year-end event, shortly after Hazar escaped from Duke Balaric's territory and joined the Zephyro cult, the same cult responsible for a terrorist attack. Adrias asked, "Will Carlos be attending the year-end event?" Donna confirmed, "Yes." He suggested, "It would be nice for the three of us to meet again." Donna looked visibly flustered by the invitation, starting to think that Adrias might have changed somehow. Everyone was talking about his good grades and his constant training, which made her visibly happy. Adrias asked her, "Do you have any questions?" She stayed silent, unsure of what to say. Then he bid her goodbye. As he walked past her, Diana finally worked up the courage to ask something, but when she turned around, he was already gone. Adrias must be up to something. As he walked, Adrias began reflecting on Carlos. He knew Carlos might die during the year-end event, but there was still time before the terrorist incident occurred. Could he find a way to save him? Even knowing that I myself will become a villain in the future. In Karen's office, the two sat talking calmly. The old man remarked, "I've been searching across the continent for a material of the same quality as Angela's, but I haven't found anything yet. I need this material for the congregation this weekend." Adrias, resolute, decided to address a delicate matter, the Codex of Sloth. He thought about Cain. What if his greed blinded him, and he tried to claim the Codex for himself? So he spoke. "We need to talk about something. I've obtained the Codex of Sloth." Cain, incredulous, replied, "I don't believe that. That's not something you just have lying around." Ignoring Karen's skepticism, Adrias opened the portal to his inventory and said, "This isn't something I can give you right now." He revealed the Codex. Cain, surprised, urged him to put it away. "This item is highly sought after. Keeping it with you would only cause trouble. Take it to the congregation and trade it for another item, something that will help you grow." Adrias gave a sly smile, having anticipated this response. He knew Cain valued his own safety above all else. Cain stood and said, "Prepare yourself. We're heading to the congregation this weekend. Clear your schedule and be ready." By the weekend, they were in a carriage heading to the city's far eastern zone, a confinement area. Adrias was strategizing how to navigate the congregation without incident. He knew dangerous individuals would be present, and words alone wouldn't suffice. Sharon remarked, if we can trade the Codex of Sloth for useful items, it'll be a great opportunity. Anything that helps you grow is worth it. Adrias remained silent. It was clear Cain already considered the Codex as his own. Still in a tight spot, Adrias could use it as leverage if necessary. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. Someone was calming the horses. Using his enhanced vision, Cain observed the situation. Shortly after, an individual appeared at the window, requesting a ride to the congregation since he was heading there, too. The man climbed in, making himself comfortable, and remarked, "This ride isn't much help." He introduced himself. "My name is Salam Aditya." Salam was one of the top 10 figures on the continent, known for delving into the forbidden in search of exploration. This earned him the moniker, the devil in pursuit of truth. Adrias thought to himself, if word about the Codex leaks, this situation might not end well. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Salam asked with a sarcastic grin, "Why the long faces? Is it because I hitched a ride with you?" Adrias quickly replied, "No." Salam chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I've been to the congregation plenty of times." Then leaning toward Adrias, he asked, "What's your name?" Sensing Adrias's hesitation, Cain said, "Introduce yourself." After all, the man is older. When Adrias revealed his name, Salam's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He commented, "So Charon's got his hands on another Cromwell." What could he mean by that? The way he said it hinted at some secret involving the Cromwell family. Adrias shot a serious glance at Charon, but Salam noticed his expression and openly remarked, "Maybe you don't know anything, but let me give you a special piece of advice." Approaching Adrias, he whispered, "Fight with everything you've got." Adrias looked at Cain again. From his behavior, it was clear this wasn't the time to press for answers. But what was Cain hiding? The carriage was stopped once more. Using his enhanced vision, Cain addressed the figure blocking the path. "What do you want? If you've got something to say, come here and say it directly." The figure began materializing, revealing itself as a peculiar person. The stranger apologized and greeted Cain. "Sorry for the interruption. It's been a while, Lord Diapram." Everyone got off the carriage and headed toward the forest. The stranger remarked, "I didn't expect Cain to be with the old man Salam." Salam snapped, irritated, "Shut up, your breath reeks of death." As the two exchanged jabs, Adrias stood behind, thinking to himself, this guy probably showed up out of the blue because he's trying to steal the Codex of Prediction. He didn't anticipate Salam being with us. Cain pointed ahead and announced, "We've arrived." They stood before what appeared to be a massive treehouse. Cain added, "Lord Morsch must have noticed our presence and is showing us the way to the congregation." Salam looked thrilled. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. Suddenly, they all sensed the presence of dark magic. Salam commented, "Some greedy dark mages must be lurking around." Adrias immediately thought it foolish of anyone to try to steal the Codex with Salam present. Raising his staff, Salam declared, "Let's see where these cowards are hiding." He struck the staff on the ground, releasing a wave of power. This exposed the aura of 7 mages concealed in the area. Smiling maniacally, he said, "The game of hide and seek is over." The hidden mages were shocked. But real fear set in when Salam began channeling his power from above. A greenish aura radiated from his staff. Without giving them a chance to react, Salam unleashed an enormous explosion of magic, wiping out all the dark mages in the vicinity. Inside the congregation, a round table was already set with 3 individuals gathered. The doors opened for Salam and his group. Upon entering, Salam remarked, "It's been a very, very long time since we last met." The hooded man, known as Morsch, greeted Salam coldly. "Surprising to see you here as well." Salam, pleased with himself, replied, "No need to be so cold. Thanks to me, the Codex is safe and sound." He then instructed Adrias, "Open the bag." Reluctantly, Adrias turned the bag over. To everyone's shock, several severed mage heads tumbled out. The attendees were stunned, unable to process what was happening. Morsch commented, "This is an emergency meeting. There was no need for unnecessary slaughter." He explained that the dark mages were intermediate level but still problematic to handle. Salam, on the other hand, had eliminated them effortlessly by unleashing his magic. Laughing, he declared, "Without me here, you wouldn't even have the chance to see the Codex." The hooded man cut him off. "Enough. Let's wrap up this matter and present the Codex." Already. Adrias began opening the inventory portal. As Salam watched thoughtfully, he reflected on how truly fascinating Adrias was. The young man hadn't flinched during the massacre Salam had carried out moments earlier. Nor had he hesitated to obey the request to sever the heads of all their enemies. But above all, what intrigued Salam the most was the dual core he had seen when revealing the aura of everyone present. It was identical to his own. As Adrias activated the portal, Salem leaned toward him and blew lightly, diverting the boy's attention. Adrias, confused, asked, "What are you doing?" Salem, with a peculiar smile, replied, "I like you." Is Salem gay? Adrias wondered. In the game, that scene always left players baffled. The woman seated at the round table, however, grew annoyed at the gesture and demanded, "Stop fooling around, Salem." Still playful, Salem said to Adrias, "I will certainly help you one day, but only once. Consider it a favor since I have a certain fondness for the Cromwell family." Adrias was taken aback by the promise. Salem was known for never breaking his word. In the game, he always kept his promises, no matter the situation. If Adrias could count on Salem's help, it could change the course of his plans. Adrias then revealed the Codex of Sloth, leaving everyone present stunned. The hooded man commented, "It's truly the genuine Codex of Sloth." The tension in the room escalated. Charon was confused about how Adrias had managed to perform the invocation, while Salem seemed intrigued that Adrias had entrusted the Codex to one of his skeleton soldiers. Adrias glanced at Nicl, his summoned creature, and began to think he needed to remain calm. He knew he couldn't take any risks with such powerful figures around him. Thus he commanded, "Nicl, return at once." Nicl vanished, and Adrias drew his weapon, leaving everyone bewildered. He then pointed the weapon at himself and declared, "I'm the one who found the Codex of Sloth, so I want my efforts to be recognized." The woman beside the hooded man used magic, causing roots to rise from the ground to try and restrain him. However, she was forced to stop when Adrias warned, "The Codex is in my storage along with my summoned creature. If I die, you'll never get your hands on it." The room fell silent. The hooded man looked on in disbelief. Adrias, with a determined look, shouted, "Salem, didn't you say you'd help me only once? Now's the time. Hurry up, I don't have much time." Salem stared at him incredulously. "You're acting this way just because I said that. What if I had been lying? What would you do then?" Adrias replied firmly, "I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means dying to survive in this insane world. I'm willing to go mad, too." Surprised, Salem smiled. "You really are an impressive young man. Earlier, I told you to fight, but I didn't expect you to go this far." At that very moment, Salem unleashed his magical power, summoning the sinister spear, Serpent of Evil. With an undeniable thirst for blood, he declared, "If you insist, then I suppose I have no choice but to kill everyone from now on. Anyone who tries to lay a hand on the Cromwell will be killed." The blonde woman at the table, who seemed to be enjoying herself, cheerfully commented, "Don't worry, I won't touch the boy." Salem, still serious, added, "If anyone dares to question this later, I'll be more than happy to find and kill whoever it is." The hooded man, incredulous, asked, "Are you really going to fight all of us here over a boy?" Salem casually responded, "You know how I am. I wouldn't lie about something like that." The woman sighed, disbelieving, and commented, "Is this just another one of your jokes, Salem?" But Salem stiffened and said firmly, "I don't need to repeat what I just said." Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to believe Salem was taking Adrias' side. The blonde woman seemed to delight in the situation, laughing quietly. The man who seemed to be leading the negotiation simply sighed deeply and said, "All of this could have been avoided if Karen's disciple just said what he really wants." Finally, Adrias had everyone's attention. He thanked them with a slight bow and asked, "What can I get in exchange for the Codex of Sloth?" The leader laughed, finding it ridiculous. To him, Adrias was just a rookie who had no idea what he really wanted. However, he handed Adrias a list. "Choose carefully 5 things from the list." Adrias read through carefully and was surprised by the options. Among them, there was the possibility of obtaining corpses. The congregation seemed to have valuable remains, and he noticed names of high-class materials, like the former fairy queen, Meline, and the tiger king, Timur. He knew these bodies would be extremely useful, but as he examined the options, he noticed the leader's companions becoming uneasy. One of them whispered, "These bodies have already been sold to Morsch. If we give them to the boy, Morsch might get furious." Morsch was no ordinary person. He was the leader of necromancy, and no one wanted to be at odds with him. Adrias started to reconsider, nearly abandoning the request for the bodies when suddenly Morsch appeared. His silent entrance shocked everyone. In a calm, firm voice, he said, "I don't care. He can take them." Morsch's unexpected generosity stunned everyone present. Karen, furious, intervened. "Master Adrias doesn't have the ability to handle these corpses yet." However, Morsch firmly interrupted Charon. "I don't care. The bodies are in the subspace bag. He can take the whole bag with him." Salem, who had been observing everything, seemed proud of Adrias in that moment. To him, the young man had earned all of this. Adrias, not fully understanding Morsch's generosity, seized the opportunity and bowed, saying, "I am grateful for your generosity, sir. Now, with your permission, I will select the remaining items, including the bodies." It was clear that Karen was not pleased with the situation. In his thoughts, he regretted not bringing the codex on his own or not taking it from Adrias when he had the chance. Adrias received the promised items, the bodies of Miline and Temor, as well as the moon's blessing, a fairy's tear, blue cananga flowers, yinroot, and Kadin's jewel. As he organized everything in his bag, Salim asked, "Are you sure you want these ingredients? There are better options available." Adrias shook his head. "For me, these items are extremely valuable. I can create 4 potions with them, and each one is worth hundreds of millions. Also, these ingredients can be used to heal Lucia." The leader of the negotiations, agreeing, declared, "Deal. Now hand over the codex." At that moment, Adrias opened his inventory and took out the codex, handing it to its rightful owner. Without wasting any time, Salim approached Adrias and asked, "Are you ready to go?" Without waiting for a response, Salim pulled Adrias immediately, taking him out of the location. The others shouted, ordering everyone to follow them. Adrias was surprised and asked, were they planning to get rid of me as soon as I handed over the codex? Is that why they were so generous? Salim, smiling mischievously, replied, "I made a promise to you, didn't I? You're under my protection. I can take you to a safe place. Where do you want to go?" Adrias thought for a moment and then answered, "I want to go back to the academy or to the nearest train station." Salim was surprised. "To the academy? You know, Bartel will find out you're becoming a black mage, right? If he knew, you'd already be dead." Adrias swallowed nervously but stuck to his choice. Salim, looking at Adrias, commented, "You really are an interesting one, but you'll understand that when the time is right." Adrias didn't fully understand what he meant, but Salim just ended the conversation, saying, "Keep fighting as long as you can survive. That way, you'll be ready to discover who you really are." Back at the dormitory, Adrias began organizing the bodies. They were indeed large, but fortunately, the subspace bag was incredibly useful. To move the corpses, he had to summon Nicl to assist him. However, he decided that he would first raise his necromancy levels before turning them into high-level summons. So he put the bodies back into his inventory, waiting for the right moment to use them. Among the items he received, Adrias found a book. It was a dark magic tome from Morch. Could this be a gift from him? He thought. The tome contained knowledge he would never have access to in Karen's library. While studying it, Adrias realized he could transform the corpses he had obtained into incredibly powerful summons. As he was reflecting on what to do, Adrias received a notification. His skeleton soldier, Nicl, had a 100 chance of legendary evolution. He decided it was time to evolve him. He confirmed the evolution, noticing that Nicl didn't seem to be suffering, unlike the vampire he had evolved earlier. Suddenly, both of them were startled. Someone was knocking on the door. It was Lucia. "Adrias, do you have a moment?" she asked. Adrias panicked. He ran out before she could discover anything that might harm him. Meanwhile, Salim was sitting in a room having tea with an old man. Salim called him Grandpa Morsh and asked, "Can I ask you something? The real reason you gave information about the codex was because you needed someone to protect young Adrias." The old man remained silent, but Salim began to laugh. Then he commented, "You took care of Cain, and now you're taking care of his son, too." Patiently, the old man responded, "Salim, do you know the origin of necromancy?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Necromancy is essentially the pursuit of immortality. More precisely, it is the pursuit of immortality for those you love. It was born from the obsession to keep your loved ones by your side forever." Salim interrupted with an ironic smile. "Old man stories. But that makes me think maybe you have more ties to the Cromwell family than just Cain, don't you?" The old man, knowing Salim wouldn't get more answers, stayed silent. Salim sighed, giving up on pressing further. Then the old man asked, "What do you think of young Adrias? I'm curious about your opinion." Salim scoffed, annoyed, knowing the old man had already seen everything with that zombie trick to spy. Still, he answered, "That kid is going to be the craziest person in this world. Crazier than me. I'm really looking forward to it." "We share the same feeling, Salim. We're all excited to see how the story unfolds." At Lucia's house, her father, William Everlast, introduced himself to Adrias. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We're here to settle the potion profits, and that's why I wanted to speak with you personally. Now that we'll be working together, it's good to get to know you better. Lucia told me you've become a great friend of hers." Adrias greeted William respectfully but was internally thinking about how to handle this new partnership. Always polite, Adrias said, "I've been looking forward to meeting you. I'm very grateful for all the help Lucia has given me to make this business so successful." William Everlast smiled and replied, "You created the potion, too, didn't you?" Mr. Everlast handed Adrias a contract, confirming that he would receive 60 of the profits. He explained, "Each unit is worth on average 3 million. Adrias was shocked. This meant a total of approximately 1.8 billion, considering that more than 1,000 units had been sold in just 1 month. William casually commented, "The potions are selling like hotcakes. You'll certainly make more next month, But for now, let's set the business talk aside. I am happy Lucia brought a friend. It's the first time she's done that, especially a young man. William smiled again and invited Adrias to dinner. A month later, thanks to the rumors, the potion had become extremely popular, not only for use in combat but also in high society circles. To meet the growing demand, the company decided to expand its suppliers and production facilities. Adrias reflected to himself, I never imagined I'd sell over 2,000 units in 1 month. If I had known, I would have bought a tablet earlier. He couldn't stop thinking about how much the potion's popularity had earned. Around 6 billion. With this, he started planning. I really want to recover the family properties. They are worth half the money I have now. Near the next stop, the Artel station at the National Cemetery, he thought that before buying anything, Adrias had something important to do. I need to get my ring back, he said to himself. Arriving at the city where the cemetery was located, Adrias walked to the site and came across the gravedigger speaking with a masked man. Adrias thought, who is this mysterious individual? The gravedigger noticed Adrias's presence but quickly greeted him, saying, welcome. Please come in and have some tea with me. Without hesitation, Adrias went straight to the point. Who is he? The gravedigger replied calmly, I called him to be the guarantor of this deal, or rather a witness just to avoid any future issues. Despite the uncomfortable situation, they entered and sat down to drink tea. The gravedigger served the cups while Adrias analyzed the situation. He was clearly suspicious of the masked man. How can someone be a guarantor while hiding their face and carrying a sword? Thought Adrias. What an absurd excuse. He knew the gravedigger had been practicing necromancy in the area for some time, but in the game, he was never much of a challenge. Compared to Charon, the gravedigger was just a small fry. Still, Adrias wasn't entirely at ease. Looking at his own stats, he realized how much he had evolved. Double traits, necromancy, and black magic skills at exceptional levels, along with his mastery in potion crafting and combat. Now with Nicl evolved and able to use aura, he was confident he could take on the gravedigger without difficulty. Unless the masked man was incredibly strong. As Adrias observed the masked man, he thought to himself, maybe I should release the energy from my dantian. I thought holding back before would be enough, but now I'm not so sure. His thoughts were interrupted by the gravedigger, who offered, try this tea. I got it from a merchant I met in the congregation. It's very good. Adrias ignored the offer and went straight to the point. I'd rather talk about the family ring. The gravedigger responded curtly, you're very impatient, boy. Adrias continued the conversation, saying to the gravedigger, the body I bought from you was very weak and mediocre, but since you were kind, I'm willing to trade the ring for 5 million. The gravedigger was taken aback and immediately smiled. He seemed impressed by Adrias's demeanor, reflecting, this boy has become so grand that he doesn't even realize it. And of course he's also generous despite being poor. After all, he's still a noble count. Adrias kept his expression serious but calm, affirming positively. However, the old man wasn't there out of kindness. With a greedy expression on his face, he responded, the price of silence isn't that cheap. Adrias, showing no surprise, as it was typical for a villain to act this way, asked, are you implying that I should pay more? The gravedigger, with an insinuating tone, commented, you don't need to worry. We can trade for what you got in the congregation meeting. He was staring intently at Adrias's bag, knowing the young man had acquired many valuable items. He continued, trying to sound friendly, would that be a bad deal for you? Adrias, without hesitation, calmly replied while sipping his tea, yes, I appreciate the offer, but I'll be clear. I'll only give 5 million, nothing more. The old man became extremely irritated, calling him a brat. However, Adrias interrupted firmly, I know exactly what you're saying. You never intended to make a fair deal from the start. Suddenly, the masked man beside him spoke up. I think this conversation should have ended by now. Adrias, unflinching, summoned Nicl. The action caught everyone off guard. He declared in a challenging tone, I'm tired of this charade. I'm curious. Do you really think you can defeat me? The gravedigger, upon seeing Adrias's tier 5 summon, was visibly shaken. Trying to hide his nervousness, he turned to the masked man and said, I'll pay you extra on top of what was promised. Finish off this insolent fool and take his things. Nicl, ready to strike, charged at the gravedigger. However, the masked man blocked the blow, surprising Adrias even more. This guy is no ordinary person, Adrias thought. Soon after, Adrias noticed that the masked man had placed some explosive bombs around the area. He immediately stepped back, drawing his sword to push the devices away. I remember this combat style from the game, he thought. While Adrias dealt with the bombs, Nicl faced the masked man directly. The battle between the two was intense. Not only could the masked man hold his ground against Nicl, but he also maintained control of the fight. Adrias watched, intrigued. Who is this man really? The masked man tried to strike Nicl with his sword, and managed to lightly cut the skeleton's face. However, he didn't notice when Nicl grabbed his leg, causing him to fall. Without hesitation, Nicl released his energy and imbued his sword with a powerful aura. Adriez, though shocked, understood. After the evolution, Nicl gained the power to use his dantian. It shouldn't be so surprising that he can manipulate aura. But is this opponent strong enough to require it? The two fought fiercely, exchanging blows and landing hits multiple times, but neither gave up. Eventually, the masked man landed a blow to the center of Nicl's head. However, the masked man was shocked to see the skeleton not stop. Instead, Nicl counterattacked with a strike that sent the man flying through the window, causing him to fall outside. Meanwhile, the gravedigger watched the scene, alarmed, not fully understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, two hands emerged from a tunnel behind the masked man and grabbed him. The gravedigger, now even more nervous, yelled, "If you really want the money, then put." In the effort, as the gravedigger spoke, he seized the moment to cast his magic. Adriez noticed the movement, and began to worry. Several portals opened around them, and skeletons started emerging from them. The gravedigger, with a satisfied smile, commented, "You got yourself a really good body, kid. But let's see how long you last against the best I have." From every corner of the cemetery, undead began to rise, surrounding the area. Adriez realized the situation was becoming critical. He looked at Nicl and gave an order. "When the time comes, attack the gravedigger from behind." Then Adriez leaped out of the house, facing the corpses that surrounded him. He summoned a stone shield to prevent the dead from reaching him from the front. But enemies were also coming from behind. With no other option, Adriez began conjuring stones and throwing them at the skeletons. However, some of the undead were armed with bows and arrows, making his defense even more difficult. The battle turned into a chaotic mess of bodies flying in all directions. The gravedigger, enraged, shouted, "You useless idiots. Can't you even hold off a damn brat?" At that moment, Nicl attacked the gravedigger from behind. But once again, the masked man blocked him. The masked man, visibly enraged, cursed Nicl to the last generation. However, Nicl was not empty-handed. He carried one of the explosive bombs, which detonated at the perfect moment, causing a loud explosion. On the other side, Adriez was struggling to hold back the skeletons, muttering to himself, "I don't have time to use the recovery potion. At this rate, things are going to get really bad." He was starting to tire. Each blow felt heavier, and he could no longer dodge as he had before. His muscles felt numb, as if they were being torn with every movement. He tried to hold firm, but his energy was running low. While fighting, one of the skeletons, armed with a massive double-edged axe, charged at him. Adriez attempted to block the attack with his sword, but the undead wouldn't give him a moment's rest. The skeleton's blow knocked him to the ground, and before he could recover, he was headbutted violently, followed by a series of brutal punches. Bleeding and on the ground, Adriez thought to himself, "There's no way out. I'm going to die here." At the hands of a mere skeletal knight. As he faced death, flashes of his sister came to mind. He thought of Lucia, her illness, and also of Vivien. He felt the pain, not only physical but emotional. And with gritted teeth, he murmured, "I finally have a reason to live. I can't die like this." Suddenly, a small aura of mana around his body exploded, transforming into a booming red aura. A system message appeared before his eyes. "Through continuous training, talent, and fierce combat, your aura has been unlocked. The dantian has been activated. Now you can use both mana and aura thanks to the dual core feature." The brilliant aura enveloped Adriez, and his strength began to return. He stood up more determined than ever, facing the enemies around him. Adriez, even exhausted and wounded, gripped his sword firmly. He raised it, declaring, "I'm going back to the place where I belong." A system message appeared. Achievement, Second Awakening achieved. Around him, the scene was devastating. The bodies of the undead were scattered across the ground, and Adriez, badly wounded, remained standing. He looked at Nicl, who was pointing his sword directly at the gravedigger. Adriez asked firmly, "Where is the ring?" The gravedigger, visibly nervous, asked Adriez to put away his sword. "We can talk about this," he said, trying to buy time. The gravedigger suggested, "With the dead, we could negotiate something much better." Adriez realized the gravedigger was referring to the masked man. He thought about the situation and decided to act. Grabbing the masked man's fallen sword, he walked toward the gravedigger and repeated, "I'll ask again, where is the ring?" Desperate, the gravedigger begged for calm. "Wait, don't do this." But Adriez, without mercy, attacked, cutting the gravedigger's arm. He spoke coldly, "I don't have time to argue. Just tell me where the ring is." Screaming in pain, the gravedigger finally revealed the exact location where the ring was hidden. Still, he murmured something about planning to get rid of the ring. Before he could continue, the gravedigger began choking on his own blood. He clutched his throat, writhing in desperation before collapsing in front of Adriez, who was left confused about what had happened. Adriez looked at the sword in his hands and thought, could it have been poison? This masked man was really skilled. Who is he? At that moment, our protagonist remembered that when the gravedigger opened the portals, he mentioned the name Dan. Adrias quickly associated it with the legendary Bloody Dan, the bloodthirsty. He crouched down, took the man's mask, and curiously put it on. At once, a blue aura surrounded him. The system message confirmed, Bloody Dan's mask appearance alteration artifact activated. Adrias thought to himself, this is Bloody Dan, the bloodthirsty, the one who triggered the war in the game by kidnapping the child of the northern barbarian chief. He knew that in the game, this event had started an important war between the North and the Empire, spreading across the entire continent. Thanks for the mask, Adrias said, removing it. He gave Nicl new orders. Search for the ring. I'll clean up this mess. Later, Adrias was taken to the hospital to treat his injuries. While resting, he read recent news, terror at the National Cemetery, Necromancer and hired swordsman clash. Despite the alarming headline, Adrias concluded that the news wouldn't affect him directly. It was time to focus on something more important. He started researching the old property of his family, and decided to buy it for 2.5 billion. As he thought about his sister's reaction when seeing the property recovered, he felt a hand covering his eyes. It was Lucia, who asked, "Guess who it is?" Adrias didn't say anything for a few seconds, leaving Lucia feeling uncomfortable. She removed her hand and complained, "You're so annoying." Adrias simply agreed, which only frustrated her further. Curious, Lucia asked, "Why are you so cold with me?" "I'm your cute friend. I came to visit you." She placed a basket of fruit on the table and asked what had happened to him. Adrias replied, "I overdid it with the training." Lucia repeated the sentence mockingly but soon showed concern. "If you keep this up, one day you'll end up dying." Suddenly, Vivien rushed into the room, looking desperate. Upon seeing Adrias, she was both surprised and relieved. Without thinking, she ran to him and hugged him tightly, almost knocking him over. "I was so worried about you," she said, visibly emotional. Adrias, surprised, tried to reassure her. "It's fine, Vivien. I'm okay." While Vivien hugged him, Adrias noticed a hint of jealousy in Lucia's gaze. A week later, Adrias was in a carriage with his sister. She remained deep in thought about what he had said. He had mentioned wanting to show her something important, but hadn't revealed what. The carriage was elegant, and the curtains were closed, adding to the mystery. His sister had decided to accompany him because Adrias had recovered the family ring. Still, she wondered, what is he planning? Then the protagonist, closing his book, heard someone say that they had arrived. Ami, suspicious, asked her brother where they were and what he wanted to show her. The protagonist, looking quite pleased, responded that she would see when they got out. Suddenly, the carriage door opened, and an elderly maid with a gentle demeanor simply greeted them, "Lady Ami." The protagonist's sister recognized her mate as Lupine, and asked what was happening, and why she was there. The protagonist replied kindly that he had asked Lupine to work as the head maid again. Ami, distressed, asked her brother if he didn't know they couldn't afford this at the moment and began apologizing to Lupine, explaining that her brother was naive and unaware of certain things. Suddenly, her expression changed. A mix of surprise and wonder took over her. As she stepped out of the carriage, she was confronted with her old home, the Cromwell family mansion, nicknamed the Wooden Apple Mansion. Ami began to recall her childhood but quickly turned to her brother with a sad face and asked why he had brought her to this place. The protagonist then handed a wrapped letter to his sister and asked her to read it. The paper stated that he had bought the property. Emotional as she read, Ami asked how he managed to buy the house back and if this was something illegal. She feared he might be doing something wrong. The protagonist then showed her the news about the creation of the potion, explaining that thanks to it, he was able to secure the funds to recover the Cromwell family properties. Trying to reassure her, the protagonist said she wouldn't need to work so hard anymore because from that moment on, he would make sure there was money in the account every month. Ami, thoughtful, recalled the harsh things she had said the last time they met. With teary eyes, she realized the weight of her words and, feeling regretful, began to cry, apologizing for pushing him away. Adrias, gently stroking her hair, told her that everything was fine and that from now on, he would act as a responsible older brother. This moment moved everyone around them. Later in Adrias's room, he was seated, engrossed in the book the old professor had given him. Most likely, he was trying to develop a new body. He recalled his last battle when he achieved the second awakening and understood that thanks to the traits he had received, he could now learn necromancy skills much faster. Deeply focused, he skimmed through spells and techniques like Death's Fury, Blood Curse, Corpse Explosion, Ghoul Summoning, Skeleton Summoning, and Revenant Summoning. His enlightenment trait allowed him to significantly speed up his learning of skills and knowledge. Adrias stood up, thinking he might now be able to summon a Revenant, perhaps even Temor. Placing his hand on the stretched-out corpse, he meticulously reviewed every possible cause of failure multiple times, ensuring he was truly ready to begin. The protagonist became enveloped in a shimmering aura. A system notification appeared, stating that a corpse had been detected. Adrias reflected on how he could now fully utilize his dual core. And with Nicl also having evolved, adding Temur's powerful strength to the mix would grant him the might of an entire battalion on his own. With newfound confidence, Adrias began reciting the summoning incantation, calling upon Temur, the monarch of the tiger tribe, the one who had once shaken the continent. The tiger began to move its paws, slowly opening its eyes until it fully awakened. As it stood, multiple system messages confirmed the successful application of additional effects and the success of the summoning. The corpse's level was transcendental, with parts of its former ego restored. Temur let out a powerful growl, activating all his abilities. The system displayed that he was tier 5, had 891 mana, and wielded a massive spear. Adrias immediately recognized Temur as a fearsome and imposing figure. Grateful that he had cast a soundproof spell before completing the summoning, Adrias declared himself Temur's master. In response, the tiger knelt in submission before him. In the next scene, in the snow-covered Vilmore Mountains within the territory of Marquise Magna, a group of Rodlin Academy students gathered for their end-of-term examination. Their instructor stood at the forefront, explaining the procedures. The students listened carefully as he announced that the exam theme would be survival and point collection. They were to spend 70 hours on the mountain gathering points hidden throughout the territory. The instructor elaborated that the bracelets they wore would record the points. While they could take others' bracelets, damaging one would result in automatic disqualification, which made many students anxious. The instructor emphasized that any issues must be reported immediately and that there would be zero tolerance for mistakes. After the instructions, he instructed everyone to blindfold themselves, and the supervisors guided them to their starting points. 46 hours later, Adrias was climbing the slopes of Mount Vilmore, exerting great effort. Upon reaching the summit, he felt relieved to find a flat area perfect for setting up a base. The spot seemed advantageous for both defense and offense. However, he soon noticed a magical shield in front of him. He immediately recognized it as the work of Diana Alvin, who was using wide area search magic along with a barrier simultaneously. Observing from a distance, Adrias noticed that Diana was extremely weakened, likely due to excessive mana consumption. He considered taking advantage of the moment to steal her bracelet and eliminate such a powerful competitor. Yet another thought struck him. Forming an alliance with Diana might make it easier to earn more points, boosting his score strategically. As Adrias contemplated his options, he began approaching her, catching Diana's attention. Startled, she spun around suddenly and demanded to know who was there. Even before identifying him, she threatened to use magic, though it was clear her condition wouldn't allow it. Adrias, speaking calmly, replied, "You've already used too much magic. In this environment, if you keep recklessly expending energy, you'll end up in serious trouble." Diana recognized his voice and, despite her exhaustion, tried to maintain her composure. "You're after my bracelet, aren't you?" she shouted, declaring that even in her weakened state, she could still fight him. But her mana betrayed her, completely depleting at that moment. Adrias took a few more steps toward her and said, "I have a suggestion." Before he could finish, Diana, summoning her last ounce of strength, demanded, "Stay where you are. Don't come any closer." Adrias stopped, reflecting on his next move. Diana backed away from him, visibly frightened. He then asked with a serious expression, "Am I really that hateful?" She remained silent, but Adrias continued, "Why not team up with me?" His question left her visibly confused. "Why should I team up with you?" she replied, crossing her arms suspiciously. Adrias extended a hand and explained, "If I'm alone, I'm vulnerable. If something happens, it's much better to have a partner, just as a precaution." Diana seemed thoughtful but still showed a hint of anger. After a few moments, she responded, "That might be true, but I can't trust you. Not because of who you are. Is it pride, reputation, profit, or personal gain?" Adrias, pretending to be clueless, pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket and began examining it absent-mindedly. "What could this be?" he murmured, leaving the girl salivating. Despite her initial reluctance, she eventually laughed at the situation, and the two started to get along. Adrias knew that earning trust sometimes required simple gestures, and at that moment, chocolate seemed to be the answer. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the mountain, two trolls stood in the middle of a battlefield. The larger one held the head of an injured student, and asked the other, "Is this the one we're looking for?" The smaller troll, growing impatient, glanced at a piece of paper with the target's description. "Idiot, the paper says the person has green hair. This isn't the guy." The two began complaining about the terrible weather, and their current task. "What a crappy job," grumbled the larger troll. "But we were paid for it, so we don't have a choice." Suddenly, a purple sphere surrounded by a matching aura appeared, floating between them. The sphere, with a deep and irritated voice, remarked, "If you have so much time to whine, you should focus on finding the target I sent you after." The two trolls jumped in surprise, looking around. A figure emerged from the shadows as the sphere was revealed to be a floating eye. The entity mocked them, saying, This is why I hate using idiots like you for important tasks. The larger troll tried to justify himself. We did some research on the target you mentioned. We still don't understand why we were sent after a mere student. Besides, I've heard rumors he might be coming here himself. The eye ignored the comment and replied coldly, mind your own business. Just do as instructed. Follow Master Jester's orders and eliminate the target. The smaller troll growled angrily, calling the eye pretentious. His mood was clearly ruined. He suggested, we should rest a bit before continuing. The larger troll disagreed. We should follow the human's scent. We're close. It's probably students and supervisors. Either way, if we just kill students, we'll eventually hit the target. Plus, we're saving ourselves from future trouble. Sooner or later, those kids will become enemies anyway. The floating eye merely watched them with disdain, expecting little from the pair. Its plan was simple, use the trolls to draw attention while it and other allies planted a series of bombs at the mountain summit. Meanwhile, Adrias made his way through the mountain, capturing students' bracelets and leaving them suspended upside down. Inspecting his growing collection, he remarked, we've already got 6 bracelets. The captured students, hanging helplessly, shouted desperately, please let us down. The blood is rushing to our heads. Adrias ignored their pleas, focused on reaching the next target. Walking alongside him, Diana carried the bracelets they had gathered. Adrias commented as they moved, you were supposed to be an elite group. Donna, keeping pace, reflected. Silently, when did he learn to track like this? And how is he moving so swiftly through such rugged mountain trails? To her, Adrias seemed like a completely different person. Suspicious as always, Diana followed him quietly for a while, but her thoughts began to bother her. Finally, she broke the silence. What happened to you? You used to be a complete scumbag. Adrias smiled. To him, Diana hadn't changed at all, still blunt and straight to the point. He stopped, turned to face her, and responded, if I had stayed on that path, I would have lost everything. You're right. I was a scumbag who never cared about my sister's needs, even though she was the only family I had left. When I realized that, I decided to change. He paused and, with a serious tone, continued, as I worked to improve myself, I discovered something else. I, too, had a domain. Bowing slightly, Adrias added, I'm sorry for all the terrible things I did. Diana, visibly surprised, remained silent for a moment. Before responding, all right, let's leave it in the past. After that brief moment, Adrias smiled and suggested, let's focus on reaching the summit. As they climbed, their conversation shifted to the competition's rules. Despite their partnership, they both knew that in the end, there could only be one winner. Meanwhile, a supervisor hidden behind a tree observed them closely. She reflected, he didn't hesitate to kill during the Balearic incident. Adrias was a despicable person, but recently he's changed. Could it be for the better? How can someone who lived as a fool transform just because of a shift in attitude? She murmured softly. Adrias Cromwell, you're quite the intriguing young man. As Adrias and Diana raced toward the next marked point on their map, they realized they had only 3 minutes left. According to the rules, they could earn points by either taking bracelets from other students or retrieving the items at the marked location. Alert to his surroundings, Adrias began to suspect they weren't alone. He whispered to Diana, stay sharp. We might be ambushed. Suddenly, a creature confronted them, causing Diana to stumble back in alarm. Adrias, on the other hand, immediately assumed a defensive stance. It was the dwarf troll and his giant companion. The pair, amused, began taunting them. Look at these kids, the dwarf sneered. The giant laughed and added, good thing my axe missed them. Your axe? That pathetic throw of yours was the worst, the dwarf retorted. Diana rushed to Adrias's side, asking, are you okay? Adrias replied firmly, I'm fine, but this doesn't look good. The surrounding scene was desolate. Dead bodies of students and others severely injured littered the area. Diana was horrified by the sight and murmured, what happened here? The dwarf troll seemed pleased to see Adrias. He exclaimed, look at that green hair, just like the job description. This statement confused both Adrias and Diana. Adrias asked, do you know us? The giant replied with a menacing grin, I wouldn't say we're strangers. We're here for you. The dwarf, licking his knife with a sinister smile, added, we're here to kill you. Confident, Adrias took a step forward and said, if it's me you're after, let the others go safely. We can talk somewhere more private. Diana was shocked by the suggestion and yelled, are you insane? Why can't we fight them together? Turning to her calmly, Adrias replied, some students here are still alive. I need you to take care of them until the supervisors arrive. Trust me, I can handle this. Diana hesitated, but seeing the determination in Adrias's eyes, nodded. He then walked toward the 2 trolls, distancing himself from Diana and the remaining students. Before leaving, he looked back at her and said, it'll be fine. The dwarf, with a devilish expression, started laughing. You're a complete idiot. You don't stand a chance against us, but that just makes our job easier. Adrias kept walking. Further away, drawing the trolls with him. When they were far enough, he asked, "Are we far enough now? No one will hear the noise, right?" The giant grinned and confirmed, "Yeah, no one's going to hear a thing out here." The dwarf, with a wicked smirk, added, "All we need to do is take your head to complete the job." The giant raised his axe, taunting Adrias. "Show us what you've got, kid." Both charged at him simultaneously, but Adrias dodged the dwarf's attack at the last moment. The giant swung next, but his attack was blocked. Both were shocked to see Adrias had drawn a sword to defend himself. The giant asked in confusion, "You're a mage. How are you fighting hand-to-hand?" Adrias, flashing a defiant smile, sheathed the sword and responded, "You're Mandos and Glow, right? You should really drop the prejudice that mages can't wield swords." The two were taken aback, wondering how Adrias knew their names. At that moment, Adrias activated his magic and declared, "I could tell you how I know, but only if you tell me who in the congregation sent you." The two began to panic, visibly terrified. "We were tricked. We didn't know you were like this," they stammered. Without showing any mercy, Adrias began summoning his familiars. He stated coldly, "Even if you don't want to talk, you'll be forced to." Soon enough, Nicl stood ready to strike, awaiting orders. Adrias turned to him and commanded, "Hold on, just take down anyone who tries to flee." Realizing they had nowhere to run, the trolls started hurling insults at Adrias, calling him insolent. The giant bellowed, "This isn't over yet." He charged at full force, trying to land a blow on Adrias. Calmly, Adrias dodged with precision. While evading, he thought, "Maybe I can combine my mage abilities with my combat skills. Let's test it out." Adrias put on an impressive display. He dodged the giant's attacks with ease and countered with precision. The dwarf tried to seize the opportunity to strike Adrias while he was attacking the giant but failed miserably. Adrias disarmed the dwarf, taking his dagger and claiming it as his own. The dwarf, frightened, retreated. Adrias gave him a cold smile and remarked, "Let me teach you how to wield a dagger." With swift, precise movements, Adrias began attacking the dwarf relentlessly. The dwarf could barely react while the giant remained on the ground, dazed. After a powerful strike, the dwarf was sent flying. Adrias then turned to the giant, who was clutching his head in pain, and asked, "Is that all you've got?" The giant tried to get back up but was visibly defeated. Adrias smiled, satisfied, thinking to himself, "My combat skills are working perfectly." Meanwhile, his summoned creatures stood nearby, arms crossed, watching the scene. Nicl, in particular, looked bored. Adrias glanced at him and commented, "Poor thing. Didn't even get a chance to join the fun." Cain stood facing her classmates, speaking with determination. "I'll leave everyone under the supervisor's care. She's here to ensure your safety." However, the supervisor wasn't about to let Cain leave so easily. With a stern look, she replied, "Everyone here is aware of your skills and standing in the academy. This needs to be a team effort." Cain hesitated, recalling Adrias's words, "Take care of them until the supervisor arrives." But she couldn't just stand by and let more people get hurt. Perhaps she was worried about Adrias. Noticing Cain's resolve, the supervisor relented. "Fine, Ko. But stay out of their line of sight. We'll follow as soon as we can." Beaming with determination, Cain agreed to the terms, and quickly set off toward the summit. Meanwhile, Adrias stood over his defeated opponents. He looked at the giant on the ground and said, "You better start talking now. Who sent you?" The giant, breathing heavily, replied, "Just finish me off." Adrias turned to Nicl and asked for his sword. Facing the giant again, he declared, "If that's the case, there are other ways to get what I want. I don't need to waste my breath." Before he could act, the weakened dwarf decided to speak up. "It was Jester who sent us." The dwarf glanced at the giant and continued, "We owe nothing to someone who treats us like animals. That's why I'm talking." He paused, then concluded with a grim tone, "He sent more than just the two of us." Those words left Adrias silent. He had already suspected someone from the congregation was behind the attack, but he hadn't expected it to be Jester. He recalled Salem's promise, "If anyone questions this later, I'll personally find and kill whoever's responsible." Adrias thought to himself, if Jester acted despite Salem's threats, he must be confident he won't be discovered. That explains the chaos caused by these two. They're just a distraction to eliminate me. He turned to the dwarf and asked, "Where are the others?" The dwarf, terrified, answered, "I don't know. Maybe they're setting something else up. We didn't want to cross Rodland. Maybe a landslide, something to make it look like an accident." Adrias concluded that Jester was trying to create an alibi to avoid being hunted by Salem or Rodland. The dwarf pleaded with the giant, "Mandos, try to get up. We need to leave before we get dragged into this." But Adrias interrupted with a menacing tone, "You think you can just walk away after killing all these students?" He stepped forward and declared, "I won't let either of you leave here alive." Not far away, Cain was climbing in search of Adrias. She wondered where he was. As she was nearing the summit, and still hadn't found him, she suddenly felt something unusual beneath her feet. When she looked down, she realized she had stepped on a magical mark. Before she could react, the mark exploded. Diane tried to shield herself with the protective barrier she had already activated, but the force of the explosion threw her backward. From her elevated position on the mountain, she saw several figures with their hands outstretched. They were mages. Diane stared at them, confused and frightened. The mages, on the other hand, began arguing among themselves. One of them commented, "This isn't the right person." Another, visibly annoyed, muttered, "What kind of rat sneaked into the ritual site?" After a moment of contemplation, he scoffed, "It's just a random novice." Diane, showing bravery and boldness, activated her magic as she faced her enemies. She shouted, "You attacked me out of nowhere and didn't even answer my questions. Don't blame me for having to kill you now." Her magic began to manifest in the form of an icy whirlwind, engulfing the area and sending some of the opponents flying. The leader of the mages observed, intrigued, and recognized her spell as a rare combination. Snowstorm and ice magic. A dual-action magic. "Interesting," he murmured. Diane gathered all her energy and unleashed another powerful attack, yelling, "Get out of here." The man activated his magical shield to protect himself while ordering the others to heighten their evasive maneuvers. Despite her exhaustion, Diane summoned her own shield, defending herself from their attacks while maintaining firm control over her mana. The man was impressed. Her mana control is frightening considering her age and lack of experience, but in the end, she's just a girl. He grabbed the magical eye that always accompanied him and placed it on his forehead. A sinister smile spread across his face as he said, "This will be fun. I'll toy with you until my plans are complete." Suddenly, the eye began to consume the man's body, transforming him into something monstrous. Diane immediately recognized the dark energy and thought, "That's black magic." Further away, the supervisor who had evaluated Adrias in the last exam sensed the use of dark magic and began approaching, intrigued by the origin of such power. Meanwhile, the magical eye, now with grotesque tentacles, started attacking Diane. Using her shield to defend herself, she thought, "My mana is starting to run out. I can't hold on much longer like this." She was surrounded by attacks. Ahead of her was the man with the monstrous eye, and on either side, two other mages were constantly casting spells. Diane found herself forced to attack and defend simultaneously until a particularly strong attack struck her, throwing her backward. The three-eyed man laughed loudly, mocking her. "This is the difference between us, experience." But Diane, even as she lay on the ground, wasn't intimidated. She shouted back, "The only difference between us is that you have an extra head, and it doesn't make you any smarter." The man, now irritated, gritted his teeth and declared, "I'm going to end your life, you insolent girl." Diane responded firmly, "Being threatened by someone like you only makes this whole thing even more ridiculous." However, her mana was nearly depleted, and she knew she couldn't hold on much longer. The man, noticing her weakness, seized the moment. He aimed the shadowy tentacles of the eye at Diane, ready to strike her down. Suddenly, something slashed through the tentacles, saving her. Both were caught off guard. Diane, confused, asked, "Who are you?" Standing before her was Adrias, wearing the mask he had stolen when retrieving the ring. He spoke in a firm and confident voice. "I'm a mercenary hired by Rodlin. I'll handle this from here. Run." Still injured, Diane wiped the blood from her face and responded, "You can't just show up out of nowhere and think you'll handle all these guys by yourself." Adrias smirked and replied, "I'm not here to take them down. I have another objective." He thought to himself, "I can't summon either Nicl or Temur now. That would draw too much attention." Then he explained to Diane, "I want to trigger a landslide in this area. Get out of here as quickly as possible." Diane was confused. But before she could respond, the three-eyed man, whom Adrias had nicknamed Giant Squid Head, interrupted, clearly furious. "How do you know about me? Who are you to have this information?" Adrias, maintaining his composure, replied coldly, "Why would I tell someone who's about to die?" The taunt enraged the man. He lunged to attack, but Adrias also charged forward, determined. Drawing his sword, he began slicing through the monstrous eye's tentacles while dodging its attacks. At the same time, the two mages accompanying the man cast spells at Adrias, but he moved swiftly, dodging and countering with precision. His swordsmanship was impressive. He struck the mages skillfully, leaving them injured and disoriented. Diane, still watching, was awestruck. "He's so fast." Adrias continued pressing forward, cutting through everything in his path. But then the eye began emanating a red aura, signaling that the true danger was just beginning. Diane tried to warn Adrias, "Watch out." At that moment, an explosion erupted. Everyone was startled by the deafening crash, and a hole formed in the center of the ground. Some of the monstrous eye's disciples, still in shock, asked, "Is the master okay?" Others, confused about what had just happened, looked around anxiously. As the dust began to settle, they saw Adrias with his sword plunge deep into the throat of the creature's eye. The monster seemed bewildered, as if it couldn't comprehend what had just occurred, and it stared deeply into the masked figure's eyes. Suddenly, one of its tentacles lashed out, striking Adrias and sending him flying backward. He quickly regained his footing but realized the situation was becoming far more dangerous. He shouted to Diane, "Get out of here, stay behind me." As he steadied himself, Adrias thought, the host should already be dead, but it's still moving. As the monster completely taken over the body, the monstrous eye let out a loud, guttural roar as its tentacles fully invaded the host's body. The creature seemed to be growing, its appendages extending and taking on a life of their own. Massive tentacles surged toward Adrias, but he grabbed Diane and sprinted away as far as possible. "Stay back," he commanded firmly. "I'll create an opening, but I need to act fast." Adrias readied himself for another battle, gripping his sword tightly and charging toward the monster. Diane, watching from a distance, thought to herself, "I don't know who he is, but he saved my life. I can't just leave him here." Determined, Diane began concentrating her energy, refining it into what resembled a magical spear made of condensed mana. She knew she needed to be precise, despite being exhausted and nearly out of mana. Meanwhile, Adrias fought desperately, thinking, if only I could summon Nicl or Tamer, I'd end this in seconds. Suddenly he noticed Diane moving and shouted, "Stubborn girl, why haven't you run away yet?" Ignoring him, Diane carefully aimed her mana spear. Once ready, she hurled it with all her strength. The spear soared through the air, striking the monster and revealing something that immediately caught Adrias' attention, a mana core. So that's it, he thought. If I can destroy that core, I can finish this once and for all. Adrias charged again, focused on the core. He struck with all his strength, but the attack was superficial. Tentacles began to move rapidly, grabbing the disciples of the monstrous eye. In a few seconds, the monster started to absorb their mana and vitality, reducing them to mere bones. Adrias was exhausted, but he felt a different energy around him. He looked up and realized he was being protected by a magical ice shield. Moreover, his sword was glowing intensely, as if it had been magically sharpened. He turned around and saw Diane, her eyes full of determination, channeling all the mana she had left. "Diane, stop, you're going to hurt yourself. Just run," he shouted. But she ignored his plea, staying focused on supporting him. Feeling his body lighter and stronger, Adrias charged again at the monster. He knew he had to destroy the core for good. With a precise strike, Adrias hit the core. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing had happened. But then the tentacles started to fall around him. Not quite understanding what had occurred, he realized he had succeeded. The monster exploded in a burst of light, leaving the area in silence. Breathing heavily, Adrias asked himself, what happened? How did I manage to hit it? It was then that he heard a voice behind him. "Who are you?" He turned slowly only to see Supervisor Ivy Claire, who was glaring at him with suspicion. Ivy looked intently at Adrias, her expression full of distrust. She spoke in a threatening tone. "If you don't answer me now, I'll tear that mask off and kill you." Before Adrias could react, a tremor shook the ground, catching their attention. He pointed upward and explained, "Those black mages planted a huge explosive magical circle. If we don't destroy it now, the students will be severely harmed." Ivy ignored the warning, crossed her arms, and stated, "That's just a bluff. Don't try to fool me." However, when she looked up at the sky again, she felt something strange. Adrias insisted, "It's going to explode any moment. But since you don't believe me, I'll leave it to you." Before Ivy could react, Adrias quickly ran off, leaving her furious. "Damn it, I swear I'll find you," she shouted, running toward the mountain summit to try to reach the impending explosion. Meanwhile, at a certain distance, Adrias removed the mask, relieved. "That was close. Very close. Ivy almost found out who I am." Hidden behind a tree, he thought to himself, "Ivy can handle this. She's strong enough." In an ancient castle, not far from there, inside a circle of black magic, Jester was immersed in his magic, surrounded by a red aura. On a ritualistic table, the body of a mermaid lay still. Suddenly, Jester noticed something and murmured, "This is my private place. Isn't it common courtesy to warn someone before visiting?" Salem was in the castle, observing the dark surroundings. He replied sarcastically, "Good manners were never your strong suit, Jester." Approaching, Salem added in a threatening tone, "You really are underestimating me, aren't you? Because if you weren't, you wouldn't have caused all this mess." Jester, maintaining his composure, feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about?" Salem's patience ran out, his aura began to pulse strongly as he retorted, "Aren't you tired of living, or do you want to die burned to a crisp?" Jester stared at Salem without fear, responding firmly, "What do you really want?" Salem, already impatient, grabbed a bottle, poured himself a drink, and answered with irony, "I've already told you what I want. If you keep pretending it was just a natural disaster and drag me into it, you'll be in trouble." He took a sip, and without ceremony, continued, Lend me the Codex of Sloth for a week. Maybe this time I'll leave you alone. Sometime later, the news about the events on the mountain began to spread. As Edrias walked through the academy halls, he read a post on his tablet. The title read, Black Mage defeated by Assistant Professor Ivy Clare. Exclusive interview with the Empire's investigation agency. Terrorism targeted at Academy students. Another excerpt caught his attention. The daughter of House Alvin testified that she was saved by an unknown individual at the scene. Adrias continued walking but noticed that Supervisor Ivy was watching him from a distance. In her thoughts, she reflected, with Tum and Bass's suspension, the investigation will be directly handled. This will be a problem. Things are going to get noisy for a while. Adrias knew he needed to keep a low profile. As he passed by the supervisor, she called out with a light smile and a curious tone. You seem to enjoy the Academy's night training grounds quite a lot. I'm curious. What brings a mage like you here? She kindly added, please accompany me. Adrias hesitated, pausing for a moment before following Evie. He walked behind her, but in his mind he felt that she had already figured everything out. He tried to stay calm as she asked in a serious tone, do you know why I'm here? Adrias answered firmly, yes, I do. Evie smiled. Satisfied. That makes things much easier. But before she could continue, Adrias, trying to avoid the situation, said, I respect you, Professor, but I'm not ready to start a relationship, especially with a supervisor. Ivy blushed with anger and clenched her fist, but she managed to stay composed and not deviate from the topic. She then continued, Cain told me about the dwarf goblin and the half-human who killed the students. I want to know what happened to them. Adrias maintained his composure and replied, as is said, I don't know. During the chaos, I managed to escape while they were distracted. He felt relief when he realized that Cain hadn't mentioned she was pursuing him at the time of the encounter, but Ivy seemed skeptical. You think I'm going to believe that made-up story? She said with a tone of disbelief. Adrias insisted, it's the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving. The moment he tried to leave, Ivy attacked him by surprise. Adrias instinctively dodged, but she didn't stop. She lunged again, and he was forced to draw his sword to block the strike. Ivy, with a malicious smile, teased, a mage like you managed to block a strike from an assistant professor knight. Interesting. Adrias looked at his sword and saw a crack, thinking to himself, the only thing I did was block it. She's incredibly strong. Ivy stepped forward and said, this is all very suspicious. Adrias took a deep breath and asked directly, are you implying that I am a dark mage? At that moment, Vivien, who had been hiding and listening to the conversation, was shocked and began to wonder, is Adrias really a dark mage? Ivy responded, that's the only explanation. Whenever there's a case involving dark mages, you act suspiciously. You're always around. In Balaric's case, it was you who brought down the mage who imprisoned me. She thought to herself, his voice is different, but his body type is the same. How did he manage to do that? Adrias stood firm, staring back at her. I figured you wouldn't be convinced by what he said. Ivy didn't hesitate. I'm not convinced. Since that mid-semester exam, you've been peculiar. Vivien, still watching everything unfold, started connecting the dots. She remembered being saved by a fairy lord and finally realized that Adrias was that mysterious man. Ivy, still angry, continued, as a failure you can get in and out of dark mage barriers. This doesn't make sense. Vivien, unable to hold back any longer, entered the scene and said, it's all true. Adrias really did save me that day. Ivy, still with her sword pointed at Adrias, hesitated, but eventually lowered the weapon. I'll be watching you all the time, Adrias. Don't think this is over, she said before walking away. Adrias, relieved, thanked Vivien. Thank you. I don't know what would have happened without you. Vivien smiled but confirmed what she had already suspected. So, it's true. You really are the fairy lord from that day. At the Cromwell mansion, Emmy was in the office writing and reviewing documents. A maid entered and informed her, the mansion's cleaning is finished, miss, but we thought it would be best not to touch the former family head's office. Placing a tray with tea and sweets on the table, she continued, perhaps you prefer to take a look yourself. Emmy thanked her and replied, you understand. I'll take a look now. She walked to the former office and, stopping in front of the door, remembered that it was the place where her father used to study. Upon entering, she was surprised by the mess, papers scattered, broken glass, and a completely neglected environment. She felt a pang of nostalgia, remembering when she used to play hide and seek there with Adrias. But something caught her attention, a broken artifact on the floor. She picked it up and observed it, intrigued. Meanwhile, in Welton territory, Adrias was on a train reflecting. He murmured to himself, Master Salem is being anything but discreet. The greatest dark mage on the continent in a public place like this. That's bold. Despite the thought, he didn't complain, as Salem was there to teach an important lesson. Sitting across from him, Salem said, you know that the aura in your dantian and the mana in your heart are essentially the same thing, right? Theoretically, it's possible to convert them, and use them interchangeably. Adrias listened carefully as Salem continued, of course, this is only possible for someone with a dual core like you. But I'll teach you the method I developed called transfer. 10 minutes later, Adrias was with his eyes closed, focused on his practice. He thought to himself, the technique and activation are incredibly simple. I never imagined it would be possible to convert the mana from the heart into aura so quickly. He was amazed by the extraordinary technique developed by Salem. Salem, watching him, commented, "You're getting the hang of it. Keep practicing." The dark mage stood up and opened the train window, but before leaving, Adrias interrupted him. "I have a question. Do you know anything about my father and the Cromwell family?" Salem paused for a moment, observing the curiosity in Adrias's eyes. With a serious expression he replied, "Cain Cromwell was your grandfather's apprentice in Morns." The revelation left Adrias in shock. He never imagined his father could be connected to Morn. Salem continued, "As I've said before, you need to figure out the details on your own. I don't have the patience to explain everything." Without saying more, Salem jumped out of the train window, leaving Adrias deep in thought. Cain Cromwell, a dark mage. I never imagined that, not in the game, nor since I came to this world. He decided he needed to investigate further. It's good that I'm going home. Maybe I'll find something there. Upon arriving at the Cromwell family mansion, Adrias entered alongside Emmy. She looked around and commented, "Lupini did a great job tidying up this place." Adrias, curious, asked, "Was this the place where our father used to study?" Emmy confirmed, saying, "Yes, but it was a mess. I personally had a new set of furniture brought in." Adrias thanked her, observing the place. "This could make a good office," Emmy added. "I made sure to leave all the important things in their place." She picked up an old family photo and showed it to Adrias. "Look at this. Do you remember when we were children?" Adrias smiled but felt a strange sensation as he looked at the photo. He thought it's nostalgic, but at the same time, it feels like these emotions aren't exactly mine. When he touched the photo, a radiant light emanated from the frame. Emmy took a step back, startled. "What the hell?" she murmured. Adrias realized that a magic circle had been activated, opening a secret passage in the office. They both stared at the newly revealed entrance. Adrias thought, a magic circle that only activates when touching the photo. This must be Cain's inheritance or maybe his will. Changing his expression to something more serious, he said to Emmy, "I'll take a look first. You should wait here." Still surprised, Emmy tried to argue. "You can't go alone. It's dangerous." Adrias explained firmly, "This is an advanced magical device. It's too much for you. Please trust me and wait here." Reluctantly, Emmy agreed. "Okay, but be careful." Descending the stairs of the secret passage, Adrias was surprised by what he saw. In the center of the room, there was a glowing tree surrounded by rare fairy flowers. He felt an aura similar to the one he had felt when he encountered the Codex of Sloth. "Is this a dark magic item?" Adrias approached the tree, noticing the many rare fairy flowers around it. Suddenly a notification appeared, saying, "Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin waiting to bear fruit." His eyes still wide with astonishment, he wondered, could this be the main part of the Codex? He never heard anything like this in the game. Moving closer, he saw a scroll tied to the tree. Curious, Adrias picked up the scroll and opened it, wondering, did Cain leave this here? Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped Adrias, and the letter began to disappear from his hands. Something softly touched his head, as if caressing him. He was completely bewildered, his eyes wide. A vision began to form before him, as though he was being transported into a memory. In the memory, he saw Cain bowing before an old man who appeared to be the emperor. Cain was holding a mysterious seed, which was planted in a pot. Over time, the seed sprouted, growing into a small tree that radiated an immeasurable power. The emperor and Cain were both terrified and simultaneously consumed by greed. Then Adrias saw another scene, his mother being stabbed by a dagger while Cain held her. Desperate, the old man, wanting to capture Cain's children, instructed that a magic circle be placed in the mansion so that only they could activate it. Adrias finally understood. The Empire and the Dark Mages were conspiring together. Cain realized this too late. His wife was murdered, his health deteriorated, and his family fell into ruin. Salem had been right. The Emperor had placed Cain under Morn's care, and it was there that Cain learned dark magic. He cultivated the original sin, but upon gaining that power, he was discarded. In an act of revenge, Cain hid the original sin in a place where only his children could access it. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "So, did you manage to see the memories your father left behind?" Adrias turned and saw a man with green hair similar to his own, who added, "Welcome, Adrias Cromwell." Adrias immediately turned around and saw Cain standing there. Before he could say anything, Cain began speaking. "Should I call you Makuta Kaneshiro?" Then Adrias drew his sword and pointed it directly at him, asking firmly, "Who are you?" Cain, maintaining a calm tone, replied, "It's a shame you haven't figured it out yet. I thought someone addicted to games like you would have figured it out sooner." Cain's words brought memories to Adria's mind. He began to remember when everything started, the connections between that world and the game. Then Cain asked, "Does the phrase, 'Thank you for playing our game,' remind you of anything?" Adrias widened his eyes and asked, "Are you the developer who brought me here?" Cain confirmed, smiling. "Bingo, it's me. How's the world of the 7 deadly sins? Isn't it a fantastic fantasy world?" Adrias stared at him and asked bluntly, "Why did you bring me here?" Cain casually replied, "It's nothing much, really. I just wanted you to complete this game. It's a very simple wish." He then continued, "I'm sure you've seen how this world ends several times. Lucia, Vivien, and everyone else. In the end, everyone ends up in an apocalypse. The world is destroyed by the outbreak of the original sin, which consumes all the 7 deadly sins and their respective owners." Adrias, confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" "In the game, by collecting all the 7 deadly sins and defeating the final boss, the end of the world should have been avoided." Cain smiled wickedly and explained, "That's what you've seen. But as long as the consciousness of the original sin exists, the world will eventually be destroyed. To prevent that, you need to gain full control over it. Only the flesh and blood of Cain can do that." At that moment, a notification appeared before Adrias's eyes. "The immature original sin requires the blood of a contractor. Offer your blood and sign the contract." Cain continued explaining, "The original sin sensed your presence. You may be a talentless fool, but few have access to this place. You are one of those few. After 6 months, when the original sin becomes aware, it will emerge and seek a host on its own." Adrias finally understood why he had been reincarnated as such an insignificant character. Cain continued, "That's exactly why Cain hid the original sin here. Only you, enemy, have access to it. Now, what will you do?" Adrias asked, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Cain answered, "It's simple. I want you to sign a contract with the original sin. Become its host and feed it the 7 deadly sins. You must dominate it completely. If you fail, it will devour you, but that's the only way. If you succeed, both you and the world will survive." As Cain began to dematerialize, he apologized. "I'm sorry for bringing you here and asking this of you, but I'm counting on you." Before disappearing completely, he looked at Adrias and called out, "Son, I believe in you. If it's you, I'm sure you'll succeed." With a soft tone, he added, "Please take care of Emmy and the Cromwell house." And then Cain disappeared completely. Adrias stared at the tree in front of him. He removed his glove, and with his sword made a small cut on his hand. As blood dripped, he murmured, "This isn't one of those reincarnation stories in another world." But as he said, "There's no other choice. If I have no other option, I'll face it, just like I always have." He pressed his bloodied hand against the tree. In that instant, a red aura began to swirl around him as a notification appeared. The original sin has been lodged in the user's body, which recognizes it as its master. Mana recovery increased by 133. Mana density will increase over time. The red aura grew, enveloping the entire scene. Another notification appeared. Mana element will gradually become closer to darkness over time. As the 7 deadly sins are collected, more abilities and resources will be unlocked. Adrias felt the power coursing through his body and looked up at the sky, murmuring, "Cain Cromwell, Father, the second half of my soul. You can leave Emmy and the Cromwell house to me. I swear I will avenge all the tragedies that happened to you." In the luxurious chamber of the Emperor, he stood imposingly by the window, carefully cleaning his sword, while a servant remained prostrated at his feet. The Emperor addressed Viscount Lemur, the head of intelligence. "Have you located the Codex of Original Sin?" The kneeling Viscount appeared reserved yet visibly tense. Bowing reverently, he responded, "My entire team was closely monitoring Cain's activities before his death." However, his words were abruptly cut off as the Emperor, seized by a fit of rage, turned sharply with his sword, proclaiming furiously, "You are useless. Viscount. You don't even deserve to call yourself the head of intelligence." Regaining his composure, though his gaze still carried shadows, the Emperor remarked, "Cain likely entrusted it to a relative. It's only a matter of time before we'll need to deal with them." The Viscount promptly assured, "I will investigate all the Cromwells more thoroughly." This statement caught the Emperor's attention, and he replied calmly, "There is only one young Cromwell left now. There's no imminent urgency. Therefore, you have a bit more time." Demonstrating his gratitude, the Viscount bowed even deeper before the Emperor, thanking him for his benevolence. However, almost instantly, he was startled by a dark voice from behind. It would be wise to start with the Codex of Original Sin. The observation piqued the Emperor's curiosity, and he inquired, "The Zifar sect. They have a codex to summon their god, don't they?" The Viscount affirmed, "We've identified highly suspicious activity. We believe the cult will soon gather a large number of people for the Zifar summoning ceremony." In response, the emperor reiterated his order, keep a closer watch on them. The scene transitions from a luxurious room to a filthy, grimy sewer, where numerous individuals lined up, transporting wooden crates under the coordination of a peculiar man dressed in purple robes. It became clear that they were followers of the Zephyr sect. In the distance, voices echoed, everyone recognizes the importance of this year-end festival. A second voice emphatically agreed, yes, all preparations are complete. The two individuals were talking, with one of them adding, we have a considerable number of guards strategically placed, even at the entry point. Additionally, we've thoroughly mapped out all the underground passages beneath the arena. We plan to perform numerous sacrifices to summon the demon lord Zephyr. This information pleased the man in purple robes. He expressed his gratitude, stating, if everything goes perfectly, you'll be rewarded with the company of some lovely girls. The young man responded with a slight smile, bowing his head in thanks. However, Fayat, showing off, mentioned, or perhaps you have different preferences beyond just girls. The provocation left the young man flustered, and he began to stammer, it's fine. I didn't do anything special. I just asked for help from my friends at the academy. Fayat, hand on his chin, reflected on the preciousness of children and their innate understanding of faith. This reflection led him to recall that the young man had mentioned a possible candidate at some point. Curious, he asked if the recruitment had been successful. The young man envisioned Vivien in his mind, thinking about the moment when she lost her composure during Baron Belaric's mission. Trying to deflect, he mentioned that he had spoken directly with her, but Vivien hadn't shown much interest, even stating that she had already found her spirituality. Fayat, listening attentively, verbally expressed his frustration, lamenting, it's a shame not everyone can be helped. His expression grew more serious and somber as he informed the young man that he would have important matters to attend to, making his presence at the mission impossible. However, he expressed hope that the young man would succeed, even without his accompaniment. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, we return to the academy. Our protagonist was examining the system screens, reflecting to himself. After a week at the Cromwell mansion, he began to grow worried about the codex of original sin he had absorbed. The unease that it might cause problems grew in his mind. Approaching the window, he was silently thankful that no setbacks had occurred so far. He opened the window, feeling momentary relief, but the unease persisted. Now that he knew the Cromwell's secret, his concern for Emmy had grown. Gazing at the vastness of the city where the academy stood, his thoughts continued to hammer in his mind. If it weren't for what is about to happen at the academy, I could have stayed by Emmy's side, he thought. He was aware that something grave was about to take place on the final day of the academy festival. In the grand arena, the Zephyr sect planned to carry out a terrorist attack. The protagonist wondered how many lives would be claimed in their ridiculous attempts to summon a demon. Images of Cain, Lucia, Vivien, and Cain's older brother flashed through his mind. He understood that it was crucial to act before it was too late for these playable characters. Determined, Adreas was convinced that he needed to protect these characters if he truly wanted to complete the game. However, it wasn't just that. He also suspected that the Zephyr sect possessed the other sin codices, making a thorough analysis essential. Since obtaining the original codex, there was a long list of tasks to be accomplished. In light of this, Adreas summoned Nicl from his subspace, telling him, it's time to restart your training. After finishing his talk about the training, a purple aura enveloped Adreas and Nicl, leaving the protagonist surprised. His eyes widened, his hand outstretched as the aura circulated around them. A notification appeared revealing that the Apocalypse Codex had detected the sin of diligent sloth. Soon after, another notification indicated that additional resources and skills had been generated along with an increase in base capacity. Both seemed perplexed by the information about the Sloth Codex, especially considering that in previous parts we knew this codex had been sold at the meeting of the Black Mage sect. When the notification indicated that the original codex was beginning to evolve, a heavy feeling filled the area, bringing a sense of tension and mystery. The purple aura surrounded the environment as the protagonist realized that the codex recognized Nicl as the Codex of Sloth. His eyes fixed on the summon, startled, and he began to wonder if this was happening because his subordinate had carried the codex for such a long time, remembering that Nicl had possessed it all along before it was sold. A new notification appeared informing that the original codex had completed its evolution, and that it and the Sloth Codex were no longer linked. This evolution brought significant changes to Nicl, who now shared the effects of the Sloth Codex, resulting in a mana recovery increase to 188 and a mana sensitivity of 66. Furthermore, the codex stored abilities that could be used every 7 days, leaving the protagonist astonished by this surprising evolution. After the completion, Adreas suggested celebrating Nicl's power up by canceling his training session, a proposal that was quickly declined by his subordinate. Later, the protagonist moved discreetly through the city, wearing a mask that covered half of his face. He remembered that some cultists had been recruiting new members in that area. But as he passed by people, he began to disagree with himself, believing that so much time had passed that perhaps he was mistaken, as he did not recognize anyone who could be recruiting. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side, and he was startled. A familiar face crossed his path. It was Hazar. The conclusion was obvious. If that guy, who had disappeared during the confrontation with the black mage from Baron Balaric, reappeared before the terrorist attack, it could only mean one thing. Deciding to follow Hazar, the protagonist noticed that he was heading toward the academy's arena and saw him enter a kind of alley. Without hesitation, Adrias followed him, descending the alley's stairs while staying alert. An orc was passing by, and as soon as it noticed him, it barely had time to react. Adrias was already on top of it, his sword ready for an attack. The surprise attack hit the orc, knocking it unconscious. Opening his summoning portal, the protagonist was certain that Hazar and the other cultists were there preparing a terrorist attack. He not only summoned Nicl, but also Temur, giving instructions for his skeleton to accompany him. While Temur stayed behind to watch, both set off running with their swords in hand, ready to surprise anyone present. Not far from there, a few people could be seen sitting, others busy with various tasks, and some hanging by their arms. Hazar was closely observing the work of the men handling the bombs meant for the attack. In his mind, he confirmed that bringing the explosives had been a major challenge, but the installation should not take more than a day. He felt relieved that this would not be an issue for the ceremony planned for the following day. His thoughts circled around the promotion he so desperately desired given his efforts. Suddenly, the head of one of his workers was decapitated with Adrias's sudden appearance. Widespread panic took over the group, who realized they were under attack. The protagonist was already in front of Hazar after making his first move. The surprise was evident in his opponent's eyes, who quickly ordered everyone to eliminate the spy. The order was executed instantly. Masked men and a woman rushed to attack him. However, the protagonist demonstrated exceptional fencing skills, moving with dexterity and striking each of them. The scene left Hazar deeply angered, cursing them as useless for failing to contain the intruder. In a moment of rage, Hazar drew his sword, proclaiming to all that he was just one man. However, his words were silenced the moment his head was severed from his body. Our loyal squire, Nicl, had just executed an attack in defense of Adrias, his eyes still burning with fury. Although Adrias had been taken by surprise by the action, he recognized the skill with which his summon wielded the sword, something always impressive. Standing before the grotesque scene in the sewer, surrounded by dismembered bodies, the protagonist confirmed that they had finished there and that it was time to collect the explosives. He asked Temur to return, but to his astonishment, Temur was already present, and with a loud thud, he fell into the water, splashing it everywhere. The surprise didn't stop there. Fayat was there mourning Hazar's death, holding his subordinate's head. He expressed that he had finished his missions early, and decided to stop by to visit him. Watching everything with wide eyes, the protagonist prepared himself but was abruptly questioned by Fayat, his voice taking on an angry tone. Did you kill this poor young man? Slowly, Fayat removed his hat and cloak, revealing a fierce expression, a wicked smile, and veins pulsating on his forehead. With determination, he declared, "You've crossed the line, boy." Fayat, one of the main leaders of the sect, emerged in the middle of the plot, boasting strength comparable to that of an aura master. As he removed his cloak, his features completely transformed. The burly man, dressed only in a loincloth, warned that the confrontation would be painful. This revelation was not good news, especially considering the forces at this point in the game. Adrias thought he might even surpass Professor Vivien in power. The protagonist began to question whether Nicl and Temur would be able to defeat him, considering their still low levels of evolution. Fayat positioned himself, preparing for the attack. His eyes, bloodshot with rage, expressed intensity as the veins in his head pulsed. As he removed his cloak, he revealed a muscular body resembling that of a sumo wrestler. His abilities amplified his muscular and physical strength, making Adrias's attacks ineffective. It was a very bad situation for the protagonist, who felt the weight of responsibility in the face of Fayat's power. He analyzed his options while Fayat underwent a complete transformation. His skin and features took on a demonic, dark appearance. Addressing Adrias, he said, "I don't know who you are, but I recognize your strength. I promise to give my all." Adrias stood motionless, watching the events unfold before him, waiting for the imminent confrontation. It didn't take long for Fayat to charge toward him, causing the sewage water to spray into the air. The three took their combat positions with Temur quickly stepping in front of the protagonist to defend him. The battle began with Temur and Fayat, both holding each other with surreal strength. The visual standoff between the two persisted until Nicl, acting swiftly, unsheathed his sword to help his companion, delivering several strikes from behind Fayat. The swift flashes of Nicl's attacks were noticeable, but seemingly none of them had any effect. The enemy they faced mocked them, stating that their attacks were nothing but tickles. This provocation left the skeleton Nicl speechless. Adrias, determined to join the action, charged to attack Fayat. However, he was surprised to find that his strikes were ineffective. His sword didn't even leave a scratch. With that, Fat called for a brief pause, repositioned his strength, and delivered a precise blow to Timur, asking him to step back a little. The demonic monster seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick, pushing Timur even further away. With the path clear, Fat wasted no time and charged directly at the protagonist. Meanwhile, Nicl, still positioned behind, couldn't react to the opponent's movements. The protagonist, preparing for the clash, unsheathed his sword, now surrounded by a bright aura in shades of purple and blue. Facing his opponent and ready to receive and counter the imminent strike, Nicl managed to cancel the attack with his sword, blocking Fat's blow aimed at Adria's. Both were stunned by this unexpected cancellation, giving the protagonist a chance to reconsider his strategy. Adrias closed his eyes, muttering to himself, now. In the next instant, he struck Fat, sending him forward as he repositioned himself. But before he could catch his breath, his opponent once again lunged toward him. Fat was truly a formidable adversary, worthy of testing the protagonist's limits. With little time to react, Adrias summoned the earth shield in an attempt to block the attack. However, Fat's terrifying smile remained unwavering. He persisted, breaking through the raised shield and hitting the protagonist headman. This action sent Adrias flying along with the debris of his defense. Fat grabbed the protagonist by his green hair, his head almost entirely in the hands of his opponent. Adrias was stunned and speechless as his enemy began delivering an unrelenting barrage of punches to his face, showing no mercy. The protagonist was being beaten senseless. His face was covered in blood and he agonized in pain, creating a scene of anguish. Fat, on the other hand, reveled in the moment. His grin stretched from ear to ear, savoring every instant, every groan of pain. Holding Adrias's head firmly in his grip, he began to pout, saying, "You're exactly my type." The protagonist remained suspended, his feet off the ground as Fat enjoyed the situation. Sensing the approach of the protagonist's summons, Fat noticed Nicl and Timur's swift strike, both rushing toward him to counterattack. Timur attempted to grab Fat from behind, while Nicl aimed to strike from the front to free Adrias. However, the effort was ineffective. In the same instant, Fat clenched his fist, preparing for the impact. His blow hit the skeleton squarely, sending Nicl flying away from the scene. With the path clear again, Fat coiled around Adrias like a snake around its prey, using all his strength in an attempt to break every bone in the protagonist's body. The protagonist was writhing in pain, groaning as he was strangled. It was evident that his opponent was enjoying the situation, saying, "Ah, what a lovely sound you make." In the whirlwind of despair enveloping Adrias, one certainty echoed in his mind: his death seemed inevitable in that dark, inescapable place. His scream reverberated through the depths of the sewers, a lament of resignation. However, just as everything seemed to fade into darkness, the codex responded to its host's call. A notification appeared asking if he wished to use the special ability called sloth. The protagonist's eyes were about to close, and without knowing the risks involved, there was no other option but to resort to the codex. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, catching Fat's attention. He looked up, bewildered, trying to understand what was happening. He questioned the strange sound and then realized that all the blood in the area was gathering near him as if it had come to life. It began to float, rising toward Fat. An intense presence, a sinister force, hung in the air, leaving Fat visibly frightened. This aura emanated from the protagonist's body and on its own threw Fat backward while Adrias remained suspended in the air, surrounded by the floating blood. An extraordinary scene unfolded before everyone present. The protagonist underwent a remarkable transformation. His expression changed while a red aura enveloped his entire body and the blood at his feet. The notification stated that temporarily the magic of the Aeneas talent had been activated, momentarily nullifying any mental magic. Now in a state of transcendental emotion with a 60-second duration, Adrias saw his lazy thoughts emerge, revealing how tiring and dull thinking was. Even the simple act of moving became painful. With a palpable laziness to even open his eyes, and a sense of burden with every breath, he simply snapped his fingers and said, "Earth Shield." This action left Fat dumbfounded. Suddenly, his hand was severed from his arm, leaving him truly shocked. Adrias was standing in front of him, arms outstretched, and the debris of his shield floated around the area. The question lingered in Fat's mind: who the hell is this guy? Both Timur and Nicl were equally surprised and speechless at what they had witnessed. An explosion occurred, and all the stones from the shield were directed toward Fat, who tried to defend himself by crossing his arms in front of his face. The pressure was intense, and gradually he was hit. Fat's interest was evident as he focused his gaze on Adrias, a slight smile forming on his face. Slowly, the stones fell to the ground, and everything around began to return to normal except for the blood still surrounding the protagonist. Fat, missing a hand and still struggling to hold his head, asked, "Is this it? Is this all you can do?" Adrias, with a calm expression but sensing that everything was dragging on too long, felt the need to end this quickly so he could finally rest. As he spoke these words, his face was covered in blood, leaving Fat shocked and unsure of what to think. Adriez's presence was so strong and his mana so intense that it caught the attention of Alvin, who was in the city. Despite all the distractions, something unusual was happening, and even he noticed. The intense aura emanating from the battle site was powerful. In the arena, the crowd was going wild over the night's battles, an event that brought the entire city together. Among the spectators celebrating the victories were Diane and her father, director Alvin. However, Alvin's mind was elsewhere. Distracted by uneasy thoughts, he detected the presence of black magic and questioned the nature of this phenomenon, concluding in his mind that the anti-black magic barrier had worked, but against him. Noticing her father's distraction, Diane asked, "Father, is something wrong?" Alvin, still looking distant, replied, "Something probably happened. Stay exactly where you are, Diane." Meanwhile, beneath the grand arena, under the euphoria of the crowd, the battle was unfolding. Adriez floated among the wreckage, facing Fat. His body was marked by the intensity of his mana and the strength of his aura, revealing his dual core trait. He then cast the stone throw spell, a basic level skill. Pointed stone spears flew toward his opponent. Fat, however, kept smiling. He expressed a mix of fear and mockery, asking, "Is this all you've got?" The little stones barely scratched his body. While Fat mocked him, Nicl unexpectedly appeared in front of him, delivering a surprise strike. The attack was enough to momentarily break Fat's composure. He gritted his teeth, enraged, and shouted, "You again, miserable skeleton." Nicl seemed determined, buying time for Adriez to prepare his next move. However, the strategy only fueled Fat's fury, who cursed the skeleton as he punched him, calling him ugly and useless. In an unexpected moment, Fat threw Nicl with such force that his skeletal body was visibly disfigured. Adriez, watching the scene, realized it was time to act. The stone spears, still unmoving, awaited his command. With a sudden motion, he directed them at his opponent. Fat, however, simply glanced over his shoulder, allowing the spears to strike his back. Enraged, he mocked, "You really think you can kill me with little stones?" But before he could make more taunts, Timur grabbed him firmly, immobilizing him and catching Fat by surprise. Timur maintained a dark expression as Adriez commanded a new attack. With his hand outstretched, he ordered the stones to advance once again. The sharp stone spears pierced Fat's body at several points, leaving him speechless. Timur did not loosen his grip, ensuring that Fat could not escape. Soon after, a notification appeared before Adriez, "The duration of the lazy skill has expired." Immediately, the protagonist's body was overwhelmed by gravity. Another notification followed, "Due to excessive use of the body, severe damage has been inflicted, temporarily preventing any movement, mana manipulation, or aura usage." Adriez fell to the ground powerless, only aware of the feeling of his shattered body. He knew he had to get up and end the situation, but his physical limits had been reached. Timur and Nicl, aware that continuing was impossible, retreated to their summoning portals. Meanwhile, Fat remained motionless, the stones deeply embedded in his body. The scene fell into silence. Both combatants were prostrated, one on the ground among the wreckage and the other on his knees, unconscious and pierced. Adriez, exhausted and debilitated, could barely move. In this lamentable state, a notification window appeared. "The requirements for evolution have been met. An individual with evolutionary potential has been detected. Adriez Cromwell has a 33 chance of evolution. Divergence. Option available." Makoto, or rather Adriez, immersed in thoughts about his possible death, questioned the purpose of it all. He joked with himself, "Is this just a memory to be engraved on my tombstone?" Despite the uncertainties, he murmured his acceptance of the evolution proposal. Meanwhile, not far away, Alvin came across the bodies in the underground. His expression grew dark as he recognized they belonged to the Zephyr sect. What were they doing in the sewers of Hen? He murmured to himself. Although he suspected the intense presence of black magic he had previously sensed was connected, he knew he needed to investigate the area before jumping to conclusions. Activating his protection shield, Alvin began a meticulous search of the sewers. The black magic aura, though weakened, still emanated from a specific direction, requiring detailed investigation. When he reached the location, the director was shocked by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Bodies scattered lifelessly all around, including the bodies of Adriez and Fat. Alvin approached, carefully analyzing the surroundings. His attention was drawn to numerous boxes near the bodies. A strong odor of gunpowder emanated from them, and the significant quantity indicated that an explosion in that location could cause devastating casualties, especially since it was directly beneath the stadium. The director felt a tightness in his chest as he contemplated the imminent danger. Images of Diane and Carlos appeared in his mind, fueling his concern that his children might be at the location, becoming vulnerable targets. However, the sight of Adriez troubled him even more. The young man with green hair was still powerless. Approaching the body, Alvin exclaimed in surprise, "Is this Adriez Cromwell?" Wondering what the young man was doing there, his mind began to piece things together. This trace of black magic is the most intense I've ever felt. This left the director why. It can't be, he murmured, visibly stunned. Did he inherit the codex of the original sin from Cain? At that moment, he recalled Idrias's father. After a moment of reflection, a notification appeared in the air announcing, evolution process completed. Adrias Cromwell has evolved. Dual core trait replaced with vessel. Adrias's eyes slowly began to open. He realized he was no longer in the same place. Lying in a bed, his body still felt exhausted but was in the process of recovery. I completed the evolution, he thought, still trying to orient himself. He was interrupted by a voice that caught his attention. Alvin was there watching him with an expression of curiosity mixed with frustration. Your injuries were so severe that you should have been dead, the director explained. Fortunately, in just 2 weeks you've almost fully recovered. Upon recognizing Alvin, Adrias hurriedly sat up, his face showing fear. The director, arms crossed, kept a stern look and asked incisively, but tell me, what exactly were you doing there? The question left Adrias bewildered. There? What do you mean? He murmured, confused. However, Alvin was direct. In the sewers. I want to know what you were doing there. An awkward silence filled the room. Adrias knew he needed to keep the secret for now. After gathering his strength, he explained, I was walking near the waterway when I noticed a suspicious group. They were fighting, and in an attempt to escape, I ended up being dragged there. Alvin didn't seem convinced. Dragged to the outcome of the battle? He asked with a serious expression. He pressed, and the others. When I arrived, you were the only one there. Adrias's expression closed off. I don't know, he replied firmly, repeating what he had already said. They stared at each other, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The moment was interrupted when the director lost his patience and directly asked, what are you really hiding? Adrias took a deep breath to convey conviction, trying to show that he wasn't hiding anything. It was crucial to be convincing given the risk involved. Meanwhile, the director was internally debating, recalling his promise to Cain to protect his children. This internal conflict led him to make a decision. Realizing the young man wouldn't provide more information, Alvin took a deep breath and changed his approach. I highly doubt someone who barely escaped with their life has anything useful to say. I'll look for the Zephyr sect cultists around the city. The statement shocked Adrias, who, stunned, asked, are you giving up so easily? Turning to leave, Alvin declared, the interrogation is over. He stopped at the door and added, oh, about the potion bet. I eagerly await the conclusion. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving Adrias perplexed. Sitting on the bed, Adrias reflected, how does he know who I am and still let me go without punishment? That was the question echoing in the protagonist's mind. Director Bart Alvin's attitude, along with Salem's indifference in revealing himself as a black mage to Bart, left Adrias even more perplexed. He remembered the vision he had at the Cromwell mansion about the original codex and realized that Bart was also aware of it. Adrias was certain that Director Bart Alvin knew exactly who he and his father were. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Diane and her brother Carlos. Diane looked worried, and her expression showed genuine anxiety as she asked, are you okay? I heard you were seriously injured. I couldn't stay calm with those rumors. Carlos, on the other hand, waved warmly, expressing joy at seeing him again. Adrias, it's been a while. I'm glad you're on your feet. Still confused about the reason for their visit, Adrias felt the urge to ask why they were there, but Diane quickly explained somewhat awkwardly, my father mentioned what happened. He thought it would be good to visit you. Carlos, in his casual manner, joked, you look better than I expected, Adrias. Are you ready for another battle? Adrias sincerely thanked them for the visit. He felt touched by their concern, especially when Carlos said, it's good to see the three of us together again. It reminds me of the old times. Diane blushed slightly and discreetly asked her brother, Carlos, stop that. Despite this, Adrias was truly surprised. The warmth of the moment, Diane's concern, and Carlos's relaxed demeanor stirred a mix of emotions. Living as Adrias, Makoto felt something he had never experienced in his past life, the fulfillment of protecting those who were important to him. With a proud smile, he said, yes, I'm very happy to see us together again. Now he could protect what was important to him with his own power. Later, Adrias was in the middle of the street, absorbed in reading news on his tablet. The information was about the year and festivities at the academy. He reflected on the meticulous control Bart Alvin seemed to exert over the news. On the screen, an image showed the young Carmen Regard proudly holding the championship trophy. The headlines celebrated the success of the event, mentioning the flawless preparations and the prominent presence of the authorities. Adrias was truly surprised to notice the complete absence of any mention of the terrorist attacks by the Zephyr sect in the news. Putting the tablet away, he reflected that such a lack of coverage didn't surprise him, considering the threat had infiltrated the heart of the academy. Despite this, he realized that at least for the moment, his concerns about the original sin were eased given the peace in that regard. Before he could dive deeper into his thoughts, a young man with brown hair approached and interrupted him. "You're early." But Adrias, maintaining his calm, affirmed that he was. The young man then said, "Mr. Cromwell, Director Bart Alvin is waiting for you. Please follow me." The young man led him to the magic tower. As they ascended the famous moving stairs, Adrias reflected on what awaited him. Upon reaching the door, the guide announced, "Adrias Cromwell is here, master." A commanding voice from inside responded, "Enter." Upon entering the room, Bart Alvin awaited him, seated in his majestic chair, and immediately congratulated Adrias on his punctuality. The director was clearly eager for the moment. He seemed to expect something grand, judging by the tone of anticipation in his voice. A slight smirk revealed this expectation. "The time has finally come. The bet we made will determine your stay at the academy. Present me with the potion." Adrias maintained a serious expression, carefully observing every movement of the director. His distrust grew. Bart Alvin acted as if nothing had happened in the sewers, as if the bodies found and the trail of black magic were irrelevant. In his thoughts, Adrias questioned, "Bart Alvin, whose side are you on?" "The Emperor's or my father's." A moment passed and Director Bart Alvin received a vial containing a red potion. He promptly drank it in front of Adrias, who watched closely. Alvin's expression showed great interest and curiosity as he immediately identified it as an emission potion. As he analyzed it, he asked, "Were all the side effects removed this time, just like the last one?" Adrias, bowing respectfully, assured him, "Yes, all were removed. I was eager for you to make this discovery." The director handed the potion to his subordinate, and with a slight smile commented, "You're quite bold to test something like this on me." Though his expression remained calm, it was clear that he was impressed. Adrias then presented another vial, revealing to the director that he had also created a compound called Diron. "Just like the previous potion, all side effects have been eliminated," he explained. Surprise overtook Bart Alvin and his subordinate, who couldn't hide their disbelief. 2 potions in such a short time, the director murmured to himself, visibly astonished by Adrias's impressive speed. Despite the extraordinary feat, he couldn't help but consider Adrias's remarkable audacity as he handed over a black card while bowing again, expressing his gratitude for the support provided with the essential materials to complete the potions. Bart Alvin concluded that Adrias had won the bet. Face to face, the director made a gesture with his hands, moving directly to the subject of the promise as a reward. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surrounded Adrias, who, surprised, realized it was a spell. In an instant, both were teleported to a grand hall. The place featured white and black marble floors with insignias hanging around, emphasizing its grandeur. In the center of the wall, the family crest was prominently displayed. Shelves filled with important artifacts adorned the space, with items ranging from glass jars to clocks and crystals. "Choose whatever you wish," the director invited. Adrias, impressed, expressed his gratitude while admiring the vast collection. Bart Alvin waited patiently, arms crossed as Adrias walked through the hall, taking in the magnitude of the offer. As he approached the objects, notifications appeared, providing additional information about the items. Cursed organ of Nock. The music that emanates from it is full of magical power. The more you listen, the more impotent you become. Another striking item was the Mitra pocket watch, capable of storing a total of 500 mana. Various notifications appeared highlighting the value and usefulness of each artifact, each one being of great value, which amplified the significance of his choice. One item, however, caught his attention. Adrias murmured to himself, "Galloys." It was a sealed sword with a mana conductivity of 73. He stared at it intently. Recognizing the item from the game, he never imagined such a relic would be stored there. Holding it firmly, he declared, "I choose this sword." The director was intrigued. "You really are peculiar, interested in something like this." Bart recalled how he had obtained the sword in the Shire dungeon, a barren place resembling a desert with a cemetery of bones. He explained, "I examined the sword personally and sent others to do the same, but we never found any particular value. Are you sure this is what you want?" Adrias responded firmly, "Yes, I want to take it as a reward." The director, with his arms crossed, watched Adrias and commented, "You're stubborn, just like your father. There are much superior items here, you know." Still, Adrias assured him that he was satisfied with his choice. Bart Alvin then handed the protagonist an elegant envelope. The golden edges gave the envelope a distinguished look. "Take this," the director said. "What is this?" asked Adrias. "A letter from His Imperial Majesty regarding the merits of the Cromwell family," Bart explained. "I waited until you woke up to give it to you." The news surprised Adrias. His eyes widened as the director continued, "The other paper in the envelope is a recommendation. Given your interest in swords, I suggest you visit the location indicated." Later in his room at the academy, Adrias read the letter while Nicl carried out his daily training. The message stated that Adrias Cromwell, heir to the Cromwell family, was about to receive a reduced title due to improper behavior. However, following the recommendation of Alvin, Duke of Clausel, and others, there was room for improvement based on his recent reputation at the academy. So, the change would be lifted in the future. As he read, Adres recognized it as a veiled threat from the Emperor, as a merit ranking was nothing more than an empty title. He thought, I need Amy to contact me as soon as possible if she notices anything strange. Fueled by anger, he tore up the letter, frustrated with the situation. The director, however, seemed friendly. He then opened the second letter, which contained a map and a note. Deliver this letter to an old friend at the indicated location. He will know what to do. Adres put his hand to his face, commenting that the map seemed strangely familiar. Who could this old person be? He thought, lost in his reflections. He was then surprised to realize that it was Deshut, one of the 10 great masters of the continent, supposedly retired. Without a doubt, the map would lead him to him. Without Bart's letter of recommendation, Adres knew he would have been rejected immediately. However, thanks to the director, he now had the chance to study under the tutelage of one of the greatest sword masters. Confident, Adres stood up, leaning on the table, and declared aloud, we will depart as soon as we have a break. In some dark corner of the world, a landscape resembling desert canyons emerged. In the vast, desolate expanse, a colossal beetle stood out next to a skeleton sprawled on the sandy ground. Soon after, a semi-open hand radiated power, lifting a stone spear that evoked the ability used by the protagonist. In his last battle, the young man aimed at the beetle and commanded the spear to strike its target, hitting the insect squarely. It became clear that this young man was in fact Adres. Advancing toward the beetle and removing his mask, Adres reflected on the ability he had gained by facing Feyat. By combining mana and aura, even the most basic abilities acquired an uncommon power. A notification clarified that the dual core trait had been replaced by the vessel trait, a unique feature. Adres had eliminated the boundary between the Dantian and the heart. Now his aura could be converted into mana and vice versa. The vessel trait represented the enhanced version of Salem's ability, the transfer. The combined amount of aura and mana reached a level where there was no longer any need to alternate between the two. While striking the beetle with his knife, Adres thought that this meant he would rarely be without power again. He cut into the insect, deciding to take a piece of the monster's byproduct as a precaution. Looking at the pile, he showed signs of exhaustion, mentioning that Mount Gaten was the highest peak of the Cray mountain range. There he would find Deshut. However, before reaching that destination, there existed the giant's lair, hidden in a remote part of the mountain where he could obtain the body of a titan. Carefully, he placed the fragment of the slain beetle into a container and stored it in his subspace bag. Calling for Nicl, he handed him the bag, instructing the skeleton to store it while announcing, we've gathered all the necessary materials. We're ready to depart. At that moment, a loud rumble caught his attention. Quickly, Adres donned his mask and leaped onto a sand dune to assess the situation. Upon reaching the top, he found a humanoid creature resembling a tiger lying on the ground, apparently unconscious. He approached the Leopardian, offering him a pinkish liquid while whispering, can you speak? Can you tell me what happened? However, all that could be heard were groans of pain. Adres began to think that due to the Empire's oppression of various races, every Leopardian was a skilled warrior, specialized in close combat. He wondered who in the world could have perpetrated such an act. Suddenly, something caught his attention from behind. A giant insect was approaching. Without hesitation, Adres drew his new sword and delivered a precise strike, cutting the insect in half. It fell to the ground, dead. Perplexed, Adres pondered, how can a monstrous insect fly at such high speed? Sheathing his sword, he recalled that only an old man named Renox had the ability to control insects in this way. He was an insect manipulator, and his army of creatures was powerful enough to devastate an entire village in broad daylight. Renox was a treasure hunter in the service of Jester, and his presence here could only mean one thing. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the Leopardian humanoid who asked about the origins of the insects. The fierce expression on the Leopard's face indicated intense anger. He explained that the insects had attacked the village of Ur. Instantly, Adres thought that the insects might be after the Lunapult crystal, the only wealth the Leopardians possessed. Without delay, he summoned Timur and Nicl through his portal, asking the Leopardian if he could guide them to the village and assuring him that he could offer assistance. The Leopard man paused to ponder for a moment, mentally growling. Even if it's an emergency, is it worth the risk of bringing a mysterious human to the village? Sensing the Leopard's hesitation, Adres, to dispel any doubts, requested that he consider the fact that if he were an enemy, he wouldn't have offered help right from the start. This approach seemed to persuade the Leopard, who agreed and asked the protagonist for help in saving the village. It didn't take long for everyone to rush toward the village, leaving only clouds of dust behind. The humanoid was on Timur's back, moving quickly toward their destination. Adres wondered if this wasn't the same path he should have taken earlier. But either way, he would find out sooner or later. Upon reaching the top from where they could see the entire village, the scene was desolate. Fires were burning everywhere, and it was infested with insects. It was at that moment that Andreas realized that indeed this was the place he needed to be. His eyes fixed on a cave at the edge of the village where hidden lay the corpse of a titan. The battle was brutal, a true scene of war. Insects were circling all the villagers, some unable to fight because they were carrying their young, while others fought with all their might. This was the Leopardians' village. As the protagonist observed everyone fighting, he recalled that this village had vanished from history due to the insect attack. The leopard next to Andreas was trembling, a mix of rage and other emotions that brought him to tears. Confident, Andreas activated a skill in his hands and assured them he would rid them of all those creatures. Without delay, the skill spread like wind, hitting all the insects. It was a small manifestation of necromancy. Using the summoning skill, Andreas detected 63 corpses, but due to his still insufficient level, only 24 summoning responses were successful. After the summoning, a strong green aura enveloped some of these insects, compelling them to move toward their master. As they approached Andreas, he fixed his gaze and uttered, "Corpse explosion." This resulted in an explosion that sprayed the insects green, disgusting blood, dismembering some of them. The Leopardian who accompanied Andreas was left speechless, completely stunned by the scene. The explosion of the insects occurred almost simultaneously, providing some brief relief to the villagers. However, the battle was far from over as other insects continued to torment a Leopardian woman trying to flee with her child in her arms. She held him tightly, fearing for his safety. When one of the insects was about to reach them, Timur appeared from behind her, preventing the threat from getting closer. The great tiger king had his mouth latched onto one of the insects, his eyes filled with intense fury. It didn't take long before other insects returned to the fray, causing Timur to strike them one by one with powerful punches. Meanwhile, Nicl swung his sword in all directions, landing precise blows on each remaining insect. A new war scene unfolded with Timur, Nicl, and Andreas fighting to save the Leopardian village. Not far from there, a man remained hidden, watching someone interfere with his plans. He wondered, who the hell is this guy? It was the old man from the protagonist's memories, Ranox. A bald man with burned blonde hair and beard, red eyes, and clearly not pleased with Andreas's interference. Ranox was there seeking the mortal sins at the request of his master, Jester. Frustrated, he muttered about the need to leave the area. While watching the village and searching for his insects, something surprised him. When he turned his gaze forward, he found the tip of a sword pointed at him. None other than the protagonist's sword, Andreas, who said, "I knew you were nearby, Ranox." Veins popped from Ranox's forehead as his red eyes emitted an intimidating shadow. Enraged, he cursed the protagonist, asking who he was and how he knew him. Andreas kept the sword pointed and calmly responded, "Silence, I ask the questions here." With his eyes fixed on his opponent, Andreas directly asked if Ranox was there on Jester's orders, looking for the moral sins. The question startled Ranox, as how could Andreas know this? Displaying little patience, Andreas sighed deeply and warned that the old man should answer his questions or lose his arm. In his thoughts, the protagonist felt that something was wrong and decided to probe a bit further. He mentioned that based on the situation, it seemed like Ranox was after the Lunapult crystal, which caused an evident tension in the old man who began to sweat. Andreas continued, asking if Ranox had attacked them, because he thought the crystal was one of the mortal sins. With his sword still pointed, and in a threatening tone, Andreas stated that the old man needed to think carefully before responding, as he could die right there or simply tell him everything he knew. Andreas's arrogance provoked a deep anger in Ranox, leaving him speechless in the situation. The old man's prolonged silence only heightened the tension in the air. Andreas warned that if Ranox chose not to answer, he could consider that he had chosen to die right there. Desperation overtook Ranox, who begged Andreas to wait, promising to reveal everything. He explained that the information he had was not precise and handed Andreas a piece of paper containing a list of possible mortal sins. Confirming his confidence, Andreas said he would verify the information and took the papers from Ranox's hands. As he analyzed them, he discovered that the first artifact was a mysterious treasure from the depths of the sea, which would be auctioned at the Muriel auction. He folded the papers and put them away, pondering that these items indeed seemed like they could be mortal sins. Therefore, the port city of Muriel would be his next destination. When Ranox expressed relief, thinking he would be spared, he didn't have time to utter his last words. Andreas's sword struck with high speed. After sheathing the blade, he simply thanked him for the useful information, but would not allow Ranox to remain alive. With the body lying on the ground, Andreas decided to keep it for future experiments. Knowing that time until the auction was limited, Andreas decided he would head to Muriel as soon as he returned to the village. As the smoke began to dissipate, signaling that the process of extinguishing the fire caused by the insects was already underway, a Leopardian woman bowed in gratitude for the salvation of her village, explaining that at the moment she was unable to properly express her thanks. However, she offered the Luna crystal as a token of appreciation. Andreas, standing before her, humbly declared that such gratitude was unnecessary, and that he had no interest in the crystal. She then asked what he desired. Pointing toward the cave behind him, the protagonist expressed his wish to explore it, and requested permission from the Lepardian people. Those present looked at him in astonishment, unable to believe that he wanted to enter the mine. Murmurs began spreading, a mix of disbelief and anger, questioning if his goal was also to invade the mine and debating the trustworthiness of humans. The village leader closed her eyes, silently, expressing her disappointment. After taking a deep breath and reflecting, she turned to Andreas and granted him permission to enter the site. Her people immediately voiced their trust in her, but insisted that no matter how much they owed him for saving them, the man could not simply do as he pleased. At that moment, the woman turned back to address her people, cutting off their words. Recognizing the importance of the situation, she affirmed that without the man's help, the entire village would have been destroyed. Without him, there would be no mine or anything else. Andreas, understanding their feelings, tried to reassure them, confirming that his interest was not in the Luna crystal. This left the woman curious about what he could possibly be after. He turned his gaze to the cave where something green glimmered within, and explained that he would reveal his purpose inside as what he sought was there. They entered the cave, following the path until they reached a wall that appeared frozen. Andreas touched the wall, indicating that this was the spot. The woman was puzzled. After all, it was just another solid rock wall. The protagonist then asked Timur to break through the barrier, and the summoned being growled in acceptance of the order, delivering a powerful punch against the wall. Timur caused it to crack, sending shards flying into the air. In her thoughts, the Lepardian woman acknowledged Timur's immense strength, which left her astonished. Her soldiers urged everyone to leave immediately, warning of the danger. However, something caught everyone's attention, leaving them all struck. Numerous green crystals were embedded everywhere, covering the walls and ceiling. The elder asked Andreas if this was what he was searching for, but the protagonist stated that although he knew the value of the crystals well, they were not what he sought. Before them, a massive kneeling statue surrounded by crystals stood out. The elder questioned what it was, and Andreas explained that this was exactly what he was looking for. The grandeur of the discovery was unbelievable, leaving the woman speechless as she asked why something so monumental was there. Andreas approached the statue, analyzing it with Timur by his side. He turned to the Lepardian elder and informed her that he would leave all the Luna Pult crystals for them, but in exchange, he needed to be alone for a while. Curious, the woman asked the reason behind his request. As the tribe leader, she felt it necessary to understand Andreas's motives. Even without seeing the protagonist's face, it was clear he responded seriously. There's no need to worry. If I had intended to harm you, I would have done so already. The arrogance in his words angered one of the Lepardian guards who found Andreas's attitude unacceptable, even though he was the village's savior. However, the elder intervened, raising her arm to stop her subordinate from confronting him, calling the guard by name. She placed a hand on his shoulder as a sign of respect and stated, since Andreas did not take the crystals by force, he deserves our trust. This left the soldiers in disbelief. The elder continued, requesting a favor from Andreas. He listened carefully as she explained that he was the first human with whom they had made a promise, and that as such he should honor it. Some time later, Andreas found himself alone before the immense statue of the Titan he had been searching for. Concerned about the Titan being petrified for such a long time, he began contemplating the possibility of transforming it into a ghoul. Preparing to cast a spell, he formed a circular sphere in his hand, signaling the beginning of necromancy. As he invoked the ghoul's summoning ability, a corpse detection spell was triggered. However, to his great surprise, he received a notification that his summoner level was insufficient, resulting in a failed attempt to summon the ghoul. In frustration, Andreas threw his mask to the ground and sighed, aware that the task would not be easy. Stretching his arms, he reassured himself that no matter how long it took, the Titan would definitely be his. Determined, he cast the spell again, only to be informed once more that his summoner level was insufficient. Time passed, and Andreas persisted with numerous attempts, all ending in failure. Looking wary, he wiped the sweat from his brow, and began questioning whether he should give up. Exhausted, he bent forward, expressing his frustration. A week had passed, and he still had not achieved his goal. He refocused his gaze on the Titan, fully aware that he could not simply give up. The location was no longer a secret, and there was no guarantee the giant would remain there the next time he returned. Despite the challenges, Andreas was not ready to give up so easily. He began channeling his mana and energy into his hands, pushing his limits beyond the standard threshold. It was a risky gamble, everything or nothing. At that moment, he activated the ghoul summoning ability once more, and a system notification appeared, informing him that a corpse had been detected. His focus intensified. There was still time. Fixing his gaze on the Titan statue, he decided to keep pushing, pouring more and more mana into the effort. Suddenly, a new notification appeared, confirming that the summoning had been successful. Andreas was utterly stunned as he watched the Titan's fingers begin to emerge. Gradually, the petrified parts gave way to the colossal body of the giant. A system message indicated that the summoned titan's level was extraordinarily high and that a bonus status had been added. Slowly, the stone-covered body began to crack apart, revealing jagged teeth, emitting an ominous growl. The system notified Andreas that the titan was regaining fragments of its past egos and traits from before its death. As the body of Rudrudal Kinudo, the mythical titan champion, began moving again, shards of stone fell all around the cavern. His shadowed silhouette was dark and tinged with red. With overwhelming strength, Rudrudal made Andreas seem like an ant in comparison. The system highlighted that this was a high-tier summoning, possessing traits of ego, monstrous strength, an indomitable fighting spirit, and unique abilities. The mythical titan champion had long, earthy brown hair, menacingly red eyes, and an intimidating aura. He slammed his massive sword into the ground before Andreas, producing a thunderous noise that left the protagonist speechless. Then to Andreas's astonishment, the titan knelt before him, keeping his enormous sword embedded in the earth. Andreas reflected that at that moment he was likely the only one in the world capable of commanding the legendary titan of the giant tribe. With a satisfied expression, he realized he no longer needed to fear lower-level enemies. He silently thanked himself for his efforts, knowing that all his hard work had paid off. That same night, in one of Jester's mansions, he sat calmly at a table reading a book. On the table rested a glass jar inside which a fly buzzed incessantly, its wings beating against the container. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the fly exploded. Jester, witnessing the event, looked at the remains of the fly with a perplexed expression, murmuring the name Renox. He deduced that his subordinate might be dead. With Renox's image forming in his mind, Jester remarked with an unsettling calm, "That doesn't matter now. There are still many objectives to achieve and pieces to gather." His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a crow that flew into his quarters, addressing him as Master Jester. The crow delivered a message. The Imperial Majesty requested his presence. Jester's expression remained nearly unchanged, but the tone of his voice confirmed his intent to answer the summons as quickly as possible. Looking at a piece of paper containing information about the same artifacts in Andreas's possession, Jester informed the crow that he had something important to report to the Emperor. In a remote location far from everything and everyone, there was a small house nestled in the mountains with a side deck and a garden area nearby. On the deck, an elderly man stood with his back turned. As he finished eating something, he sensed a presence. "Did the Emperor send you?" the old man asked without turning around. The presence he had felt was Andreas hiding behind a tree. The old man finally turned and upon seeing the young man, watched as Andreas pulled out a letter. "I'm here on the recommendation of Duke Alvin," Andreas said. The revelation caught the old man off guard. He furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself, Bart Alvin sent this boy." After a brief moment, Andreas stood ready for combat at the peak of the towering mountain. Raising his sword with determination, he felt the immense pressure emanating from the elder's stance as the man observed him intently. Andreas maintained unwavering focus, his eyes fixed, his thoughts racing as he marveled at the overwhelming strength of this man, greater even than Sam's. A growing disbelief took hold of him, wondering if this was all a meticulously crafted test. The elder exuded an impressive aura, enveloping the entire area with his commanding presence. His demeanor was serious, yet he questioned the protagonist, "What's wrong?" giving Andreas the opportunity to make the first move. The elder stood seemingly relaxed, wielding nothing more than a staff. Without hesitation, Andreas launched himself into the attack, silently vowing to defeat the old man at all costs. Facing the elder, Andreas unleashed a flurry of strikes, but every single one was effortlessly dodged. No matter how much effort he put into it, each of his movements was anticipated and countered. In his final attempt, Andreas was caught off guard by a swift counterattack. His eyes widened as the elder demonstrated a deep understanding of his abilities. The old man grabbed Andreas's hand, and with a critical tone pointed out that swordsmanship wasn't what he should be focusing on. He remarked that Andreas's fighting style was fragile, relying too heavily on cheap tricks. Without warning, the elder performed a full 360 spin around Andreas, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Your moves are too obvious and overly dependent on speed," the elder commented as he completed the spin, finishing with a blow that sent Andreas crashing to the ground. The impact was so intense that the protagonist tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. Standing over Andreas's fallen body, the elder disdainfully declared, "Don't worry, you'll improve naturally as we play together." Thus began Andreas's training with the legendary Disrun on Mount Kitten. On the first day, Andreas relentlessly tried to attack while his mentor deftly defended. By the 7th day, the two shared a simple meal of potatoes, a nearly comical moment of light-heartedness amidst the grueling training sessions. By the 15th day of training, Andreas found himself challenged by multiple tree trunks rapidly moving around him. He dodged and countered with precise attacks. The environment had transformed into a dynamic training field, testing not only his physical abilities but also his adaptability and strategic thinking under Daesun's guidance. On the 22nd day, Andreas found himself ensnared by the elder, clearly in trouble as he desperately sought a way out. His face reflected the sheer desperation of the situation. However, by the 27th day, his physical strength had become evident. He positioned himself to cut through stones, showcasing his growing determination. After just over a month of training, Andreas's agility became apparent in his increasingly swift attacks. He charged with all his might against his mentor, who skillfully dodged using only one hand. As Andreas pressed on tirelessly, Disrun began to notice a significant improvement in his movements, expressing surprise at his pupil's evolution. Yet, as the elder turned to evade an attack, he seized the opportunity to counter. A well-placed elbow to Andreas's stomach caused discomfort, and Disrun swiftly followed up with a barrage of rapid punches, finishing with a powerful kick that sent Andreas flying. Your movements have improved, Disrun commented. But thinking during battle is still knave. Even so, I'll acknowledge your will to fight, and the fact that you haven't complained even once. Suddenly, Disrun was caught off guard by a strike he couldn't fully evade. The blow landed on his face. Andreas, back in his battle stance, wielded his sword with a satisfied expression, saying, even a sword master can let his guard down. Next time it won't be so easy. His strength faltered and he collapsed to the ground. From a distance, Disrun observed the scene, surprised. He realized Andreas had managed to gather his aura and project it toward him. This led Disrun to question whether Andreas had done it instinctively or with intent. His expression shifted completely. Could the young man possess talents beyond expectations? At that moment, the elder recalled someone, a boy named Luce. The image of Luce materialized in his thoughts. A boy who had also expressed the desire to enroll at Helen soon. Perhaps it would be interesting to pit Andreas against this boy, Disrun reflected. When Andreas opened his eyes, he saw the clear sky above him. It was still daytime, but the surrounding trees and environment seemed blurry. He widened his eyes, trying to remember what had happened, and quickly got to his feet. Turning around, he spotted Disrun sitting at the base of the mountain. You've finally woken up, Disrun said. Curious, the elder asked if Andreas could replicate the technique he had used before passing out. Still trying to regain his bearings, Andreas placed a hand on his head, confused, and questioned whether it was something he had done while being beaten or just an act of desperation. While both remained atop the mountain, Disrun informed Andreas that he would take this opportunity to teach him sword techniques. During this process, Andreas would also gain basic control over his aura. The protagonist received this proposal with gratitude. Sometime later, standing before an imposing tree, Disrun explained that when using sword techniques, Andreas should imagine the aura enveloping the blade as if it were a sheath. To demonstrate, the elder unsheathed his sword, and with a gesture sent the sheath flying. Several sharp cuts pierced the tree without the blade even touching it. Andreas stood speechless, astonished by what he had just witnessed. As the fragments of the tree fell around them, Disrun explained that while the basic form was merely a sharp cut, aura techniques could also be utilized in various ways, such as creating explosions or shock waves. Suddenly, Disrun appeared in front of Andreas at incredible speed, moving so fast that his figure seemed blurred. He explained that if Andreas could use his aura to stimulate his body instead of his sword, he could achieve super speed. Before he even finished speaking, Disrun was already behind Andreas, leaving the protagonist completely baffled. Andreas turned around in shock, still amazed, and asked, "Since when is this possible?" Laughing heartily, Disrun replied, "This is the mystical aura technique, the pinnacle of energy application. It's built on the same principles as the techniques I just showed you." He continued, "By wrapping the aura around your body or sword and adjusting the forces needed, you can achieve incredible feats. However, you're still a long way from mastering this. For now, focus on the sword technique to begin your training." Without hesitation, Andreas started practicing the technique Disrun had demonstrated, launching his aura forward and striking a nearby tree. "Good," Disrun instructed, praising his effort. "Once you're comfortable, step back and increase the intensity." During the training, a notification appeared in Andreas' system. Conditions for evolution met. Combat talent 30 evolve. Although surprised, Andreas chose to ignore the message for the time being. He believed this type of hands-on training was more suitable and enjoyable as well as essential for his personal growth. Focusing even harder, he continued channeling his aura toward the trees, increasing both his strength and precision with each attempt. Disrun was astonished. "He's even more monstrous than I imagined," the elder murmured, his eyes fixed on Andreas's relentless movements. As Disrun reflected on other great talents he had trained, such as Wool, Luis, and even a mysterious man referred to only as him, he realized that none of them stood out quite like Andreas. Observing the young man utterly exhausted yet still determined, Disrun concluded that Andreas could succeed with precise and clear instructions while evolving at his own pace. Finally, Disrun intervened. "That's enough for today. Let's eat." He instructed Andreas to return home, wash, and peel potatoes. Calling him disciple, Disrun walked away with a smile. Andreas, on the other hand, wasn't too thrilled with the idea of eating potatoes for every meal. Ironically, he thought to himself, I think I can feel potatoes sprouting inside me. He stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as he realized something unusual. The way Disrun had addressed him. Disciple. Turning quickly to the old man, Andreas, a bit awkwardly, asked, Did you really call me a disciple? Disrun confirmed. With a nod, questioning if that wasn't a good thing. Andreas, now slightly more enthusiastic, replied loudly, It's not that. I'm honored by the title. As they shared the potatoes, Andreas reflected on what it meant to be accepted as a disciple of such a renowned master. His thoughts were interrupted when Disrun handed him a book. Take this, the old man said. He explained it was a book he had written during his time on the mountain. Taking the book, Andreas couldn't help but wonder why Disrun was giving it to him. Upon examining the object, Andreas noticed that his system identified it as a skill book written by Disrun for himself titled Eagle's Sword. The item contained extensive knowledge on sword techniques and level advancement. Andreas was astonished. The comparison with Morn's dark magic book immediately came to mind, and he began to imagine the new heights he might reach with this gift. Seeing the young man in silence, Disrun chuckled. Don't you enjoy receiving direct instruction from me? Andreas quickly denied it, responding hastily. Disrun then explained, I enjoy teaching my disciples directly, but over-teaching can poison talent. You're peculiar, Andreas. You're brimming with potential. This book will serve as your guide to discovering your own method of training. Andreas held the book tightly, feeling deeply grateful. He realized how rare it was to be accepted by such a demanding master. Disrun stood up and announced, I believe we're done here. It's time for me to leave this mountain. If I stay too long, my skills will rust. Curious, Andreas asked, where are you going? The old man replied that he was heading to the Southern Kingdom Alliance, the exact opposite direction of Andreas's intended path. Despite this, the young man requested to accompany him for as long as possible, addressing him as master. In a remote area of Picata, someone was making their way along a path through a dense forest. Their thoughts were consumed by a growing hunger. The man, exhausted, with his hands bandaged, and a sword resting on his back, appeared to be the sole survivor of his village. Overcome by fatigue, he collapsed to the ground, murmuring, What should I do now? Dark clouds covered the sky as a storm approached. Rain began to fall heavily, soaking the man lying on the ground. A hand rested gently on his face. It was Andreas, clad in a long cloak, standing in the rain. Observing the man with curiosity, he murmured, I can't believe this is actually Benjamin Anacreus. The realization left Andreas in a state of panic and surprise. It was unthinkable for him to encounter a playable character in such an unlikely place. Benjamin, renowned for his swordsmanship and his skill, Lord Swords, noticed the weapon the stranger carried, suspecting it might be the legendary demonic sword Rubens. This sword had been sealed in Benjamin's village for generations, and its presence here suggested the possibility that his village had been ransacked. As he looked at the man still collapsed before him, Andreas marveled at the idea that Benjamin had somehow managed to escape with the sword. Now fully aware of the situation, Andreas knew he couldn't simply walk away, especially given his intention to forge bonds and debts with playable characters. It was clear he needed to act and handle this unexpected twist on his journey. Andreas led Benjamin to a safer spot within the forest, lighting a campfire and setting up a small camp. Slowly, the young man awoke, disoriented by what had happened. A voice startled him, asking, You're awake. There, said Andreas, tending to the fire. The sudden presence alarmed Benjamin, and he nervously asked, Who are you? In response, Andreas offered him food, leaving Benjamin perplexed. Still wary, the young man pressed on. What do you want from me? Calmly, Andreas urged him to relax, reassuring him, If I wanted to harm you, you'd already be dead. Despite this, Benjamin continued to probe. Then what are you planning? With steady composure, the protagonist suggested they start with the meal so Benjamin could regain his strength. However, Benjamin immediately searched for his sword, prompting Andreas to comment, It seems important, but you'll need strength to hold it. At that moment, Benjamin had a flashback of an elderly man, possibly his grandfather, who used to talk to him when he was a child. As he remembered the sword and what it represented, Benjamin began to cry, his eyes filled with tears, his face reddened, and he sobbed uncontrollably. Andreas, still holding the food, casually asked, Are you going to make me hold this for much longer? My arm is getting tired. Approaching the fire, he grabbed the meat and started eating beside Andreas. During the meal, Andreas took a potion from his bag and offered it to Benjamin, explaining, This will help you regain your strength. While eating, Benjamin thanked him through his tears. For a moment, a smile lit up Andreas's face, but it was quickly replaced by shock as he realized he was being stared at intently. He hesitantly commented, You're not a beggar. It's rude to stare at people eating like that. The young man, embarrassed, awkwardly looked away. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from the shadows. Benjamin immediately recognized them and shouted, "Bastards!" They were all wearing identical outfits with hoods and masks, each with a unique pattern of holes. Benjamin recalled the attack on his village and stated, "They were the ones who killed my grandfather." His gaze filled with rage, veins bulging in his face as he was overcome with a mixture of hatred and emotion. Andreas assessed the situation and concluded that the group was made up of the acolytes, orphans raised by Jester, trained as his personal assassin squad. They had somehow invoked memories from Andreas's past life as Makoto. As they were fully trained soldiers in special forces, they possessed basic magic abilities and aura manipulation, giving them superhuman capabilities, and wore special masks, each distinct with their proficiency. Aware of the danger, Andreas stood up and told Benjamin, "Stay here. I'll take care of this." However, Benjamin was already armed, and insisted, "This is my fight. Stay out of it." Before Andreas could respond, the acolytes advanced with impressive speed. One of them standing beneath the mountain ordered Benjamin to hand over the sword. However, the young man, determined and full of vengeance, charged forward, ignoring the threat. As they got closer, the aura power of the acolytes in the form of smoke did not penetrate Benjamin, surprising everyone. 2 bright golden shields appeared around him, but that didn't stop the fight from beginning. Skillfully wielding his sword, Benjamin delivered powerful strikes, almost hitting one of the assassins. When attacked, he managed to defend himself using the mana concentration technique to turn his sword into an effective shield. One of the acolytes was surprised by Benjamin's dodging skill but did not expect the counterattack that followed. The young man landed a direct hit to his face, leaving him stunned by the effectiveness of the blow. Without time to breathe, 2 other assassins approached Benjamin from behind. However, the young man quickly sensed their presence and turned to face them. As the fight unfolded, Andreas watched everything, trying to contain his expressions. In his mind, witnessing the incredible battle, he thought, as expected from the youngest playable character. Although Benjamin was handling the situation skillfully, Andreas realized there was no reason to allow him to be seriously injured, as would happen in the original story. Benjamin firmly held off one of the assassin's attacks, but suddenly everyone started being sliced apart before him, leaving him perplexed. Looking back, he realized that this action was the work of Andreas, who was already in an attacking position. The situation was about to intensify, and it needed to be dealt with quickly. In the following moments, Andreas disappeared before the eyes of the assassin group. In the blink of an eye, he was somewhere else holding his sword. Without wasting time, the group pursued Andreas, who engaged in a spectacular battle, slicing apart another one of Jester's men. From Benjamin's perspective, all he saw was Andreas moving incredibly fast, delivering devastating blows with his sword. The bodies were shredded with impressive speed. Benjamin, surprised, exclaimed, "Whoa, he wiped out those bastards who raided my village so easily." As his eyes returned to normal, Benjamin was met with groans of pain, witnessing Andreas's cruelty. The most shocking scene was seeing Andreas step on one of the assassin's heads, making it explode like a watermelon. Benjamin could only wonder, who is this guy? Andreas stood amid several mutilated bodies, some without legs, others without torsos, and most without heads. Sheathing his sword, he asked himself, is that it? If it was, he had already finished. Benjamin, in turn, began to wonder if he would have been able to protect his village if he were as strong as Andreas. The young man's thoughts were interrupted when Andreas asked, "Are you okay?" Still shocked, Benjamin nodded. Then his expression hardened, trying not to show fear in front of the man who had annihilated the acolytes so easily. Andreas, proud of his skills, noticed the change in the young man's attitude and, realizing he still hadn't introduced himself, stated, "I am Count Andreas Cromwell." In response, the young man introduced himself. "I am Benjamin Anquius." Noticing that Benjamin was being followed, Andreas asked if the young man had somewhere to go. Benjamin, with his hand on his head, was at a loss for words. Images of the other playable characters who planned to enroll at the academy flashed through Andreas's mind. With a smile on his face, he already looked forward to meeting them and taking care of this promising young man, so he offered Benjamin more appropriate fencing lessons. For Andreas, it would be a crime to let such a promising talent go to waste. Andreas stated, "If you get accepted into the academy, I'll write you a letter of recommendation." Benjamin was surprised by the great opportunity he was receiving, but his expression shifted to sadness and shyness as he mentioned, I don't have any money." However, Andreas didn't consider that a problem. He replied, "I didn't ask for money. I'll sponsor you. The only thing you need to decide is whether you accept it or not." The young man's eyes widened at this incredible offer. Andreas, arms crossed, waited for his response, watching as Benjamin was overcome with emotion. With tears in his eyes, Benjamin knelt and said, "Someday I will surely repay your kindness." This moment was marked for Andreas. Some time later, sitting in his office, he was examining his tablet. A slight smile formed on his lips as he read Benjamin's message, thanking him for the letter of recommendation, and all the support he had given. The young man had been admitted to Manus Academy. As a sword expert, he would have no trouble graduating as long as he worked hard. Andreas was willing to invest whatever it took to ensure the young man's success. Shifting his thoughts, Andreas realized he needed to prepare for the Muriel auction. Using his tablet, he sent a message to Carlos asking if he wanted to attend. In response, Carlos accepted the invitation and asked that the tickets be taken care of. Andreas stood up, certain it was time to head to Picada's most lawless entertainment district. Meanwhile, in Jester's mansion, he was asking what had happened to the demon's sword. In response, his servant informed him that the boy had fled with the sword, and that a unit had been sent to capture him, but there was no news of their return. The servant remained kneeling while Jester tinkered with a creature's body. "You're telling me you let him escape?" Jester asked, irritated. The servant remained silent. That demon's sword was capable of amplifying both the magical and physical abilities of its wielder, and Jester was determined to study it in order to mass-produce a version to strengthen his army. Holding the creature's head, his hand trembled with rage as he thought, "I thought I had finally found it. But to think it escaped this way." Overcome with fury, he crushed the creature's head, shouting, "Send Hosen to Muriel. Have him join Alb at the auction. They need to bring back the crown from the depths no matter what happens." In the port city of Muriel, a ship was anchored in the harbor, bringing several people to the neighborhood's largest auction, known as the Night of Flowing Gold. Andreas and Carlos were already at the location, analyzing information, while savoring wine. Andreas's goal was to acquire the 7 deadly sins, but he would also take the opportunity to obtain as many renowned items as possible. On Andreas's tablet, there was information about a sword called White Nightmare, known for its high mana conductivity. He planned to acquire it and send it to Benjamin. Upon noticing Andreas's interest, Carlos asked, "So, it's true that you're interested in fencing?" A little awkward, Andreas replied, "I was thinking of giving this sword to someone I know." Carlos analyzed the item and commented that the sword was very good, but thought that 20 million was a bit low. He questioned why Andreas wasn't willing to pay 50 million. Calmly, Andreas replied, "The auction is just starting. The price will rise gradually." The auctioneer began announcing higher bids. From 20 million, the sword went up to 23 million, still asking who will bid more. Finally, the item was sold at that price to the protagonist. Carlos laughed, saying that Andreas had gotten a good price. They then moved on to the next items. In front of Andreas was a map that many scholars had tried to decipher without success. Upon recognizing it, Andreas muttered to himself, "Is this thing here, too?" The secret map led to the tomb of the Red Dragon, Krava. For Andreas, it seemed like a simple Easter egg, but he didn't expect it to be real. There was a murmur among the people present, and for Andreas, it wasn't any different. After all, the bodies were extremely precious to him. Determined to obtain the item, he placed a bid of 5 million. The auctioneer asked if there were more interested parties, noting that if Andreas could get his hands on a dragon, he would be as powerful as an entire country. When the map was sold to Andreas, he quietly celebrated his new acquisition. Meanwhile, a man was watching Andreas and Carlos. Intrigued, he thought, who were they, after all? Though he didn't care about the random items they were purchasing, he was concerned about the amount of money they might possess. His focus was on the crown of the depths. He planned to obtain it at all costs. The more money they spent before that, the fewer resources they would have to compete. The auctioneer then announced the next item, a rechargeable portal scroll capable of transporting the user anywhere up to twice a day. Without hesitation, Andreas placed another bid. Next, an ancient alchemical tool was announced. Once again, Andreas made a bid, prompting Carlos to question whether he was really considering what he was purchasing. Finally, the event reached its climax with the last item. The auctioneer asked everyone to hold their breath and presented an item salvaged from the depths of the sea, the Lord of the Seas, a golden crown that emerged on the presentation pedestal. At that instant, Andreas sensed the purest form of original sin, benevolent greed. His eyes sparkled, but the starting price was 1 billion with minimum bids of 10 million. This shocked him, and he thought, unless I had the profits from next month's potion sales, I wouldn't be able to compete. Noticing his friend's hesitation, Carlos asked, "You want this too?" Andreas didn't deny it, but he knew he would need to assess his chances. If there was no hope, he would have to give up. That's when Carlos revealed, "I'll buy it for you." This left Andreas stunned for a moment, and he asked why Carlos would do something like that. Before Andreas could finish his sentence, Carlos responded, "My father told me the essence of the story. The reason you got hurt in the sewers was because you were trying to save Is." The young villain awkwardly replied that it had all happened by accident and asked how much Carlos had offered. Showing off, Carlos answered, "Let me show you how rich the Alvin house is," and then flashed a very sinister smile. Meanwhile, Alb, Jester's henchman, watched everything from a distance and thought angrily, "These brats have money to burn, but I'll shut them up with my master's wealth." He began raising the bids, and the competition became intense. The price of the artifact rose rapidly, and the frantic sounds of tablets echoed throughout the room. The auctioneer announced that the starting price of 1 billion had quickly risen to 7 billion. Andreas was tense, finding the amount of money involved absurd, but the competition was fierce. Soon enough, the auctioneer shouted, 10 billion. We've reached 10 billion wills. Carlos was enjoying the situation, finding everything quite interesting. By this point, his nervousness and excitement had made him stand up, leaving Andreas speechless. Watching everything, the protagonist simply smiled, thinking, now that we're in this situation, you better win, and I'll definitely pay you back. The auctioneer stretched his arms with joy. They had already surpassed the expected amount, and the profits were significant. He exclaimed, unbelievable, the bid has reached 50 billion wills. Is there anyone else bidding? Carlos seemed confident, humming as if that amount was insignificant, while Andreas sweated with tension, realizing the size of the debt he would have. Then a shout echoed through the hall. 90 billion. The room went silent for a moment. Alb, Jester's chubby henchman, nervously sweated, his veins bulging as he let out nervous laughs. The auctioneer then announced, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached 100 billion wills. Chaos overtook Alb's mind. He wondered if he should go even further, recalling his master Jester's words, make sure to win the auction, no matter how high the bid goes. Sweating like a pig, he bit his lip in anger and scratched his head. No matter how rich his master was, 100 billion was too much, and he no longer knew what to do. He even thought he should have asked his master what the limit was. It was then that he was completely startled when the auctioneer announced, thank you very much. The Lord of the Seas has been sold for 100 billion wills. Soon after the auction closed, Alb received a visit. Hosen, a sinister-looking man, approached and mocked him. I bet the master sent me here because he knew you, being the idiot you are, would mess it all up. Even if you had won the auction with more than 100 billion, you have been killed for it. Go back home and wait. Hosen looked at Carlos and Andreas from afar. He smiled darkly, muttering, those brats don't know who they're dealing with. Let them enjoy the taste of victory before they die. On the other side, Carlos was laughing, unconcerned about the scolding he would likely get when he got home. He turned to Andreas and said, I'm hungry. Let's grab something to eat. At the local restaurant, Andreas was extremely embarrassed. He was sweating from shame and wore an impatient expression while having the Lord of the Seas crown on his head. Carlos had insisted he wear it, saying, it looks great on you, your highness Andreas. Carlos, as mischievous as ever, continued laughing at the situation while Andreas just thought, he treats this like a toy. I guess it's his privilege since he's the one who bought it. The two finally sat down at the table, savoring the meal, but Andreas couldn't stop thinking about the absurd wealth of the Alvin house. Carlos raised his glass to make a toast in celebration. As they toasted, Andreas thanked his friend for always helping him. Thanks to him, he had managed to acquire greed safely. Everything seemed calm, and Andreas even thought the congregation wouldn't take any immediate action. He planned to leave right after the meal. But life is full of surprises, and a local security voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, who are you? You're not allowed to be here. The two widened their eyes, waiting for what was coming. Suddenly, a strong kick hit the door, breaking it instantly. Hosen appeared, accompanied by other soldiers of Jester, saying, oops, did we interrupt your dinner? Carlos immediately stood up, demanding to know who they were, while Andreas gritted his teeth. He realized he had spoken too soon. Hosen took his first steps, entering the place with a sinister and terrifying expression. His words echoed, hand over the crown and step back. That way, I'll kill you without any pain. Andreas knew this would be a big problem. He recognized Hosen, known as the Devil Sword. Although he couldn't use secret arts, Hosen was as strong as an aura master. Arrogant and skilled, he frequently clashed with his mentor, Disrun, before separating and diving into the criminal underworld. He had been recruited by Jester, who saw his immense potential. Holding his bag, Andreas thought quickly. He needed to recover the greed safely and escape unscathed. He turned to Carlos and said, the situation here is complicated. Let's run. Hosen, with a sarcastic smile, stated, I won't allow that. Capture them. At that moment, Hosen's subordinates advanced, drawing their swords. Without hesitation, Carlos and Andreas jumped out of the window, breaking the glass with the impact. Quickly, they ran as far as they could, leaving Hosen behind. He only laughed. Good. Don't make this too easy for me, or I'll get bored. Now it's time for the hunt. In a hidden part of the forest, the cautious footsteps of Carlos and Andreas echoed as they approached a small dock where a boat awaited them. Tense, Carlos kept looking back, trying to check if they were being followed. He reassured his friend, if we cross the river, they won't catch us. Muriel is a lawless area beyond the Empire's reach. Once we leave here, these guys won't be a problem anymore. However, Andreas had no intention of boarding. He turned to Carlos and asked him to go first and seek help. Carlos was confused and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Andreas explained, "We can't easily escape these guys. It's too dangerous for us to move together. It'll be easier to get away if I'm alone." Carlos interrupted him immediately. "You always say nonsense, but I get what you're suggesting. I promise I'll help you as soon as I can." Reluctantly, Carlos boarded the small boat, returning to the city. Now alone, Andreas was determined to act. It didn't take long for Hosen's soldiers to find him. He realized he was free to fight without worrying about Carlos. Surrounded by men, they asked where the other young man was, assuming the crown was with him. Andreas threw his bag to the ground and said, "It's with me. Come and get it if you can." With a mocking smile, he drew his sword. This provoked the fury of the soldiers who charged at him, promising to tear him apart. Andreas struck the first blow, but more soldiers approached, surrounding him. That's when our protagonist uttered, "Rudrudel," making his eyes glow brightly. From a distance, Hosen recognized the spell as a necromantic summoning. Intrigued, he watched something gigantic emerge from the portal conjured by Andreas, forcing everyone underneath to move back in order to dodge. The soldiers, stunned, watched as what appeared to be an enormous arm materialize. "What is this?" they asked, confused as they saw the giant figure taking shape in the middle of the field. With everyone distracted, Andreas seized the opportunity and with clear joy drove his sword into the soldiers. Frenetically waving his blade, he began striking everyone nearby. Hosen watched with a smile, enjoying the fact that Andreas not only mastered black magic but was also extremely skilled with a sword. This made him even more interesting, especially due to his fencing technique, which demonstrated precision and boldness. As he struck a precise blow to one of the soldiers, Andreas was suddenly interrupted by something that caught his attention. He quickly turned and defended himself, creating an impact so intense that the ground cracked. Andreas's and Hosen's swords became locked, and the two stared at each other intensely. Hosen asked with a provocative tone, "Who are you really?" Andreas replied playfully, "Who knows? Try to guess." With a powerful kick, Hosen pushed Andreas back, considering his audacity to be that of a mere brat. However, the villain began to retreat, driving his sword into the ground and closing the distance between them. He observed Andreas's blade with interest, commenting, "This sword. I've seen it in a book before. It seems like a waste of potential in your hands." Andreas started to realize that Hosen was more powerful than Fayette, and that defeating him would be difficult without resorting to sloth. However, the consequences of using that power would be troublesome. Hosen, with a calculating smile, said, "I'll add the sword to my collection, too." Mocking, Andreas replied, "Collection? What a pretentious thief." The response infuriated Hosen, who gritted his teeth and cast a curse on all of Andreas's descendants. Standing firm, Andreas invoked Timur and Nicl, his loyal summons, and declared, once again, as is said, "Try if you can." In Andreas's reasoning, if Hosen trusted in the power of the artifacts, he would use numbers to dominate them. Hosen was alarmed when he realized that in addition to the summons, Andreas had resurrected the fallen soldiers who were now turning against their own master. Even so, Hosen kept smiling and commented, "Interesting, a necromancer who uses a sword." Drawing his weapon, Hosen proclaimed, "Demon Slayer Sword, Genos." His sword began to glow with golden dust, making Andreas worried. He knew it was an undead sword. Hosen, with a cold look, continued, "If I take your corpse with me, I'm sure Master Jester will be pleased." Andreas thought about how many swords he should have in that sheath. Andreas ordered his undead to advance. He declared, "Here begins the war of attrition." The resurrected soldiers charged at Hosen, who soon asked, "Do you think you can stop me with this trash?" He met them with a devastating blow, decapitating them all at once. Although he didn't show it openly, Andreas's eyes widened at this fact. Then Timur charged fiercely at his opponent, who was confident that the undead were easy enemies to deal with, thinking they were mindless. However, Andreas's undead had a unique characteristic. They had regained a sense of their past selves and now thought as a collective. Nicl attacked from above, trying to surprise him while Timur charged from the front. The impact lifted debris from the ground, but Hosen skillfully dodged, moving between the attacks. Seeing an opportunity, Andreas channeled his magic and summoned his newest corpse, the Titan Huddle, the fearsome giant of the giant tribe. A massive portal opened behind Hosen, and the colossal figure of Huddle emerged, ready to strike. Hosen looked up, surprised, but his smile quickly returned. He unsheathed a new sword, the legendary Frieren, which absorbed the opponent's strength, granting a temporary power boost to its wielder. When the Titan delivered its blow, an explosion occurred. As the dust settled, Hosen was blocking Huddle's sword with Frieren. A purple light emanated from the blade, and the system notified Andreas, "Energy absorption in progress." The man's expression indicated everything was going according to plan. Watching this, Andreas cursed, admitting his opponent was going to absorb the full strength of his summon. Gritting his teeth, our protagonist clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Damn it, he's a terrible match for me." The portal began to dissolve around Hosen, who had already gained a power boost. He sarcastically thanked, a corpse from the giant tribe. Thank you for granting me this strength. In the next moment, one of the undead soldiers charged, but Hosen mercilessly sliced it in half with a precise strike. With disdain, he mocked, I brought them along because they were my client's subordinates, but all they did was complain. It was a pleasure killing them. Now that this lot is out of the way, let's move on to the fun part. The situation grew more complicated. Andreas gritted his teeth, aware that Timur and Nicl were in danger if struck by Janos. Nicl attempted a surprise attack, but Hosen dodged skillfully, moving to a higher position. Hosen, now wielding a new sword, proclaimed, very well. Let's start with the most interesting part. You skeleton. The red sword glowed like fire, signaling Hosen's desire to have fun. The weapon, known as Swordbreaker, was crafted to disarm and destroy opponents' weapons. Quickly, Andreas grew desperate upon realizing how fast his opponent switched swords and shouted, Nicl, don't take the blow, Hetman. The dance of swords began, scattering debris across the environment and raising a cloud of dust as Nicl and Andreas fought against Hosen's two swords. Timur appeared, raising his fists and alarming the opponent as he struck the ground. The impact was so powerful it destroyed everything nearby, creating a massive crater. The three of them gritted their teeth upon realizing that once again Hosen had evaded the attack. With a sinister smile, he commented, what a pity. Nicl and Andreas were nearly cut in half, but Andreas noticed that Nicl's sword, as well as his arm, had been severed. The situation seemed increasingly dire as Hosen, with a menacing tone, declared, it's time to end this. It was fun fighting you, undead who wields aura. Left with no choice, Andreas decided to resort to the Codex of Sloth. He mentally commanded Nicl to retreat for now, but realized his summon was not obeying. Andreas insisted, hey, I said fall back. Yet Nicl stood his ground. Hosen, observing the scene, mocked, he's braver than his master. Not turning his back on the enemy. Hell. At that moment, the option to use the spectrum of sloth presented itself to Andreas. A golden energy enveloped the skeleton with information indicating it could share cooldown time. This left Andreas completely surprised as he had forgotten that Nicl could also utilize the Codex of Sloth. A shimmering purple light began to engulf his summoned skeleton. As Andreas recalled the pain he felt the last time he used this ability, thinking that Nicl being undead wouldn't feel pain, he allowed the summon to activate the spectrum. Hosen noticed what was happening and remarked, still got tricks up your sleeve. No matter. I'll end this now. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, completely capturing Hosen's attention. Enveloped in golden energy, Nicl raised his broken sword. Hosen reacted swiftly, charging toward him. But Andreas shouted, what are you planning this time? Raising his sword to strike, Hosen warned, don't you dare interfere. The two engaged in close combat. The clash of their swords sent up trails of dust due to the speed of their strikes. Impressed, Hosen admitted, impressive swordsmanship for a mage, but quickly added, though far too sloppy. Catching Andreas off guard, Hosen delivered a dangerous blow. Only to be interrupted by Timur, who defended his master and forced Hosen to leap away. Irritated, Hosen exclaimed, what a bothersome cat. I'll deal with you first. Meanwhile, Nicl continued to focus, building up tremendous energy. The skeleton's intense gaze intimidated Hosen, who murmured, what the hell? An undead with an aura like that. The energy Nicl accumulated seemed primed for a single decisive move. The sequence of actions unnerved Hosen, who began to realize the strategy behind it. Hosen thought, no, could this be secret aura arts? A dust cloud blanketed the battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision. Andreas shielded his face for protection. When the dust finally settled, his eyes widened in disbelief. Nicl's skeleton, enveloped in its golden aura, had assumed the form of his former self. However, Nicl's appearance quickly reverted to his skeletal form, with only his white hair dissipating in the wind. The portal had opened for him to return, accompanied by Andreas' gratitude. His figure had already returned to that of a skeleton. Meanwhile, Hosen lay in the rubble, barely able to stand, his two swords shattered. Andreas thought, that guy, he survived Nicl's secret arts. On Hosen's side, the man stared incredulously at his destroyed swords, including Frieren. He lamented the loss of his weapons while regaining his composure. While Timur leaped ferociously, aiming to finish him off with a powerful punch, Hosen evaded once again, skillfully sidestepping the impact. Then Hosen grabbed a new sword shimmering with golden dust named Janos and shouted, you damned corpse. He charged at Timur but was intercepted by Andreas, who immediately stepped in to protect his summon. Timur took advantage of the opening and grabbed Hosen with both hands. Even so, the man let out a manic grin, his mouth full of blood and his eyes wide. Timur wasted no time and hurled him away with all his strength. Andreas knew it was time to end the confrontation. He raised his sword cloaked in aura and declared, egoless sword. Hosen, seeing the overwhelming aura surrounding Andreas, fell silent for a moment. Touching the blood dripping from his mouth, he smirked and commented, "So now you want to fight, brat? Fine, let's continue." Andreas knew he had to act quickly before Hosen could recover. Both rushed forward, their swords clashing in sparks without hesitation. A memory surfaced in Hosen's mind. The sky was as clear as it was that day when he was just a young man with a puzzled expression, eating potatoes alongside Disrun and another disciple. Their master spoke, "You're half right, half wrong. A sword is nothing more than a tool, and a tool should be the last thing you think about in swordsmanship." In the memory, young Hosen replied, "But isn't it obvious? If two equal warriors fight, the one with the better tools wins." With a stern look, Disrun explained, "That's true in a battle between ordinary men. But in a fight between those who have reached the state of aura mastery, victory is determined by the understanding of swordsmanship. Without understanding, even if your opponent wields a tree branch, they could still threaten your life. Both of you have the talent to become aura masters. If you rely too much on tools, you'll end up destroying your own talents." The memory faded as Hosen coughed up blood. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning of Disrun's words. An undead capable of using a secret aura technique with a broken sword was living proof of his master's teachings. Hosen smiled and murmured, "I should have listened to that old man." Then he dropped to his knees, exhausted. Andreas, sheathing his sword, approached as Hosen, still gasping for air, asked, "Brat, are you that old man's apprentice?" With pride, Andreas confirmed it. Hosen, with a bitter smile, admitted, "Makes sense. Even your sword smells like potatoes." A silence settled under the starry sky. On the other side of the river, Carlos gathered with several men dressed in identical cloaks. He called out urgently, "This way, quickly, get in the boat." His voice was laced with urgency, fearing they might arrive too late. At that moment, heavy breathing echoed from the water. Andreas emerged from the river, clinging to the boat. Carlos rushed to help him as Andreas, putting on an impeccable performance, said, "I thought I was going to die. Quick, pull me up, please." Carlos asked how he managed to swim there. But as he climbed aboard, Andreas explained, "They attacked me all at once, so I left my trail and swam here like a madman." Carlos, gripping his sword, shouted, "Those bastards." But Andreas asked for calm, pointing to his bag and assuring them that the luggage was safe. With water dripping from his green hair, he smiled and commented, "First of all, Muriel is that kind of place, isn't it?" Even though everything seemed resolved, Carlos wasn't so naive. He knew that among those men, there was someone with a very strong aura. He then said, "I finally figured it out." Andreas looked at him confused, and Carlos made a joke. "I finally understand why everyone calls you Seaweed Head." The atmosphere lightened, drawing laughter from everyone on the boat. Some time passed, and Andreas was atop a mountain, standing before a cave emitting a faint light. Various sounds echoed from within. Inside, Andreas was trying to help Nicl adjust his new hand. "All set, try moving it. It's the arm of a sword demon, so it shouldn't be too bad," he said to Nicl, who began opening and closing his new hand. Andreas sighed in relief, realizing Nicl had been properly fixed. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Andreas. The Spectre of Sloth had a 32 chance to evolve. Would he like to evolve it? Additionally, the system informed him that the Revenant fighter had an 88 chance of evolution. Andreas thought to himself, the evolutionary chances have increased significantly after fighting Hosen. Evolving Timur now seems like a good idea. He accepted. Timur, confused, began to feel something different in his body as a shimmering light enveloped him. The system announced he was undergoing evolution with a remaining time of 342 hours. However, something went wrong. Everyone was baffled, questions forming in their minds. Meanwhile, Andreas thought, maybe I should start working on my elemental magic when I get back. But there's also something else I want to research. In Jester's mansion, a different confrontation was unfolding. "Why is Morn's apprentice here?" Jester asked irritably. Andreas's old teacher, trembling, replied, "I heard I'm being removed from the congregation." Jester confirmed coldly, "Yes, and it was I who suggested it." He explained, "The congregation does not tolerate the unworthy, especially someone who cannot even manage a single disciple properly." The old teacher, indignant, shouted in anger, "This isn't fair." Jester, unfazed, continued, "Let's say none of this mattered. Have you done anything useful for the congregation? You've brought no research results or useful artifacts. In merit, you are far inferior to your problematic disciple. Surely you understand how important it is to protect a single codex, don't you?" The old man remained silent until Jester directly asked, "Do you want to remain in the congregation?" Trembling, he replied desperately, I'll do anything. Please tell me what to do." Jester crossed his arms, seized the opportunity, and revealed, "The location of the ancient magical beast Kishon has been discovered. It is very close, in Rodlin." Sharon's eyes widened at the mention. Kishan was a creature from the mythical era, described in ancient writings as a headless figure with 4 arms capable of dominating intelligent beings and draining their strength through inferior malevolent spirits. Jester held out a red crystal and said, I will give you Kishan's location, instructions on how to capture it, and the power to control it. After taming the magical beast, bring your insolent disciple before me. Frieren understood that Jester was displeased with Andreas for claiming sloth for himself and acting recklessly. This mission would serve as a way to rid himself of the troublesome student while potentially gaining a powerful magical beast. Jester concluded, we will pretend this conversation never happened. Frieren speculated that this was related to an agreement involving sin. Determined, he replied, leave it to me. It's my duty as a teacher to discipline and guide an insubordinate disciple. The next day at Lean Academy, Andreas appeared with deep dark circles under his eyes, muttering to himself, I learned a lesson today. I should have done my research in a more comfortable place. As he walked, his appearance attracted attention. Just as he was about to rest, a familiar and irritated voice called out, Mr. Andreas. It was Lucia, sweet but clearly annoyed. Why are you ignoring my calls? Is your tablet just for decoration? Caught off guard, Andreas excused himself, saying he had been busy with a friend. He apologized and noticed that Lucia and Vivien were together. Lucia, excited, showed him the tablet and asked, anyway, did you see this? On the device, an alert stated that an unidentified spirit had been spotted in the dormitory, which would temporarily be closed for safety reasons. Andreas immediately grabbed the tablet to read the notice. Lucia commented, finally, we can say goodbye to that damp dormitory. Meanwhile, Vivien thought, I just want to be in the same dorm as him. Reading the notice, Andreas realized this could only mean the event of sealing the ancient magical beast. He wondered in confusion, why is this happening now? In the game, this was supposed to occur 6 months later. Lucia noticed his expression and asked, why so grim? Stop wasting time and tell me, where are you staying now? He replied, well, I was assigned to Deljan dormitory. Blushing slightly, Lucia declared that our protagonist was a lucky guy to live in the same place as a beauty like her. However, the grumpy Andreas asked, what are you talking about? Anyway, I'm heading back to my dorm for a bit. I need to pack my things and check on the situation there. Vivien immediately offered to go with him while Lucia encouraged him to go, albeit begrudgingly. Andreas didn't refuse Vivien's help, leaving her flustered and Lucia visibly annoyed. In the hallway on their way to the dormitory, Andreas asked, did you see it too? She replied, I only saw it briefly, so I don't know all the details since it was happening in the magic department. All I know is that a professor named Frieren Cypress started investigating it. Andreas bit his lip, intrigued, knowing that his intervention might have altered the course of events. Suddenly, they stopped, startled, seeing a girl leaning against the wall. It was Diane. Her expression was zombie-like, drool dripping from her mouth as she muttered, this one is wrong, too. Andreas rushed to her, calling her name, but she immediately said, don't touch me. Don't talk to me. He realized that something had taken over his friend. In Rodlan, there were 2 types of intermediate-level bosses, including Frieren. In the game, only one of them had ever gotten their hands on Kishan, as the other had not yet made a move. This meant the culprit was most likely Frieren. Andreas seemed deeply concerned about Diane's condition. He said to her, this isn't something you can handle. I suggest you leave quietly. However, Diane turned as if no longer in control of herself and asked, what are you talking about? Analyzing the situation, Andreas decided it would be best to try saying his master's true name, convinced it could give him an opening. When he uttered the name Kishan, Diane's eyes widened in fear at the mention. Taking advantage of the moment, Andreas struck her from behind with enough force to knock her into Vivien's arms. Slowly, Diane started returning to her normal state, feeling the pain from the attack. Andreas asked, are you back to your cell? Still confused, Diane responded, where am I? To confirm her recovery, Andreas asked, do you know who I am? She immediately replied, why are you saying such nonsense? Of course I know who you are. He explained, it was a dangerous situation. You were possessed by a spirit. Vivien added, you were saved by him. The young girl, stunned, began to vaguely recall what had happened, saying she had seen something. But Andreas suggested they all leave the building for now. Sorry for causing trouble again, Diane said as they walked. Andreas reassured her. Don't worry. By the way, did you volunteer to be an assistant investigator? She replied, yes, because I was curious. After all, it's not every day you get to research spirits. She then revealed, that's when Professor Cain invited me to join him. Hearing this, Andreas remained thoughtful as it explained a lot. Cain's offers were merely bait, and he had likely lured Diane to be possessed by the spirit. Diane, probably too focused on her magic, had let her guard down, allowing Cain to summon the spirit that possessed her. All of this indicated that old Cain was growing bolder by the day. Pondering this, Andreas asked, do you know where the professor went? Diane looked slightly confused, but answered anyway. If I'm not mistaken, he said he was going to look for the main body. This information left Edrias inwardly alarmed as he knew it referred to the ceiling site. In the distance, strange energy was concentrating at the top of a mountain, and Edrias's thoughts urged him to hurry. At the site, Charon stood before a statue that was absorbing all the energy from the fallen bodies around it. A clear smile spread across Charon's face as he muttered to himself that he had finally succeeded. That energy began to take shape, forming into a massive magical beast. With a terrifying expression, Charon knew that the only thing left to do now was to eliminate Edrias Cromwell. The hurried footsteps of Edrias and Vivien echoed as they sprinted toward the ceiling site. Looking back, Edrias thanked Vivien for accompanying him. Of course it was no trouble for her. Besides being near him, she was glad to assist. However, thoughts of her presence weighed on Edrias's mind as he questioned himself. Was this really a good idea? He could no longer find a valid reason to send her back. At this rate, not only might he fail to use his summoning effectively, but if he messed up, Vivien could discover his connection to Charon. His fatigue made him question whether his judgment was still reliable. He considered coming up with an excuse to send her back right then and there. Suddenly, they stopped in surprise. The wind was stronger here, blowing yellow leaves from the trees, swirling them into the air. A group of students stood before them, growling uncontrollably, clearly no longer in control of their own minds. Vivien, ever perceptive, asked, "Is this also Charon's doing?" Edrias confirmed, emphasizing that all those students belonged to Charon. Observing the scene, she asked, "Why would a professor act like this?" Edrias had no answer. Instead, he took the opportunity to say, "You can subdue them without hurting them. Time is running out. I have to go stop the professor." She looked at him puzzled, but agreed and said she'd catch up with him soon. Edrias's expression betrayed his unease. He would have preferred if she didn't follow him at all. Regardless, he quickly resumed running, leaving her to handle the situation. As he departed, one of the students lunged at him, startling the resolute Vivien. She drew her sword, and positioned herself to block the attack. The gleaming blade intercepted the strike with precision. In the end, she managed to clear a path for Edrias, the smoke from her sword still dissipating. Edrias, relieved to have temporarily separated from her, worried about the students and hoped Vivien wouldn't seriously injure anyone. Yet for now, he had to trust her and focus on his real target. The sun was already setting, giving way to the night when a ferocious roar pierced the air. The magical beast had finally appeared before its master, Charon, who was elated to have it under his control. However, Charon quickly sensed something approaching and conjured a wall of bones to block any threat. Charon couldn't understand what was happening until a voice interrupted him. "So, you actually did it, huh?" It was Edrias who had arrived at the scene, leaving the old man stunned. He approached slowly, his cape billowing in the strong wind. Charon, desperate, asked, "Why are you here?" Edrias scanned the area, realizing he had arrived too late. The opening time was abnormally fast, and the strange energy surrounding the site hinted at something even darker, something orchestrated by Jasper. Charon, visibly irritated, said, "You're audacious and insolent to come here and interfere with my plans, but it doesn't matter anymore because I was going to come after you anyway." Edrias with a mocking smile replied, "I'm surprised. To be honest, I didn't expect someone like you to be capable of capturing dying. Let's not say you're a small fry master." Those words hit Charon hard, leaving him speechless for a moment. But soon, his sad expression turned into a deep, maniacal laugh, leaving our villain perplexed. Charon then remarked, "That insolent way of speaking, I knew I was right to take you in a long time ago. I overheard a conversation between your father and Master Mower." While hiding behind a wall, Charon had listened to Cain say, "If we cultivate this, it will change the very foundations of dark magic or even the entire world." Charon suspected that the change in Edrias's personality and behavior stemmed from the fact that he now either possessed or knew how to use what they had discussed. Edrias recalled Salin in the carriage, who had mentioned laying hands on another Cromwell, concluding that even someone like Salin knew about this. As the master of the magical beast, Charon declared to the protagonist, "Now whether you can use it or not, show me the legacy left by Cain." Edrias began laughing, finding the entire situation tiresome and dull. He then said, "I was wondering what you were planning to say, but I see you're just trying to steal from a child." Charon's eyes filled with rage, growing more intense. However, Edrias summoned to War and Nicl, emphasizing that it was time to end the conversation and settle everything. Charon was shocked to see the summons, particularly to War, the Tiger Lord, that Edrias had acquired from the congregation. Charon's surprise also stemmed from the fact that Edrias was already able to control high-level undead. Even so, Charon didn't falter as he had the Pelderang crystal in his possession. He commented, "Remember who your master is, Edrias." But Edrias coldly replied, "I've learned nothing from you, but as they say, the student surpasses the master." Charon activated a magical circle in his hands. declaring that Adrias was nothing more than an insolent brat. The spell he cast opened numerous portals from which emerged corpses, skeletal soldiers, and even headless paladins alongside grotesque creatures. Strengthening all his summons, Cain was resolute. Adrias paused for a moment, analyzing the situation, and began unsheathing his sword. Enveloping himself in his aura, he declared that he was free of the burden of this old man. He then said, "I'm cutting my ties here and now, Charon." The statement was met with a wide, satisfied grin from the old professor. Cain responded, taunting, "We'll see if you're truly capable. My goal now is to kill you and claim Cain's legacy. After that, I'll reanimate your corpse and make you my slave for the rest of your days." While these threats loomed over Adrias, Vivien was dealing with a group of possessed students. She managed to dodge one of them, who quickly tripped and hit the rocks nearby. Her thoughts were on Adrias. She wanted to catch up with him, but these students were proving troublesome as they kept rising tirelessly. They would stand up endlessly, their eyes hollow and soulless, emitting indescribable groans. Vivien gripped her sword tightly, thinking she could finish the mission quickly if she just killed them all. However, Adrias's request to subdue them without causing harm lingered in her mind. As the students surrounded her, one of them channeled energy into their hands and hurled a power attack in her direction. Vivien deftly dodged, but the attacks kept coming. At that moment, an idea struck her. She recalled the name Adrias had mentioned to Cain, though she wasn't sure if it was some kind of spell. With an angelic smile, she leaped into the air, and decided to take a gamble. She began testing names while striking the students, saying words like Cushing. Her strike landed so forcefully that it sent the student crashing to the ground. She felt pleased for a moment, but upon seeing the student's face, buried in the dirt, she began to question herself. Was that wrong? Not long after, she turned around and noticed another student preparing a magic attack against her. Vivien kicked them while uttering a different name, Kushuan. She continued saying various names such as Pushain, Kuchain, Kuzin, and others. She was already growing wary, and the students were visibly battered after so many attempts. Yet, they kept standing back up. Vivien paused, thinking, if I keep this up, I'll really hurt all of them. Maybe it was Cushing. When she pronounced that name, all their eyes widened exactly as Diane's had earlier. Seeing their reaction, Vivien realized it was working. All she needed to do now was strike them again. The spirits infesting the students' bodies began to materialize, becoming visible. Though Vivien hesitated for a moment, she knew she had to end this quickly. Pushing off the ground, she charged toward the students, but the spirits were waiting and quickly closed in on her body. Her eyes widened as she saw the malevolent energy approaching. Still, she struck at the shadow, which was growing denser by the second. Then she heard a voice. "What are you hiding, Vivien?" The spirit had grown larger, and the surroundings took on a cosmic, otherworldly appearance. Vivien was startled as the voice whispered in her mind. "One way or another, you'll be discarded. That's your destiny." Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled against the words. The voice continued, "You placed your trust in a stranger when even your own mother threw you away." She suddenly saw herself as a young girl again, chains binding her hands, trapped in her past. As she sank into the deepest abyss of her fears, the voices tormented her. "I hoped for a son. I wish I had never given birth to you." Vivien covered her ears as tears streamed down her face. But the spirit persisted, its words relentless. "Your existence is a disgrace, and everyone around you will die because of you." Then, it asked, "Why don't you just die quietly and alone?" In response, she whispered back, "If I disappear, will Lord Fairy be safe?" Unbeknownst to her, the students were closing in, and she too was being overtaken by the same spirit controlling them. The spirit promised her that this was the best course of action, and that her friend would remain unharmed. As she began to give in, her eyes started losing their color, as if she could no longer control herself. But then, she remembered a promise made to Lord Fairy, a pinky promise. Adrias's voice echoed in her mind. "Please keep that promise. I'll always be looking out for you." The promise they had made that day gave her pause. Worlds seemed to collide in her mind as she felt the crushing weight of her decision. Her eyes widened as she struggled with which promise she should keep. Meanwhile, Adrias was locked in an intense battle against numerous creatures. Nicl was at his side, slicing through countless limbs, and his powerful sword, Temor, stood ready to protect him in the most dangerous moments. Charon mocked Adrias's efforts, sneering, "How far do you think you'll get with just those three?" Manipulating the crystal, the magical beast opened its enormous mouth, preparing to launch a devastating attack. Adrias tried to dodge, then formed a magical circle of invocation, summoning Rudrudal. The portal opened above the beast, and the titan delivered a direct punch to the creature's head before it could unleash its attack. Charon looked back alarmed and asked, "What is this?" As Rudral's closed fist returned to its dimensional space. Now it was Temor's turn to advance, responding to Adrias's command, who mentally signaled that this giant was under his control. A massive creature approached Adrias, preparing to strike. But Temur let out a fierce growl, baring his teeth and taking control of the situation. Adrias stepped back, formulating a plan with Nicl, who immediately grasped the intention, clear the minions, and hide, allowing him to face Cain directly. Temur engaged the bulky patched creature while Adrias panted with exhaustion. Thinking strategically, he decided, instead of wasting my mana on Rudrudel, which is inefficient in terms of energy, I'll go straight for Cain and steal his Peldrain crystal. Adrias prepared himself, confident in his actions, knowing he needed to end the fight before anyone noticed something was wrong. Temur held the creature firmly as Adrias leaped over them, ready to execute his plan. The magical beast let out a shrill cry as it recovered, and Cain laughed confidently, sure that his powerful creature wouldn't lose again. However, Adrias approached, making the situation more tense for Cain. He swung his sword, nearly striking his former master, but the magical beast intervened, placing an arm in front and pulling Cain closer, facing the protagonist. Cain laughed hysterically, saying, "Do you really think you stand a chance against an ancient magical beast?" The two locked eyes seriously. Adrias couldn't help but think that if he used the 7 deadly sins, things would be easier. However, he knew that greed came with consequences, and sloth was still in cooldown, making the situation more complicated. He then decided to provoke his opponent, saying, "It seems you have a fondness for antiques. If you're dealing with an ancient magical beast, I have one, too. Remember that giant arm from earlier?" Upon hearing this, Cain's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it a giant? Where did he get something like that?" Cain wondered. Adrias appeared confident, asserting, "Next time, I'll make sure he crushes your head, old man, without mercy." The protagonist's idea was clear, provoke Cain to destabilize him as much as possible. However, Cain appeared calm and merely taunted Adrias to try and defeat him if he could. Suddenly, Adrias looked down, shocked. He had fallen into a magic circle drawn on the ground which activated with an explosion, sending everything flying into the air. It was some kind of mysterious liquid. While Cain laughed incessantly, several droplets of that liquid hovered in the air. However, none of it reached our protagonist, who was above the scene, standing in the sky staring down at Cain defiantly. "How?" Cain thought, perplexed, as he saw Adrias land from his jump unharmed. Even Adrias seemed confused about what had happened. He looked at his hands thoughtfully. "This is vampire blood magic." Adrias recalled his last encounter with the vampire Angela at the beginning of his journey, realizing that it must be the result of her bite. "I understand now." Cain was probably studying Angela's blood, thought the protagonist, feeling a bit desperate. Cain, visibly flustered, asked, "How did you survive that high-level blood magic?" Understanding the situation, Adrias taunted his former master. "Who knows? Maybe thanks to Angela Lucifer's gift." The revelation hit Cain hard. Beads of tension dripped down his forehead. He exclaimed, "Don't tell me you let the vampire escape." Adrias laughed in satisfaction, finally having the chance to tell the truth. "Oops, maybe you should have treated your student better." Here he consumed Cain. His veins bulged, his eyes turned red, and he let out a scream of pure rage. The image of his rebellious disciple boiled his blood, but Adrias, unmoved, showed no fear. A powerful strike was delivered by Cain, but Adrias dodged it skillfully. The impact struck the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Cain lunged forward, shouting, "How dare you! How dare you ruin my only chance in life again!" The magical beast under Cain's command launched another attack at Adrias, who once again dodged masterfully. The protagonist's plan was working perfectly. He noticed that Temur was holding one of Cain's creatures while Nicl had managed to hide. Sensing this, Cain shouted a silent command to the beast, ordering it to locate Nicl. The battle raged on furiously. Adrias struck with his sword, producing a golden glow. The attack was once again blocked by the magical beast. Meanwhile, Cain, stunned, thought to himself that Adrias was far more skilled with a sword than he had anticipated. Strategically, Adrias positioned himself behind Cain. When the old man realized his presence, Adrias' sword was already on its way. However, once again, his attack was thwarted by the relentless defense of the beast. The impact sent Adrias flying, causing a gush of blood to escape his mouth. Yet while Adrias lay on the ground unaware, Nicl seized the distraction. With a precise and silent strike, he severed Cain's hand holding the Peldrain crystal. Cain's eyes widened in sheer despair as he realized his mutilated arm. Adrias, still lying on the ground with a bloody face, began to laugh as he heard Cain's agonizing scream echo through the forest. The sound was so intense it shook the trees with the wind. With effort, Adrias rose, thinking, "Good job, Nicl." Meanwhile, Cain held his mutilated arm, groaning in pain. He looked at the crystal lying on the ground. Desperation took over him. The magical beast roared, seeming to feel the loss of the crystal, alarming the old man even further. Cursing, Cain shouted, "Damn it, the control of Cusin is." Without hesitation, Cain leaped toward the crystal, trying to grab it with his other arm. He knew he couldn't be without that artifact. It was the only thing still keeping him in control of the situation. The shadow of the beast already signaled imminent danger. However, something unexpected happened, leaving Cain paralyzed and Adria's YE. In a brutal move, Cain was pulled upside down. The beast sank its mouth into the ground and blood gushed through the area. The creature had devoured half of the old professor, killing him instantly in front of the protagonist. The magical beast rose again, glaring directly at Adria's. He mentally commanded, Nicl, please distract him. We need to retrieve the crystal. But what they didn't expect happened. The creature destroyed the object that controlled it, reducing it to pieces. Damn, was the only word Adria's could utter at that moment. He and Nicl were unsure of what to do, watching as the remnants of the crystal were carried away by the wind. Both Timur and the creatures he fought paused for a moment, stunned as the magical beast roared, preparing another attack. Opening its mouth wide, the creature unleashed a colossal projectile. Adrias shouted, dodge. The attack exploded into flames, launching rocks and debris everywhere. He tried to shield himself with his sword, but soon felt a giant hand grab him, lifting him into the air. Desperation overtook the protagonist as the beast held him. With its other hand, the creature hurled Timur away, preventing him from getting closer. Adrias began to grunt in pain as the beast crushed him. However, at the critical moment, Vivien appeared, cutting the hand that held him. Vivien, Adrias shouted as he fell to the ground while she rushed to catch him. She ran against time and managed to hold him just before the impact of the fall became fatal. Her focus was on helping her friend. But the magical beast was already staring at her, ready to attack from behind. Vivien, watch out, shouted Adrias desperately. But before the creature could act, a trail was seen slicing through the beast, lifting a thick cloud of dust. Still on the ground, Adrias screamed, Vivien, as he tried to understand what had happened. Then he saw Timur was there holding her. Despite being unconscious, Vivien was safe. Adrias felt a brief moment of relief, but knew the battle was far from over. He activated his subdimensional space, withdrawing the Tyra of Greed. He intended to research the matter further before using it, but it was better than being killed there. As he placed the Tyra, the system immediately notified, Original Sin. Detected, Greed. Do you wish to use it? With conviction, Adrias responded, I accept. Vivien began to slowly awaken, still dazed, but her eyes widened when she saw Adrias. She saw the fairy lord facing the wrath of the creature. However, as she got a closer look, Adrias's expression had completely changed. A manic smile appeared on his face while his eyes glowed a deep red. The magical beast launched a direct attack, but Adrias dodged it instinctively, speaking with a different tone. Filthy ancient beast. He sliced the creature's attack in half and declared, I'll turn you into a revenant and make you my slave. Consumed by the spirit of greed, he let out a chilling grin. With unimaginable force, he swung his sword. The blade struck the beast's flesh, creating a dazzling impact and forcing the creature to recoil. He landed on the ground swiftly analyzing the situation. An absolute defense that only reacts to perceived attacks. Then he recalled Vivien's surprise attack. Concluding, unexpected attacks were. Nicl, be the bait, he ordered. Nicl immediately obeyed, attacking the creature with quick and precise strikes. Vivien, now fully awake, watched in shock. Is that a revenant? She asked, seeing Nicl wielding his sword and facing the magical beast. But her gaze shifted upward to Timur, and she murmured, still surprised, Master Gagado. While Nicl kept the creature distracted, Adrias prepared his final blow. With a sinister smile, he thrust at the beast with all his strength, making the creature growl in pain. Now I'll turn you into a revenant, he said, satisfied. The system notified, Sealed Sword Galor has detected the blood of an ancient magical beast. To his surprise, the sword began absorbing the creature's blood. However, the effect of greed was waning and the side effects began to show. Blood poured from Adrias's mouth as his eyes slowly returned to normal. He heard Vivien shout his name before falling from a great height, but left his sword embedded in the monster. Vivien rushed to help him, but Adrias was already on the ground. The weakened magical beast began to disintegrate, letting out its final growls. Vivien held Adrias in her arms, allowing him to witness the end of the battle. The blood of the ancient creature had released the first seal of Galaxure, something Adrias hadn't anticipated. On the ground, everyone watched the fearsome creature dissolve. Vivien asked, is it over? Adrias coughed before apologizing. I'm sorry for putting you in danger and for hiding my true identity. But Vivien responded gently, it doesn't matter. As long as you're safe, nothing else matters to me. You'll always be the fairy lord. Adrias's sword embedded in the ground began to change. Its blade shattered, giving way to a new appearance. With closed eyes, Adrias pondered, has anyone ever placed total trust in me before? Days later, in the grand and imposing academy arena, the 111th opening ceremony began. The master of ceremonies called the student, Mr. Luz Artem, the first of his class, to the stage, informing that he had demonstrated academic excellence and good behavior. Adrias watched, remembering that from that moment, the great events of the game were truly beginning. Somehow he had managed to survive despite his lack of information. Though the number of people he needed to protect had grown, at the same time it gave him strength. Even knowing the great events were coming, he was determined to face them all. For after all, the war for the capital sins had only just begun. And in the end, he was certain of one thing. Vivien would be by his side. And with that, we conclude the first season of Necromancer's evolutionary traits. Everyone eagerly awaited the oath of the representative of the new students at Rodlin Academy. Season 2. As he stepped into his position to speak with a serious expression, he declared, I, Louis, and the new students of the academy pledge to stand side by side with our teachers and fight to become the spear and shield that protect the empire and its people. We will be the heroes who bring glory. He swore. His words, spoken with such confidence, held everyone's attention completely. As he began to leave the stage, his expression grew even more serious as he scanned the faces around him. These people will be my teachers. They seem really strong, Louis thought. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Adriez was standing there just as serious as him with his arms crossed. Louis noticed a curious detail and thought, that cape means he's from the magic department, doesn't it? What's he doing carrying a sword? Louis gave a faint smile as if affirming something to himself. Rodlin Academy seems to have some very interesting people. Spending time at the academy was even more exciting during the festive atmosphere brought by the spring tournament. Everyone was talking about how interesting the random matches seemed, regardless of the department they belonged to. As Louis walked through the arena, he overheard a student talking to another. Hey, you there, don't get too excited just because we don't have classes. We're only first years now, so it's fine, but next year it'll be our turn. As newcomers, they could only watch without any worries, which was seen as a great opportunity to learn and gain experience for the following years. At this moment, Louis thought to himself, watching must be great because you can see all kinds of skills and techniques, not to mention the magic department's participation as well. Lost in thought, Louis accidentally bumped into another student, spilling the coffee the student was carrying. Damn it, shouted the student, visibly irritated, veins bulging on his face. Louis immediately tried to apologize, explaining that he hadn't been paying attention, but he was abruptly interrupted. He barely had time to react when he saw the reflection of a fist coming toward him. Eyes for. What, ho? Mocked the student as he threw a straight punch. Louis tried to block with his hands, but the force was so great that he was thrown against the table where Diane was sitting. The impact was strong enough to knock over her coffee mug as well. With a satisfied expression and tension filling the air, the young man smirked arrogantly and said, blocking a punch from someone at the top of the night department. It seems they weren't lying when they said you were the strongest first year. Louis remained silent, staring at his hands, but he didn't look pleased at all. In his thoughts, he reflected. His punch wasn't that fast, but it was so heavy that I couldn't block it completely. The other young man, in a provocative tone, added, but you know, this uniform is really expensive. I'll let it slide if you give me 100,000 wills. Immediately, Lucia, who was sitting at the table with Vivien and Diane, stood up indignantly and protested firmly, that's extortion. Have some dignity. You're not a beggar. Diane, with a serious look and a voice full of authority added, indeed, are you really willing to get disqualified just to cause trouble in the middle of the street? Her tone carried an undeniable intensity as she concluded, Tadlun-senpai. Both Louis and the young man turned to Diane in surprise. She continued, by your own logic, you're the one who owes me 100,000. Tadlun swallowed hard as he realized who was standing before him. Dinafin. Diane then raised her arm, showing her uniform completely soaked in coffee, and pointed at him. Look at the state of my uniform. Unable to argue, Tadlun immediately turned to leave, muttering that Louis had just been lucky this time. Thank you so much for helping me, Louis said, a bit embarrassed by the situation. Dane replied simply, it was nothing. Meanwhile, Lucia with a slightly flushed smile commented excitedly. Oh, you're the first-year representative, aren't you? Louis flashed a broad smile and confirmed, that's right, Louis Artman. Nice to meet you. The girls began introducing themselves and chatting about Louis's bad luck in getting into trouble so early in the school year. Meanwhile, Vivien remained silent, calmly sipping her coffee. Still a bit embarrassed, Louis heard Diane say, it's fine. After all, that guy's at the top of the night department. Suddenly, Vivien stood up and announced she was leaving, which caught Lucia a little off guard. Adriez's match is about to start, she said, her face slightly flushed just at the thought. Oh, you're one of the experienced students from the night department. Nice to meet you, Louis said, excited about the situation. He extended his hand to her, but Vivien remained silent, making the moment even more awkward. She looked at him with a somewhat peculiar expression, but the tension was quickly broken by Lucia's laughter. Don't mind her. She's a bit unusual. I want to see the match, too. How about joining us? Lucia suggested. Diane also wanted to watch, and was surprised by Lucia's interest, as she believed Lucia didn't enjoy this kind of thing. Excited, Lucia simply replied, "Don't say that. Sometimes even I get excited." Cain said they were about to head out and asked Louis if he wanted to join them. He confirmed that he was already on his way since it was something he wanted to do, and he joined them immediately. At the arena, the crowd was buzzing with enthusiasm. That match was amazing, as expected of Rodlin. "They're on a completely different level," Louis said in awe. Cain, however, pointed out that it hadn't been all that impressive. The commentator soon took over, and now, here come the competitors for the next match. Shock filled Louis as he saw who was stepping into position. In the blue corner stood Todlon Terry from the Night Department, recognized as the best in his department. Everyone anticipated great things from him in this competition. In the red corner, his opponent was none other than Adrias Cromwell from the Magic Department, already somewhat renowned for inventing a new potion. Louis immediately remembered seeing him sitting with an extremely serious demeanor during the admission ceremony. That's the guy I saw at the admission ceremony. Is he really going to fight the top student of the Night Department with a sword? Todlon began preparing, touching his sword and saying, "It's you, isn't it? The guy from the Magic Department pretending to be a swordsman." Adrias stared at him and replied, "I wasn't pretending, but if that's what you think, be my guest." The response provoked fury in Todlon, who gritted his teeth and frowned, "Arrogant bastard." When the battle was announced to begin, Todlon charged forward at full speed, shouting, "I'll teach you the true weight of a sword." In the stands, Lucia asked Cain, "Have you heard about it?" Cain, surprised, wasn't exactly sure what she was referring to, but Lucia explained, "I heard there's going to be an exchange meeting with Milko Academy after this tournament." Cain replied, that. They said those with excellent academic results should attend if possible, though I think I'll be forced to go regardless." Soon, a phrase from Bahart Alvin came to Cain's mind. "Cain, if you go, you'll be able to show Milko Academy the difference between them and us even more clearly. So just go." Lucia sympathized, imagining what it would be like to be in her place and how tedious it could feel. Meanwhile, the fight unfolded with Adrias dodging all of Todlon's attacks. They continued to comment that the highest ranked student in the tournament would also have the opportunity to participate in the exchange. Cain immediately looked at Vivien. "If that's the case, she'll have to go as well. I think after defeating Aaron, yesterday's favorite, she has a good chance." Todlon was beginning to grow frustrated with Adrias, who managed to evade his every strike. He tried provoking him. "Damn you, stop dodging and fight." Todlon then paused, raising his sword and declaring, "I never thought I'd have to use my technique on someone like you." Adrias glanced at him sideways, remaining silent, but Todlon suddenly disappeared from his sight, attempting to land a direct hit. Once again, however, the protagonist managed to dodge. Quickly, Todlon repositioned himself, moving behind Adrias and forcing him into a high guard. The commentator announced with excitement, "What a terrifying attack by Todlon Terry. Adrias Cromwell is in danger." Adrias dodged several attacks so swiftly that he left only traces in the air. Vivien watched the fight with a smile on her face, confident in Adrias's potential. While he thought, "The way he moves, I've seen this before." Unable to hold back, Vivien remarked, "The victory is Lord Fairy's." Todlon, now furious, slashed the air in front of Adrias and shouted, "Is your sword just for decoration? Then show me the magic you're so proud of." In the same instant, Adrias dodged the strike again, positioning himself behind Todlon. In a swift move, he grabbed Todlon by the head and slammed him into the ground with such force that it cracked everything around them. The audience was stunned for a moment, but soon the arena erupted in excitement. Adrias had emerged victorious. In a short, direct tone, he responded, "That's because there's no need to use my magic or even my sword against someone like you." Incredible, Todlon Terry, the favorite to win, has been defeated by a fourth-year student from the Magic Department. "The winner is Adrias Cromwell," exclaimed the commentator as the crowd went wild over the match. Louis was completely stunned. He defeated one of the top students from the Night Department with just his hands. "Who is that guy?" The crowd erupted in cheers, and Vivien, as if expecting no less, exclaimed, "That's my Lord Fairy." Lucia, equally shocked, remarked, "No way, that just happened." Her comment was followed by Cain, who, just as surprised, added, "A sorcerer used a knight's aura to enhance his body." From above, Bahart observed the scene with his arms crossed, immediately recognizing what was happening. A dual core. To think he'd use it here. So he doesn't need to hide it anymore. Looks like a storm is brewing. With the final match of the day over, the commentator reminded everyone to confirm the standings on their tablets, as the round of 16 would begin the next day. Meanwhile, Adrias quietly left the arena. His group of friends quickly gathered around him, with Lucia, as always full of energy, calling out his name. "You were amazing. Congratulations." "Surprise." Adrias replied, "Why is everyone here? What kind of group is this?" Cain, with a gentle smile, responded, "Who knows? We just kind of ended up together by chance." Adrias understood what might have brought them together in that moment, but the one question he couldn't shake was, why is Luz here? Luz immediately bowed in greeting, introducing himself. My name is Luz Artman. Nice to meet you. Not knowing what else to do, the protagonist simply responded with his own name, Adrias Cromwell. Adrias felt a mix of emotions, touched and slightly nervous. He was face to face with the first character he had ever played in Pangea, now alive and standing before him. His thoughts, however, were soon interrupted by Cain, who commented on his performance. That was pretty impressive. I didn't know you could use aura. She moved closer, attempting to analyze him further, and continued, you never learned to use a sword before because you knew you had a special constitution, right? So. That's why you started training with a sword recently. Adrias broke into a cold sweat at her accurate breakdown of his every move but quickly confirmed her statement as true. Luz then asked, how did you move like that if you've just started learning to use a sword? Do you have some kind of special training method that isn't taught at the academy? His eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Adrias could see that Luz was determined. His hunger for learning was what drove his progress. Smiling briefly, Adrias replied, it's nothing special. I just use mana to strengthen my body. Luz looked at his hands, intrigued by how aura could strengthen the body, but soon scratched his head awkwardly and said, if you don't mind, could you show me once? It's hard to understand just from words. Adrias paused, thinking. Of course he wanted to teach Luz everything, but he knew this wasn't something that could be learned in a day or two. Besides, he was certain Luz would grow on his own anyway. So he raised his hand and said, I'm busy with the match right now. Maybe later when I have some free time. Immediately, Luz bowed in gratitude. Feeling a bit awkward, Adrias remarked that even though Luz was a novice who had only just joined the academy, his thirst for knowledge was truly remarkable. Lucia, poking the protagonist, teased, speaking of which, you're really awful. We spent half a year together researching potions, and you never told me about this. In response, Adrias apologized, recalling that back then he hadn't wanted too much attention. Meanwhile, Vivien's intrusive thoughts raced. Half a year together. Lucia continued, so why are you doing things to stand out now? Adrias cleared his throat for a moment before replying, I thought it would be cool to participate in the exchange. You know, it's hard to rise to the top with just magic. But the truth was, Adrias's reserved approach was because playable characters could kill him if he stood out too much. Lucia quickly agreed. After all, everyone could see that Adrias's talent for magic wasn't extraordinary. As they chatted, Adrias reflected on the event. The exchange was something that had never appeared in the game. He didn't need to go out of his way to participate, but there was someone at Milko Academy he wanted to meet, Keelan Volga, another playable character. At that moment, Vivien emphasized that she would do her best to participate in the event alongside Adrias, and Lucia acknowledged how truly ambitious they both were. Suddenly, cutting through the conversation, Cain, looking at the tablet, remarked, well, since we're participating, it wouldn't be a bad idea to aim for the top, right? Let's take a look at the match list. Upon reviewing the list, it was clear that Vivien, Cain, and Adrias were all in completely different brackets. Lucia then commented, assuming all of you keep winning, Vivien and Cain will face each other in the top 4, and whoever wins will go up against Adrias in the final. With a determined expression, Cain declared her confidence, and Vivien added that losing was not an option. Adrias in turn said he would do his best to keep progressing. Lucia turned to Luz and said, 2 rookies who've emerged as favorites to win the championship and one who was the original favorite. When I think about it, all the top contenders are right here. Luz could hardly believe his luck at having met all these amazing people in one place. But Lucia insisted, I'm serious, rookie. You should really feel honored. 5 days had passed, and the 58th spring tournament of Rodlin Academy had reached its finals. The arena was packed. The commentator called for all competitors to step into the arena. As some began walking in, he continued, there have been many surprises in this year's tournament, but the most spectacular is this person making it to the finals. From the 4th year of the magic department, student Adrias Cromwell. Adrias took his position, wearing a confident expression. As another person approached, the commentator continued, facing him is someone who defeated Vivien Belucan and became an unexpected finalist, also from the 4th year of the magic department. Cain Alvin, this is the first time in 12 years that we've had a final where both competitors are from the same department. In the audience, Vivien blushed. She called out, Lord Fairy, and urged him to do his best. This caught the attention of Lucia, who was standing beside her. She seems like a completely different person compared to when she's fighting. The crowd's attention turned to the arena as the announcement came that the match was about to begin, sending everyone into a frenzy. Cain and Adrias stood face to face when she spoke. Sorry, but I'm not handing the champion's title over to you, Adrias. With a smile, he replied, then you'd better come at me with everything from the start. As soon as the match began, Cain raised her hands, igniting 2 intense flames. Her steady gaze radiated complete confidence as she said, as you wish. I'll end this quickly. The audience gasped as the small flames intensified and multiplied. Adrias placed his hand on his sword, ready to unsheath it, certain he was going to enjoy himself. Without hesitation, he charged at Cain. She immediately directed the flames toward Adrias, causing explosions at different intervals. However, he skillfully dodged each one, drawing closer and closer. She then launched a fireball that seemed impossible to avoid due to their proximity, but Adrias split it in half with his sword. What? Cain exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. In a swift movement, Adrias struck the spot where she had been standing. But suddenly, a shimmering purple glow appeared, causing his strike to hit nothing but air. Adrias hadn't anticipated this. Though silent, his surprise was evident. She can already use spatial magic. Cain had teleported behind him, repositioning herself. Adrias gave a radiant smile. This exceeds my expectations. As Cain landed on the ground, she could only think, what is with that monstrous speed? Adrias, steadying his sword, turned to look at her from the side and said, more. Entertain me more, Dean. Fear gripped the girl as she realized he was enjoying the fight. Her expression shifted and she thought, he's saying he's not afraid of me. Clenching her teeth in fury, she raised her hands high, channeling even more mana into her magic and shouted, you annoying brat. Don't underestimate me. In the audience, everyone was astonished. Lucia commented, what incredible mana power. Cain is far beyond the level of a student, isn't she? Vivien agreed, believing that Cain was truly strong. Cain, nervous, knew she hadn't yet mastered that particular technique, but she felt she had to use it now. She was sure this was the moment. Her flames began to take the shape of spears, and just like the fireballs, they formed into multiple spears. Adrias smiled and stepped forward, saying, a flame spear with an explosive effect, oh, good idea. But if I dodge? What no one expected was the combination. A spatial teleportation portal opened behind Adrias, and the tip of a fire spear began to materialize. A powerful explosion engulfed the arena, making it impossible for anyone to see what had happened. However, when Cain looked to the side, there was Adrias, still intact. His scorched clothing showed signs of the heat, and he wiped away sweat, thinking, if I hadn't protected my body with mana, that would have been really bad. Just using spatial magic is hard enough, but combining those attacks. Her rate of evolution is surpassing my imagination. Breathless, Cain couldn't believe he withstood her attack using only physical strength and wondered, is he even human? As the spears reappeared in front of her, Adrias smiled. Watching these playable characters grow is exciting. Soon, another explosion consumed the arena, and no one could see anything. Even Adrias being hit by that is. Lucia exclaimed, surprised. Her face, however, showed fear as she noticed the murderous expression and intent on Vivien's face. The dust was still thick, and Cain began to laugh, certain she had succeeded. With a confident smile, Cain declared, my victory is. But before she could finish her sentence, a deep cut was made in the ground, and she quickly dodged. Upon seeing the depth of the cut, she thought the arena that Dad personally repaired and reinforced after it broke 5 days ago is. Adrias approached as he said, you showed me something great. Thank you. Now, let me show you something interesting as well. A dark energy began to surround him as he walked and explained, first, wrap your sword with aura, and then, by repositioning the aura's mana, apply a spell to it. Look at what you can do with this. You can invoke a spell using aura instead of magic. This is my own method, combining sword and magic. The screams could be heard from outside the arena. Inside, the entire atmosphere was suffused with uncontrollable black energy emanating from Adrias. Cain had raised a shield in an attempt to block his advance, but it required immense strength from her. Adrias gripped his sword firmly, still surrounded by crystalline blackness. Cain looked at her cloak and realized she had been hit. What is this? Meanwhile, Adrias smiled, impressed that she had managed to block the attack. To think you had such an incredible resource hidden. Is this also because of your unique dual core traits? Cain asked, removing her cloak. Adrias, with a confident smile, responded to himself. This technique is because of the trait receptacle. Cain narrowed her eyes, analyzing him, while Adrias shifted his gaze to the side, thinking, now for sure, some spectators must have noticed that my trait is not just any dual core. From above, Bahart gritted his teeth. Indignant. With his arms crossed, he thought, how dare he? He hurt my Cain with the sword I gave him. Beside him, a bald and bearded man commented, surprising. Adrias used aura to cast a spell. Is that even possible? Bahart looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, but quickly responded. Unless there's no difference between aura and mana, and if the entire body is transformed into a mana reservoir, it might be possible. Meanwhile, Cain remained motionless. Nearly out of mana, she knew she could only cast 3 more powerful spells and had to be cautious. With her thoughts racing, she clenched her fist, reflecting, I need to be careful of that strange fire on his sword and his short-range physical attacks. My chances are good in close combat, so I must dodge and land a decisive strike. Noticing she wasn't making a move, Adrias teased, "What are you thinking so much about in the middle of a match?" With a smile, she replied, "A path to victory." Adrias smiled and advanced toward her, leaping with his sword imbued with black aura, declaring, "It's the same for me." Upon landing, he delivered a slash that left black trails in the environment, but Cain managed to dodge using spatial teleportation. This took Adrias by surprise. Following that, Cain's cloak revealed a magic circle that instantly activated. "Damn it," thought Adrias, retreating from a massive explosion caused by the circle. Cain didn't waste any time. She was already prepared with a power activated in her hands. Adrias charged again, wielding his sword, but she teleported to another location, positioning herself behind him. Raising her hands, Cain caused several sparks of lightning to leap from her fingers. "Lightning serpents," she shouted, directing the power toward the ground. The attack traveled along the ground, forming an electric serpent. Adrias smiled confidently. "Lightning magic doesn't work on me. You forgot that my strongest element is earth." He moved his hands and created a shield of earth to block the attack. However, suddenly the shield shattered into pieces, leaving Adrias completely stunned. "I messed up," he thought. "I couldn't fully conjure the earth shield." Adrias was hit directly, and began to be electrocuted. He had to focus intensely to maintain both his physical and magical enhancements, but the attack left him vulnerable. Cain, with a satisfied smile, began to laugh. "You dropped your guard, didn't you, Adrias?" She started preparing a fire spell. Adrias, still feeling the pain from the shock and watching the fire approach, thought, "Damn, am I going to lose this easily?" Cain clenched her fists and grinned. "I won." The entire arena erupted in cheers of celebration, something never seen before. Outside, the excitement from the match was palpable. The match had been concluded. Intelligently, Cain had pushed Adrias out of the arena, securing her victory. She was exhausted, while Adrias, kneeling on the ground, supported himself only with his sword. Though he had enough strength to knock her out, Cain chose to ensure her victory. Adrias smiled gently, thinking it had been a good decision. It seems the experience on the snowy mountain truly left its mark on her. A bit embarrassed and sweating from the intensity of the fight, she smiled as she heard the commentator announce her as the champion of the 58th Rodlan Academy Spring Tournament. Soon, everyone gathered on the podium. Cain held the trophy for first place, followed by Adrias and Vivien. As the second place prize, Adrias received a full scholarship, while Cain, in addition to the scholarship, received an elixir that increased her mana pool. Vivien received a scholarship to complete her final year at the academy. After some time, Adrias set up a small potion lab. Looking around, he commented with satisfaction, "It's a bit smaller than Karen's lab, but I think it's quite usable. Besides, it's safe. This makes repairing my undead much easier." This new construction was made possible thanks to the savings accumulated from the tournament prize. Adrias was rich, with 9 billion wils even after covering all expenses. While reviewing the payments on his tablet, he muttered, "I'd prefer the mana elixir over the scholarship. It seems Cain is going to get even stronger." He reflected on the trait of the receptacle of original sin, which significantly boosted his mana capacity. However, knowing his future, Adrias concluded that he needed to further increase his mana pool. He remembered an incident from last season when he was with Vivien. He received a system message notifying him that the Codex of Apocalypse had detected benevolent greed, and that it had surrendered to the host. Both were shocked when something emerged from his chest, holding a Tyra, and announcing that he was temporarily possessing greed. At that moment, Adrias didn't understand what was happening, but a new notification appeared. The purest original sin is now linked to benevolent greed. Enhancement of basic abilities and generation of additional abilities initiated. Completion in 126 hours and 40 minutes. Adrias thought, with greed sensed, the amount of mana I can use has increased significantly. The first time I summoned Nicl, he used about 25 of my total mana. Now it's just 1, maybe even less. Considering Nicl is no longer a common skeleton, I can summon 100 normal skeletons at my current level. With this, I could form an army, use magic and sword fusions, and still activate my original sin. With specifications like these, I probably don't need to worry about future scenarios. The only thing that bothered him was that his intervention had altered the timeline, triggering an exchange meeting that wasn't part of the game, due to Charon's death. On his tablet, a news article about a black mage posing as a professor caught his attention. Cain had conducted black magic rituals on academy students, and the discovery shocked everyone. Setting the tablet aside, Adrias thought, the most important thing isn't the fact that it changed, but why and by whom. Even if the scenario changes, it's me who has all the information. If it's me, I can lead this to a successful conclusion. Later, Lucia's face flushed when she noticed Adrias was in the same class as her. "You're a professional slacker, but you always show up for potion classes," she remarked. Lucia's humility was far from present. It's because the professors want geniuses like me to be here. She leaned closer to his table and asked if he had time after class. I'm working on a new potion and could use your help, she said, sitting beside him. Adriez glanced at her with a sly smile. Help with what? She replied, the other day, I mixed frog slime mucus with fairy pollen, added a bit of ureum solution, and a slime core. Guess what happened? Adriez's eyes widened. The solution nullified all specific properties. It dissolved and disappeared, she explained with a clever expression. Adriez looked at her seriously, thinking, impossible. I didn't say anything yet. She stumbled upon the solution for her own treatment. Both she and Cain. How talented are these playable characters? Lucia stretched and said that things hadn't gone well after the experiment. How can I help? Adriez asked. It's hard to find time now, but I'll promise to help you later. Lucia tried to charm him, but even being the cutest freshman didn't get her what she wanted. Looks like I'm a stranger to you, she huffed, turning her face away. Adriez thought, there's time. Lucia is determined to survive until her chronic illness affects her. Forgive me, but there are others in greater danger. Selena and Tris, Lucia's classmates. I need to make them stronger before the first scenario in the midterm trials. The professor entered the room, interrupting Adriez's thoughts. He slammed the book onto the table with a forceful thud, greeting the students. Good morning, everyone. I'll be in charge of the potion mixing and creation class. My name is Kyler Skutzman. The middle-aged man had brown hair and deep, pronounced lines on his face. With a sadistic smile, he concluded, it's a pleasure to meet all these young minds. Adriez froze upon recognizing him. That professor was the first boss of that scenario. The professor said while showing the class a pipette containing a bubbling red liquid. As you can see, when this Platis potion is mixed with kale refined water, a red sediment and black bubbles are formed. Adriez watched, but his thoughts were elsewhere on Selena and Chris. Could I find them at the night training field? I'm confident they'll be training hard to catch up to Louis. The professor looked at our protagonist in a strange way, prompting Adriez to think, he must already know I'm a black mage thanks to that mess with Sloth, and yet he doesn't seem particularly interested in me. The professor turned back to the board, facing away from the students. When the classes ended, Kyler was alone in the room. He took out a mirror and said, I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you, Master Jester. On the other side of the mirror, Jester appeared, asking what had happened. Kyler, recalling Bahart Alvin's figure, affirmed, Bahart is starting to suspect me. I fear I'll have to distance myself from the academy soon. Jester inquired if this was all due to Charon's death, and Kyler confirmed, perhaps some clue about me leaked from his private office. Jester was surprised and mentioned that Ranox and Hosen were also dead, along with the disappearance of the crown. With all the chaos surrounding Karen, Kyler seemed ready to withdraw. Is he scared? Jester wondered. Moreover, the acolytes have suffered a great loss. Nothing is going as planned. Kyler was handling a potion when Jester asked when he would leave. The professor replied, soon. A student exchange meeting between Milko Academy and Rodlin is about to begin. Jester, confused, asked how that would be relevant. Kyler continued, before I leave, don't you think it would be better to crush these promising young ones before they start causing problems? Jester agreed that it wouldn't be a bad idea. Kyler planned to leave during the chaos and report back to Jester later. Once the communication ended, Jester began pacing back and forth, complaining, all the people I've planted in the academy are leaving. What can I do now that we've reached this point? He looked out the window, reflecting. With cold eyes fixed on the glass, he said, Adriez Cromwell, I have no choice but to drag this young man into the congregation. Switching scenes, Selena Arestial firmly gripped her sword as she trained. Suddenly, she planted the tip of her sword into the ground and began gasping for breath from exhaustion. Beside her, a young man with blue hair continued training diligently. I need a break, she said, flushed and sweating. Noticing the young man didn't pay much attention, she continued. Chris, let's take a break. Pushing too hard isn't good for the body, you know. Chris rested his sword on his shoulder and responded, why don't you worry about yourself, Selena? She approached him, a bit annoyed, and called him stoic, criticizing his patience and self-control despite the grueling training without a single complaint. She then asked if he watched the tournament final. No, I was training, he replied, going back to his repetitive sword movements. Selena, excited, brought up the topic. A guy incredible enough to use both sword and magic at the same time. Chris found it ridiculous. You're saying a fool who can't even master one thing made it to the final. I think I did the right thing by not watching. With arms crossed, Selena countered. You're just saying that because you didn't watch. I heard even Luz acknowledge that veteran skill. Unaware, Adriez approached the two. Chris, still training, responded. Luz recognized it. Fool like him, you say. Seems like he doesn't have good eyes. At that moment, Adriez interrupted them. For a freshman to speak ill of a veteran they've never met. That's not a good look. Adriez stood there, amused by the situation, while Selena looked completely horrified. She desperately glanced between the two while Chris asked who he was. Adries's response left Selena excited. I'm the fool from the magic department with a sword hanging from his hip. At that moment, Selena bowed deeply in a heartfelt apology, claiming that Chris was too proud when it came to swords and couldn't help but talk nonsense. Adries, with a slightly puzzled expression, commented, pride. Yet he still can't see any conviction in his swordsmanship. He's like one of those losers who can't decide whether to confront his girlfriend for cheating on him. This provocation left Tris completely enraged and flushed at the same time. Regaining his composure, he rested his sword on his shoulder and responded. What would a mage pretending to be a knight know? Selena, trying to calm the situation, found herself caught in the middle. However, Adries interrupted, I think I know more than you. This was part of Adries's plan, and he saw the provocation were. Chris immediately retorted, if you say so, then by all means, show me. It was clear Chris was a sore loser. Adries smiled, confident that he had achieved his goal. With the two glaring at each other and tension rising, Selena tried to mediate. You two, calm down. You'll be suspended if you fight in the academy. Chris turned away, claiming it would only be a practice match in the training field and that she shouldn't worry. Adries picked up a nearby sword, stating that it wouldn't be a problem. Chris, with a grin, acknowledged, for a mage, you really have a lot of courage. The protagonist raised his sword and said, very well. Come on, freshman. Chris readied himself confidently and taunted, I hope you don't regret this. Suddenly, Selena became excited by the situation and, though embarrassed, asked if she could participate too. Being able to fight against a fool who can use aura and mana at the same time. I mean, fighting against someone else is a rare opportunity, she said excitedly. Adries smiled and told her to get ready, because soon it would be her turn. Chris, brimming with confidence, interrupted the moment, and said there wouldn't be a turn for her before quickly charging forward in a cloud of dust. When Tris reached Adries, his strike was blocked by the protagonist's sword. The force of the block was so strong that Chris was pushed back, increasing the distance between them once again. Gritting his teeth, and with a face covered in sweat, Chris leaped, attempting to attack Adries from above, but the strike was blocked again. With a smile, Adries thought, he's certainly fast, but the owner style, one of the 5 great swordsmanship styles of this continent, is far from this. From afar, Selena watched the swords dancing in the air, the flashes and clang shimmering with each movement. His path in the game is to specialize in this swordsmanship, but the way he's using it now, he's not even following the style. A style that utilizes speed to draw constantly shifting sword strikes, thought Adries, continuing to fight Chris. Adries saw an opening, evading Chris, and positioning himself to kick. The kick landed squarely on Chris's ribs, sending the young freshman rolling away. Watching Chris get back up and wipe himself down, Adries analyzed his movements. He's trying to do too many things at once, rushing to beat lose, making his movements chaotic. Adries decided to take the opportunity to guide Chris. Firmly gripping his sword, a blue aura began to glow along the blade. Raising it in front of him, he said, stop fooling around and give it your best, Chris. The freshman gritted his teeth in anger. Positioning his sword, he shouted those words. I'll make you regret saying them. It was then that he used his swordsmanship in the Uinor style. Like a howl of blades, Chris advanced towards Adries with remarkable speed. His sword danced around him as if it were 1,000 blades. The impact caused a loud crash, but it soon became clear that Adries had delivered a blow that shattered Chris's sword. Even stunned, Chris had to hear Adries's words. You call that the Uinor style of swordsmanship? Do you really think you can grow strong just by choosing the best of everything? Adries glanced at him sideways and added, keep walking your own path without doubt. That's the right way. Chris panted, flushed, unsure of what to say. He stood completely paralyzed. Adries then turned to Selena, who was speechless at the situation, and called her for her turn. She firmly held her sword and said, I'm ready. In Selena's case, her swordsmanship was the opposite of Chris's. Her family's swordsmanship required natural strength, something that undermined her strengths. In other words, this technique wasn't suited for someone without the necessary physical power. Still, Selena, carrying her confidence, charged forward. Adries, with a smile, thought, great. Come at me, because I have plenty to teach you. Selena lost her balance from the impact of Adries's strike, falling flat on her back. She quickly scrambled away, trying to recover her stance. Chris, watching from the sidelines, looked visibly shocked, almost in disbelief at Adries's ability to so quickly pinpoint Selena's weakness. Even Selena seemed unable to believe it. Impossible, even attacking you with all my strength. Selena murmured, still stunned. Adries, already sheathing his sword, responded calmly. That heavy sword is hindering you more than it's helping. Selena got up, disagreeing. To her, wielding a heavy sword had always been part of her strength. Chris, on the other hand, considered and agreed with Adries. He's right, just like he was when he spoke to me. Selena looked at Chris, confused, not understanding what he meant. Then Adries asked, still composed, Why did you two choose the sword as your weapon? The two were stunned, unsure of how to respond. Adrias continued, clarifying his question. And what made you persist in training with it all this time? Chris, even more bewildered, questioned the reason for such unexpected questions. With a serious look, Adrias replied, I chose the sword to survive. Those words hung heavy in the air, leaving Selena and Chris surprised and silent, reflecting on the deep meaning of Adrias's revelation. Adrias explained, as a mage, I have to admit I'm a disappointment. I have no real talent for magic. You see, because of certain events, I came very close to meeting my end. Since then, the sword became my only guarantee of survival. And now you two, who've dedicated half your lives to the sword, were defeated by me. Do you know what that means? The two remained silent, but Selena ventured a guess. Difference in talent. Adrias shook his head and corrected her immediately. No. It means you still don't understand the true purpose of your swords. Do you wield a sword just to defeat someone? Or is it pure pride, even if it doesn't suit you? Chris reflected deeply on those words, recalling how he had always wanted to surpass Luis. Selena, on the other hand, thought about how much he sought her family's recognition. Noticing the impact of his words, Adrias continued, I wield the sword because it's my way of staying alive. And you? Why do you wield yours? He began to walk away, but before leaving he added, reflect on this. When you find your answers, come to me. I'll be ready to face you anytime you wish. As Adrias was about to leave the training grounds, Chris called out to him with a serious look. I'll definitely challenge you again. Adrias smiled and replied, I'll look forward to it. A week passed, and Vivien was walking up the stairs of the administration building at Rodlin Academy. As she passed, people glanced at her with admiration, while she pondered Adrias's lateness. Suddenly, she drew her sword, startling everyone around her. In silence, Vivien looked at her reflection in the blade and thought, maybe I should try smiling like Lucia when I meet him. However, her smile didn't turn out as expected. Her expression looked quite awkward, almost frightening, as she wondered if it might be better that way. Vivien genuinely wanted to appear more charming. Just then, Adrias approached and called out to her, what are you doing? The orientation is about to start. He seemed puzzled to see her there with her sword drawn. Vivien turned bright red. Nothing. I was waiting for you. Adrias pointed toward the auditorium and motioned for her to follow. As he turned away, Vivien gathered her courage, clutched her cloak tightly, and called out to him again. Adrias. Trying to hide her shyness, she gave him the smile she had practiced. Good afternoon. At first, Adrias found the whole thing odd, but his expression of surprise soon softened into a gentle smile. Good afternoon, Vivien. A few students were already gathered nearby. Selena and Chris were close to Luz, recounting how Adrias had defeated Chris and insisting that Luz should have seen it. Tadlan, the student who had spilled coffee on Diane, was also around when Adrias arrived alongside Vivien. The protagonist looked around, observing the activity. Aside from us, everyone here seems to have their achievements. As expected, Lucia isn't here. Looks like the freshmen were summoned based on their entrance scores. Vivien remained silent until suddenly someone called out to Adrias. Diane appeared with a charming smile and said, Did you come with Vivien? Adrias nodded. Yes, I found her outside. He quickly added, It seems the students from Milko Academy haven't arrived yet. Flustered, Vivien murmured a timid, Good afternoon. Diane explained, Well, it's part of an agreement between the two academies. I'm sure they'll be here soon. Suddenly, a group of people entered the hall dressed in styles and colors completely different from the other students. At the front of the line, a burly and confident young man loudly declared, Rodlin certainly has plenty of cuties. Long time no see, Diane. When are you going to become my wife? The young man wearing a provocative grin was Grace Mann, a top representative from Milko Academy. Diane immediately picked up on his arrogant tone, and didn't hesitate to respond. What an arrogant attitude. And besides, stop acting like you know me. Don't talk to me. You're disgusting. To emphasize her disdain, she made a face as if she were about to vomit. Grace became irritated and retorted, You'll never find a man with that attitude. Curious, Vivien quietly asked Dane, Are you getting married? Dine, looking like a startled cat, quickly replied, No, since he's the son of Milko Academy's director, I met him a few times as a child, mostly when my father brought me along. Without realizing it, Vivien blurted out her intrusive thoughts. He looks like a strange pig. Grace overheard and approached them with a provocative grin. You two cuties. What's the matter? Interested in me? How about tonight, we? He started moving toward them in an invasive manner, leaving Vivien visibly uncomfortable. Without hesitation, Vivien reached for her sword, which made Dane nervous, fearing the situation might spiral out of control. At that moment, a voice came over the loudspeaker, calling all Milko students. Grace muttered something about how this person had ruined his grand entrance. Dane, however, thought the intervention was providential. It might have spared Grace from a worse situation. The voice continued, over the next week, we'll hold a series of exchange meetings where you'll have the chance to develop your skills through friendly competitions with each other. To begin, please line up according to your department, regardless of affiliation. The Knights department, please line up to the left, and the Magic department to the right. Upon hearing this, Vivien made a disappointed face and commented, I wanted us to stay together. Her remark made Adrias blush, though he tried to hide it with a restrained smile. The next day, the exchange meeting, an event Adrias had never heard of, officially began. A professor manipulated a magic circle while explaining, if we apply a reverse spell to rotation-based spells, the result is this. A swirl of vibrant colors appeared above the table, forming something resembling a spinning globe adorned with arcane symbols. The professor continued, now everyone, try drawing this magic circle yourselves. He watched the students expectantly. Adrias paid close attention, patiently observing as he thought, magic circles. That means this is an area where Nicl specializes. Curious, Adrias glanced at a student in a red cloak beside him. Hitron Volga was a mage renowned for his mastery of support magic and magical circles. Without realizing it, Adrias stared at him intently, making Hitron slightly uncomfortable. Is something wrong? Hitron asked a bit awkwardly. Caught off guard, Adrias quickly replied, I'm Adrias Cromwell. Let's get along this week. They exchanged a cordial handshake and Hitron introduced himself, establishing a friendly atmosphere between them. Adrias looked over at Dain seated at a desk a few rows below, and thought, with the stage set, it seems I can already foresee a rivalry between Hitron and Dain. Both renowned geniuses. Maybe they'll even inspire each other with their magic. Wait a second. If it's about inspiration, maybe I can provide some for them myself. I may not have a natural talent for magic, but that doesn't mean I don't know how to create magical circles. With that thought, Adrias began sketching something in his notebook, an air of determination surrounding him. He muttered to himself, I've played this game countless times and drawn all kinds of magical circles. I'm confident no one knows more about this topic than I do. Plus, I've got so many ideas in mind. His drawing was nearly complete when he paused to reflect, resting his hand on his chin. But it wouldn't be very impactful if I just reverse the rotation. I want to show something different, a type of inversion they've never seen before. It's a bit tricky, but maybe I should try something related to lie. As Adrias pondered, a radiant golden aura emerged near the students, catching everyone's attention. How many spells are in that? As expected of Dain Alvin, she's something beyond a student, some students exclaimed in awe. Dain had completed her spell as instructed by the professor, and above her floated ancient runes glowing in shades of gold and purple. The scene captivated the students, and Adrias himself, who smiled as he analyzed it. The magical circle itself is reversed, and the runes are floating, surrounded by what seems like water in constant motion. Typical Dain, always flashy, just as I thought. Geniuses are terrifying, he thought to himself. At that moment, Hitron announced he had finished as well. On his desk lay a perfectly drawn magical circle. He commented casually, it's a shame. If the paper were a bit larger, I could have done something more intricate. As soon as Hitron placed his hand on the paper, an intense Cain glow filled the room, enveloping the nearby students with its energy. Everyone was mesmerized by the spectacle. Adrias stared at the scene, dumbfounded, thinking only one thing. Are you kidding me? The professor was astonished, his eyes wide at the display. Hitron, still calm and humble, explained, this is an illusory magic circle created using rotation and inversion. Its duration is short, so everything will return to normal soon. As the students experienced the sensation of being upside down in a distorted environment, Adrias stood there, jaw dropped. Hitron was even more brilliant than he had imagined. When everything returned to normal, Hitron raised his hand, and commented, it seems more research is needed to make it last longer. Dain, impressed, looked at him and said, that was truly amazing. Hitron, a bit bashful, thanked her and added, yours was enchanting as well. Adrias watched out of the corner of his eye, reflecting, not even Dain can compete with him when it comes to magical circles. Well, what makes this game so interesting is how every character has their own unique and distinct talent. Lucia, now cured of her illness, excels in magical combat. Hitron is unmatched in support magic and magical circles. Dain, with her space-time magic, stands toe-to-toe with anyone. Thanks to that ability, she's famous as one of the most powerful characters in the game, Hakata. The professor regained control of the room and praised the two, emphasizing how incredible their magical circles were. Then he encouraged the other students to showcase what they had created. Adrias, a bit sheepish, tried to muster the confidence to present his magic circle. He placed his hand over his drawing, and with a cannon glow, a small flower branch began to emerge, glowing delicately. A loud laugh echoed through the room, coming from the burly boy, Grace, who mocked the simplicity of the spell. Adrias turned back, throwing a defiant glare at Grace, but kept his composure, determined not to let the comment get to him. Hey everyone, look at what he did. Where's the rotation and inversion? And that flower you created is so pitiful, it hasn't even bloomed, Grace said, laughing and ridiculing the protagonist. The burly boy even stroked his chin, adopting a mocking tone. How strange, how can an idiot like this even be part of this exchange program? Adrias took a deep breath, irritated by Grace's taunts. Without a word, he thought, when I played as Kitrum, Grace was always picking fights. Since everyone avoided him, he never had any followers. Even so, he's far too annoying to ignore. Hitron, on the other hand, was genuinely intrigued and commented excitedly, that's a type of magic I've never seen before. Grace, attempting to provoke further, retorted, huh? Are you blind? Anyone can see it's just some mundane flower. Cain, visibly annoyed, stood up and shouted, you're the one who should take a closer look. Not that you'd have the capacity to understand the form or type of spell being used there. Anyway, Edres frowned slightly, realizing he might need to reach the same level of understanding as Cain and Kitrum to fully grasp how that magic circle worked. Kitrum, excited, asked, Adrias, do you mind if I explain it to everyone? Without hesitation, Adrias nodded in agreement. Kitrum began to explain. At first glance, it seems like just a flower created using the formulas of nature and life. But that's not all. In addition to those, the formulas of time and rotation were also used to complete the cycle of life spell. And by incorporating the reversal formula, the result is a flower that is simultaneously healthy and withered. The explanation stunned everyone in the room. The professor, the students, and even Grace, who was visibly bothered from a distance. A short-haired boy observed the scene with a sly smile but remained silent. Cain, summarizing for the rest, said, to simplify, this flower exists in a state of life and death at the same time. He transcended rotation and reversal to create a contradiction. Plus, it's still alive. With a curious tone, she added, it's something like Skridinger's cat. The clear and detailed explanation impressed everyone. Adrias, reflecting inwardly, thought, part of this is because I'm a necromancer, which makes it easier to create spells involving life. However, it was a bit harder to make this work without using dark magic. Hitron, increasingly intrigued, leaned in closer and remarked, the more I look at this, the more I want to study it. Adrias, smiling, replied, this is the result of me thinking a lot about how to incorporate a contradiction into it. Cain, crossing her arms, turned to Grace and said, by the way, man, you must have something spectacular to show us, right? Grace, not hesitating, placed his hands on his animated magic circle. Of course it'll be something unparalleled for all of you. The circle began to glow high above, resembling an atom with runes chaotically swirling around it. However, the students grew uneasy. This is bad, one of them murmured, noticing the instability of the circle. Grace, sweating profusely, tried to stay calm, thinking to himself, it's fine. It's fine. I hope no one notices. Cain, losing patience, observed, what is this? All you did was copy my magic circle. Grace, irritated, shouted, what? Do you have proof that I copied you? Unfazed, Cain continued. Apart from the elemental formula, the composition is exactly the same as what I made. Oh, and it looks like you used the wrong levitation formula. Let me guess. Were you too far away to copy it correctly? Grace shot up in a burst of anger. That doesn't make sense. His frustration only made the circle even more unstable. Suddenly he screamed in panic, fire, fire, somebody help me. Cain, narrowing her eyes and furrowing her brows slightly, remarked with disdain, this guy is hopeless, honestly. She then created a small magic circle above Grace's head and gave it a light tap, stabilizing the magic. Grace, furious, snapped, Cain, you must have tampered with my formula. The situation started spiraling out of control. The professor tried to calm the room, calling for silence, but it was too late. Grace raised his hand, conjuring a fireball in pure rage. How dare you make a fool of me? His face was red, drenched in sweat, leaving the other students visibly frightened. At that moment, a dark aura began emanating from Adrias. His eyes turned intense and piercing as he spoke in a firm and chilling tone. Lower that hand, unless you want to lose it. Hitron watched him, surprised and slightly alarmed, while Grace froze, thinking, am I going to die? Adrias took a deep breath, maintaining his composure, and explained calmly but firmly, stay out of trouble during this exchange. And by the way, even after you return to Milko, stop playing the bully and behave yourself. Grace swallowed hard, visibly seething with anger, but also trembling with fear. Cold sweat ran down his face as he bit his lip. Unable to contain himself, muttering curses under his breath, he stood up and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The room fell silent for a few moments as everyone processed what had just happened. At that moment, Adrias thought, no way this idiot will behave after just this. I'll have to teach him a lesson later in another way. Suddenly, The man who had been suspiciously observing the room stood up and informed the professor that he would go after Grace. This made Adrias wary. That guy, he seems very familiar. Meanwhile, outside, Grace was venting his anger. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all. It's all their fault. They made a fool of me. I swear I'll get rid of them. I'll finish them off. This is pissing me off so much, he raged, pacing back and forth. At that moment, the other student appeared behind him, calling his name. Startled, Grace turned quickly and stammered. It was all just a misunderstanding, you see. The young man, scratching his head, replied, I think you've got me confused. With someone else. Grace, still confused, asked, who are you? The young man introduced himself. I'm Antonio Hole, a student set to graduate this year from Rodland. I am the personal apprentice of Professor Kyler, specializing in potion crafting. Earlier, I noticed you were being humiliated by my disrespectful juniors. So, I came to show you something that might help. Antonio glanced around, ensuring they were in a secure location. He then pulled a potion from his cloak and continued, I Professor created a potion that temporarily enhances physical strength and mana. However, there are some side effects, such as a temporary loss of taste. To address this, he's currently seeking volunteers to test it. Antonio handed the potion to Grace, who immediately asked, if it's so good, why hasn't it been commercialized yet? With a suspicious and intense look, Antonio replied, please try it. I'm certain you'll easily overpower the juniors I mentioned earlier. Grace, driven by curiosity and a thirst for revenge, recalled Diane and Adrias. With a sinister smile, he drank the potion without hesitation. You're drinking it that quickly? Antonio exclaimed. Grace began coughing repeatedly as Antonio asked in an almost theatrical tone, so how do you feel? Grace's veins started to bulge and his expression darkened, filled with rage. His mana visibly overflowed. As a display of power, he conjured a fireball far more potent than before, radiating an intense heat in his hands. Grace's physical vigor seemed to pulse through his movements. He aimed the fireball skyward, releasing it at an astonishing speed. Antonio, in an admiring tone, remarked, whoa, how incredible. With this, you'll easily defeat anyone. But for Grace, it wasn't enough. Sensing his newfound power, he declared with determination, I want all the potions for myself. The following day, Diane's voice echoed through the hallways near the fountain as she asked, a flower. Vivien was with her, and explained. Adrias said he gave the flower to you. Could you give it to me? Feeling awkward, Diane replied, but aren't you a student from the Night Academy? What do you need it for? Besides, I'd like to study it, so giving it to you. When Diane looked at Vivien, she noticed the girl had a deeply dejected expression. So, you can't? Vivien murmured, her head hanging low. Diane hesitated for a moment, then feeling guilty, relented. All right, I'll give it to you. At that moment, Lucia was walking through the hallways and overheard the conversation. Approaching them, she caught Diane saying, anyway, I can always get another one, but to use the flower, you'll need your mana. Diane began explaining to Vivien how to utilize it. Vivien, as she held the paper, was enchanted. The flower was still materializing from the drawn circle, surrounded by a thin can mana. Curious, Lucia joined the conversation. Oh, is this that flower everyone's been talking about? Getting closer, she began. Observing the flower carefully. The contradiction was created by that seaweed head, she teased playfully. Diane seized the opportunity to ask, are you heading somewhere? Lucia explained that her classes had ended and she was on her way to the laboratory, but decided to stop to examine the flower. It seems like something's missing right there. Doesn't that part look a bit crooked? Quickly, Lucia pulled out a pen from her bag, a confident smile on her face. I feel like something's intentionally hidden. I'll make some adjustments. Diane and Vivien, intrigued, watched closely. Now, let's add a flow spell, Lucia announced as everyone waited in anticipation. Suddenly, a spectacular glow shimmered through the area and multiple flowers began to bloom, forming a magical garden. Diane was stunned, even though she had already suspected a dual magic circle was involved. Out of nowhere, a man appeared, kneeling to pick one of the flowers as he remarked, so, this is the rumored magic circle. What a splendid innovation to express such a contradiction using only basic spells. It was Bilio Castello, the headmaster of the Magic Academy. Diane immediately recognized him and bowed respectfully, saying, forgive us for activating a magic circle in a place like this. The headmaster, curious, asked with a slight smile, which student was responsible for this. A bit apprehensive, Diane responded, it was a fourth-year student, Adrias Cromwell. Bilio furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if this was the same Adrias everyone had been talking about recently. For a specific magic circle, this is almost like creating a step toward immortality, the ultimate contradiction, the headmaster thought, intrigued. Noticing Bilio staring intently at the flower without saying anything, Diane cautiously asked, is there some kind of problem? However, Bilio remained silent and walked away, leaving everyone puzzled. The silence was broken by Lucia. "What's up with him?" he asked. What he wanted, and then just ignored us. Cain panicked and whispered hurriedly. "Quite. He's still around." Belial, however, was lost in thought. "Fascinating. I never imagined that the work of one of my students could inspire me. Adrias Cromwell. I'll be keeping a close watch on him." Sometime later in the knight's training area, the atmosphere was intense with frenetic practice. Luce was with Vivien, wiping off sweat as he said, "Thank you for agreeing to train with me. You're a very strong senior." Vivien, sipping water, replied modestly, agreeing that he was talented as well. The conversation quickly ended, leaving Luce thinking to himself, my talks with Senior Vivien never last very long. Suddenly, the sound of clashing swords echoed, drawing everyone's attention to two people locked in an intense sparring session. An excited voice yelled, "You're the second best in your year, and that's all you've got." It was Toddlin Senpai pressing forward with ferocity against Chris, who struggled to block the relentless attacks. Chris tried to respond with confidence, maneuvering his sword and ordering Toddlin to stop, but was caught off guard by a powerful kick. The impact sent him flying backward, clutching his stomach as he gasped for air. With my poor swordsmanship, it's going to be hard to beat him, Chris thought, trying to steady himself. At that moment, he remembered Adrias's advice. Follow your path without hesitation. In the middle, bolstering his determination, Chris murmured to himself. Just like Senior Adrias said, I must not doubt my own sword because the essence of the Honor style is already ingrained in my body. With renewed resolve, he stood up, ready to continue the fight. That was enough for Chris to raise his sword confidently, facing Toddlin head-on. Toddlin, ignoring his opponent's determination, scoffed, "No matter what you do, nothing will work." He then advanced with full force. The sound of clashing swords echoed like a thunderclap. Chris blocked the strike with his blade, gritting his teeth as he told himself. The Honor style is a technique that confuses the opponent, always shifting the attacks. Reflect your adversary's sword, break their stance, and aim for a decisive strike. As soon as he finished his thought, Chris's blade moved so swiftly it seemed to split into 3 directions, leaving Toddlin completely bewildered. Unable to comprehend what was happening, Toddlin attempted to react, but Chris swiftly repositioned himself behind him. Toddlin quickly turned, clenching his teeth. "Damn you," squirming like a worm. Before he could act further, Chris's blade came dangerously close to his neck in a precise and flawless movement. Firmly gripping his sword, Chris declared with a fixed gaze, "It seems I've won." However, Toddlin wasn't a gracious loser. Irritated, he slapped Chris's sword away, sending it flying, and angrily threw his own sword to the ground. "Lost to this trash. What a joke. I'm done with all this." "Nonsense." Chris quickly interjected. "This isn't a joke. Your swordsmanship is very impressive." But his words were ignored. Toddlin refused to listen, prompting Chris to shout, "Hey!" Toddlin spun around sharply, his anger growing. "Don't open that mouth of yours." He then tossed another sword near Chris, provoking him. "Is that even a real sword?" asked Chris, confused. Visibly irritated, Toddlin pulled the stopper from a potion bottle and commanded, "Shut up and take the sword. I'll make you regret disrespecting me." Luce, watching as things spiraled out of control, tried to intervene. "Chris, just apologize and end this already." But Chris was fixated on one thought. A potion. Everyone tensed as Toddlin drank the contents of the bottle in one gulp. As soon as he finished, his expression changed dramatically. His eyes turned red and intense. Veins bulged from his skin, and a deep growl escaped his throat. The teacher, noticing the commotion, quickly approached Toddlin and asked, "Why? Is a student like you participating in this exchange? Is that sword real?" Upon realizing Toddlin was holding a real sharp blade, the professor furrowed his brows, his expression turning aggressive. Authoritatively, he commanded, "Return that sword immediately." Suddenly, everyone present was stunned. Chris kept his eyes wide, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Luce let out a scream so loud it echoed through the room, while Vivien, subdued and silent, remained in a thick, oppressive silence. Toddlin had confronted the professor without hesitation, his aggression shocking everyone. The professor fell to the ground, clutching the spot where he had been hit. His face etched with pain and disbelief. "Monster," someone murmured amidst the general horror. Toddlin's sword still showed signs of the confrontation, while his nearly insane rage made him point at Chris and roar, "Come on, first year brat. It's time for round 2. His appearance and behavior clearly demonstrated that he had been completely altered by the potion. In the academy corridors, the name Adrias was called out loudly. He quickly turned, trying to locate who was calling him and said, "You can just call me Adrias, skip the formality of Sir." Hitron, bowing slightly, responded with a smile. "I'm 2 years younger than you. So you should speak to me more casually, Sir Adrias." Adrias laughed and agreed. Hitron got straight to the point. "That magic circle we created the other day. It was a double circle, right? How did you come up with that?" Walking alongside him, Adrias responded casually, "Isn't it more fun to have something hidden in it?" As they spoke, Adrias recalled a conversation with Lucia about discovering that circle, and thought to himself, "I really tried to hide it." But with those two, Lucia and Dane, they uncovered everything in just one day. What still intrigues me is why Vivien was with them. Citron continued, "I just remembered. I heard that the potion of eternity was created by you. So what are you going to show us in today's potion class?" Discreetly smiling, Adrias replied, "I plan to make something more subtle. I can't reveal my tools to the whole class, can I?" The truth was he wanted to avoid drawing attention, especially in front of Kyler. Suddenly, a loud roar interrupted the conversation. The explosion lifted debris and dust, leaving both in shock. As the dust began to settle, they saw Diane standing with a mana shield, her cold gaze fixed on what emerged in front of her. "It's a monster," someone screamed upon seeing a grotesque hand gripping the wall. From the dust, Grace emerged, completely consumed by the potion's effects. His body was distorted, and he growled in a guttural voice. "Dang, how dare you deceive me like this?" Adrias's eyes widened as he recognized Grace, now unrecognizable. Beside him, Citron, sweating profusely, murmured, "It's man." The two continued to glare at each other. Grace's body grew larger, his grotesque and inhuman form becoming more monstrous. His eyes, consumed by an unsettling blackness, reflected the side effects of the potion created by Professor Kyler. With a distorted voice, Grace shouted at Dane, "I'll show you what happens when you mess with me." Dane, tense in the situation, responded firmly, "Have you lost your mind? Do you think you can get away with this in another academy?" Adrias clenched his teeth, analyzing the scene, as he thought to himself. To think that an incident meant for the midterm exams is happening now. This is the danger of relying too much on game information. I should have kept a closer eye on him from the beginning of the school year. As chaos unfolded in the academy, Kyler strolled calmly through the institution's grounds, dragging a suitcase. Upon hearing the sounds of destruction, he paused for a moment and with a smile thought, the farewell party should have already begun. Inside, Grace raised his hand, conjuring an intense fire while declaring his intent to silence Dane's defiance. "Take this," he shouted, launching his magic toward the young woman. Before the attack could reach her, Adrias positioned himself in front, cutting through the magic with his sword in a swift and precise motion. Grace stood dumbfounded, unsure how to react. Diane was equally surprised by this intervention. The protagonist, maintaining a steady stance, said, "Hey, idiot. There's no turning back. Remember." Grace, foaming at the mouth as his rage intensified, growled, You're that bastard from yesterday's grin." These words confirmed for Adrias that Grace still retained some sanity, meaning he hadn't been under the potion's influence for too long. Grace clenched his fists tightly and screamed, "Perfect. I'll kill both of you." Citron stepped closer to Adrias, concerned. But the protagonist responded swiftly, "I'm fine." He too stepped back for now. Diane, still in shock, shouted, "That guy killed a Milko student." As Grace continued to grow, his muscles expanding and tearing his shirt, transforming into a monstrous form, Adrias turned to Diane and Citron and ordered, "Let the teachers handle this mess. I'll buy you some time. Diane, prepare a powerful spell, something that can take him down for good." Diane, still paralyzed, wondered how Adrias managed to stay calm in such a chaotic situation. After a moment, she nodded and remarked, "But his body seems incredibly resilient." Adrias responded confidently, "No worries. With Citron's help, you should have enough power." Citron, though surprised by the responsibility placed upon him, took a deep breath, gathered determination, and confirmed Adrias's request. He followed Diane, both ready to give their full strength. Grace wasn't going to let it go easily. He prepared another fire spell, shouting, "Where do you think you're running to?" Launching a massive fireball forward, he added with a roar, "Da." Adrias blocked the attack with his sword, exclaiming, "You're way too loud, you pig. If you can't even speak properly, shut your mouth." Moving his sword with precision once more, Adrias delivered a strike through the air, but a loud crash echoed, followed by a blinding light. Grace had summoned a magical shield to protect himself. Behind him, Citron and Dane continued to form the magical circle in preparation for the powerful spell requested by Adrias. Damn it, even spoiled, he's still a mage. And thanks to the potion, his shield became much stronger, thought Adrias, frustrated to see his attack blocked. Grace let out a grotesque laugh, baring his teeth and drooling. But Adrias didn't care how strong Grace had become. He was determined to overcome any obstacle. His sword began to glow with intense golden light, surrounded by a luminous aura, and he charged toward the monster. Dane, watching, thought, "He's covering the sword with even more magic than during the tournament." Adrias's blade collided with Grace's magical shield once more, causing an unexpected reaction. Golden and purple sparks began to emerge as Adrias pushed to break through the barrier. It was a race against time as Dane and Citron's magical circle was almost complete. Suddenly Kitrung shouted to Adrias, "Sir Adrias, watch out." Grace conjured more magic, launching golden blades toward the protagonist. Without hesitation, Adrias raised a stone shield to defend himself, blocking the attacks that were embedded into the barrier. Is he really going insane, using offensive magic while keeping his shield up? Adrias thought, bewildered. Grace continued to grow, his muscles expanding and ripping through what was left of his shirt. Now he resembled a giant, and Adrias, a mere ant before him. This isn't good. We need to stop him before he reaches his final stage, thought Adrias, charging towards Grace. He leaped, and attempted to drive his sword into the opponent. Grace bared his teeth, growling fiercely as saliva dripped from his mouth. Damn it, he's as tough as that, thought Adrias, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Diane yelled, "Adrias, move back." Hearing this, Adrias felt relieved. Kitrung and Diane were ready with the magic circle. Seizing the opportunity, Adrias leaped with precision onto the ground as Diane prepared her attack. With her eyes glowing intensely, Diane unleashed her magic. Iron Spear. Suddenly, multiple black blades emerged, piercing Grace at various points. Adrias turned, astonished, his eyes wide. Advanced magic. Even with help, to think she could use magic like this, capable of piercing his skin. As expected of a stolen character from the playable roster. At this rate, she might even create original magic before graduating. Still, he sighed, observing the scene. Turning the director's son from Milko into such a mess is going to cause us a lot of trouble. Diane couldn't believe the extent of the situation either. Although he's turned into a monster, this is definitely going to be a problem, she commented, concerned. Kitrung nodded, determined. There's no way out. I'll help you both as much as I can. Adrias remained silent for a moment, reflecting on how Diane had become involved and thinking that Bart would likely handle the situation behind the scenes. Then he said, if anyone shows up, explain the situation. I'll go find the class instructor, Professor Kyler. Elsewhere in the school, an explosion shook the corridors, accompanied by desperate cries. A monster, don't try to face it. Just hurry and call the professors. Adrias sprinted toward the chaos, thinking, Kyler must have gone to his hideout amidst all this chaos. I need to stop him now to prevent him from causing even more trouble. This potion could be extremely problematic in future war scenarios. While searching for the professor, something caught his attention. A figure moved quickly, carrying a suitcase. Adrias immediately recognized him. It was Antonio Hull, Kyler's vassal. I almost forgot about him. He doesn't stand out much, but I remember he left the room to check on Grace. He must have spread those potions everywhere. If I follow him, he'll definitely lead me to Kyler, thought Adrias, slipping into a nearby alley to keep an eye on him. However, just as he was preparing to follow, a familiar voice shouted, "Run, Lucia." Adrias's eyes widened, and he turned immediately, searching for her. Lucia was holding a protective circle, trying to fend off another student, also altered by Kyler's potions, who was attacking two other students. The creature opened a mouth full of sharp teeth while Lucia yelled to her friends, "Run as fast as you can." She struggled to maintain the barrier. The impact was so intense that the circle shone with a metallic purple light, and the two students were thrown back by the burst of energy. Lucia, sweating and her skin burning from the proximity to the light, thought desperately, am I going to die here? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have sought it. Cure. I should have just lived my life without caring about anything. Suddenly, Adrias appeared, leaping toward the creature and delivering a powerful kick, sending it flying to the other side. Lucia, with a weakened gaze, recognized him and whispered, that senior Alga head. Everyone started running desperately through the corridors. Some screamed about being injured while others called for their teachers. Did everyone make it out? Someone in the crowd asked, ensuring the gates remained open. Luce asked Selena to take Chris to a safer place. However, worried, she questioned, what? But what about Hugh? He had a plan. He was going back to help Vivien because he had a bad feeling about what might happen. It wasn't long before Instructor Ivy arrived at the scene. Her expression was intense, and in a loud voice, she asked what all the noise was about. While everyone was outside, the battle raged on for Vivien. If I don't stop him now, he'll definitely go after Adrias, she thought, clenching her teeth. Sudlan was completely enraged. His veins bulged on his face, and his teeth remained clenched as he pressed his sword against the girl. Suddenly, he stepped back to gain momentum and once again charged at her. They blocked each other's attacks until, in a desperate move, Vivien turned her face away in panic and headbutted him so hard that Tudlan staggered back instantly. He was consumed by rage. His face bleeding uncontrollably as he growled something incomprehensible. Vivien remained calm, somewhat confused, but still focused on her goal. Her expression only changed when she saw Tudlan's clothes ripping apart as all his muscles swelled almost instantly. This is dangerous, she thought. Blood still dripped down her face as she reflected, but that's exactly why I have to take him down here. She lunged at him, drawing her sword and striking. The attack was so strong that the wind surged, following the path of her blade. But something unexpected happened. Her expression changed just before she was sent flying by a sudden flash rolling across the ground. Nicl had attacked as well. She steadied herself by driving her sword into the ground, pushing herself up with her knee while still questioning herself. I'm still too weak. The way I am now, I won't be able to protect Idris. Vivien spat blood as she coughed, but that didn't stop her. She repositioned herself, gripping her sword tightly. Nicl roared loudly, calling her to battle. That was enough for Vivien's eyes to be overtaken by a pure white glow. Her aura began to gather, emanating a strong purple radiance that surrounded her while Nicl raised his mighty arm against her. At that exact moment, something took her by surprise. Avi appeared beside her and said, "That's enough. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Nicl swung his arm down, but Ivy blocked it with her own strength in an instant. She stared at him and declared, "Nicl Terry, oh, what a shame. But it's already too late." With her own power, she tore his arm from his body, taking his head along with it. Vivien was astonished by the instructor's power. So strong, she thought as Ivy observed the remnants of Nicl lying on the ground. Then Ivy turned to the young girl and said, "Anyway, congratulations on holding out for so long." But the only thought running through Vivien's mind was how much she needed to become as strong as her. Elsewhere in the academy, Idris held Lucia in his arms, dodging another rampaging student. To escape, he raised an earth shield, creating a solid stone wall that blocked the enemy's charge. As he ran, he thought, damn it. If I let Kyler escape, the war that follows will be a huge problem. In this situation where I can't summon any undead, I have no way to defeat that thing. I have to get her to safety first, then go after Kyler. As he pressed forward, a man suddenly appeared. His hands were in the pockets of a light-colored suit. It was Belial. In an instant, Idris clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. That bastard. His students are being attacked and he's just standing there. Passing by him, Idris shouted, "I'll leave this monster to you, Mr. Headmaster." In his mind, he begged that psychopath to do his job. However, his attitude seemed to leave Belial somewhat puzzled. He watched Idris, waiting for him to show something interesting. But since that didn't happen, he shifted his attention to the rampaging student, who was instantly disintegrated by a brilliant, shimmering light. Sometime later, Idris was in the infirmary, staying by Lucia's side, who was still unconscious. The doctor on duty tried to reassure him. "She's fine. She just fainted from shock because her mana was depleted, but she'll recover after some rest." Slowly, Lucia's eyes began to open. The moment she woke up, Idris immediately asked how she was feeling. "Still weak," Lucia responded, "Huh. So, it wasn't a dream. I thought I was going to die." Idris caught her attention, telling her that she almost did. Then he asked, "Why did you even consider fighting that thing?" In response, Lucia simply said, "I didn't want to fight either, you know that. But there were people who couldn't escape, so I had no choice." Idris looked at her fondly, teasing her about how she sounded like a hero. However, deep in his thoughts, he knew that if things had gone as expected, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. In the end, it was all his fault. Lucia sat up in bed, shouting, "Your Q Jr. almost died, you know." Idris, seeing her reaction, replied, "You seem fine if you can throw a tantrum like that." He watched her, imagining how terrifying the whole situation must have been. Perhaps enough to make her want to lock herself in a room and become a reclusive researcher. Finally, he turned his back to her, and said he was busy, so he was leaving. Lucia was surprised. "What? You just came here to mock me?" Before leaving for good, he glanced back at her, trying to encourage her in some way. "Oh, right. Once all of this is over, let's start working on your potions." She remained silent, her face completely flushed, but still visibly surprised. The events of that incident replayed in her mind, the exact moment he saved her, kicking the student away, the instant her body collapsed in slow motion, unconscious, seeing Idris's face trying to reach her. All of it brought a small, genuine smile to her lips. A few hours passed and night had fallen. In the forest, only the sounds of nocturnal animals could be heard. Idris was there, walking toward a small cabin, lost in thought. If things follow the game's scenario, the boss battle against Kyler should take place in this hideout, but the events happened at different times. Is he really here? In the game, you need Nandusi companions to defeat him. But with how I am right now. He opened a portal, then from it emerged his summons, Nicl and Tamer. Without hesitation, he ordered them to advance. The two completely obliterated the hideout with their shadows and swords, reducing the place to rubble with a massive explosion. Hearing all the noise and destruction, Idris frowned in disapproval. There was no need to make such a mess. Suddenly, Tamer grabbed one of Kyler's altered students by the neck, lifting him into the air. That startled Idris. "That's Antonio Hole. That means Kyler must be here." In an instant, Nicl sliced the boy in half. Both stood atop the ruins they had created while Idris continued to ponder. Besides, Tamer became an extremely powerful beast after his evolution succeeded. Even the final face monster was easily defeated. And then there's Nicl, who was buffed by the 7 deadly sins, so a mid-level boss shouldn't be much of a problem. Approaching the wreckage, Adrias crouched down and noticed something strange. It felt like there was a hidden chamber beneath the debris. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the spot, forming a magic circle. Suddenly the door opened, revealing an entrance to what seemed to be a basement. Alright, then. How about we pay a little visit to a terrorist? The moment he took his first step, his eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly the powerful slicing wind mixed with dark energy blasted Adrias back, forcing him to retreat a few steps. How do you know about this place? A mysterious man spoke, shrouded in the same energy. That had repelled our protagonist. The three immediately took a guarded stance. Soon, the man recognized him. Cain's apprentice, Adrias Cromwell. Without wasting any time, a portal opened and a massive hand emerged from it, lunging toward the man. However, sensing the danger, he leaped backward, barely escaping the grip. Suspended in the air, he was astonished, questioning what in the world that creature could be. But his shock escalated further when all of a sudden, his hand was severed. The pain was excruciating, and he let out a sharp scream as he desperately tried to restore his limb. Upon seeing the source of his agony, he noticed a skeleton landing with a precise strike. Oops, my bad. That was supposed to be your neck. Adrias stood still, his eyes locked onto his opponent. Furious, Kyler roared. You brat. Now I understand. You're the one who killed Cain. There was no time to waste. Before he could finish speaking, Tamer appeared from behind, now a creature 3 times larger than his enemy. The strike was devastating. The wind intensified, and Adrias remained motionless, carefully observing his summon's actions. Finish him in a single blow, Tamer. The feline understood the command and let out a ferocious roar, pounding the ground with multiple strikes, but something caught Adrias off guard. His eyes remained fixed on the scene. Yet, what he saw was not his opponent defeated, but rather a dark core, and Tamer gritting his teeth. An aura surrounding the core began to spread across Tamer, like a sinister sludge clinging to his body. The core had now become an altered being. Tyler had transformed into the embodiment of his own dark energy. His teeth had grown sharper, and his eyes gleamed with a brilliant white light. No matter how arrogant we black mages may be to think that you actually managed to kill Cain, the one who created you. Adrias recognized the form he had taken. This is the final stage of dark armor. So he also has the ability to replace lost body parts. Glaring at his opponent, Adrias muttered, dark armor. Before he could finish his thought, Kyler interrupted, shocked, you. How do you know about that? Ridiculous. No one should know about this except Master. Adrias didn't let him finish his sentence and struck with a swift, powerful slash of his sword. A golden light trailed the attack, forcing Kyler to dodge precisely to the side. The two locked eyes again as Adrias said, I know it well. Very well. It's a high-end item with just as many defensive capabilities as offensive ones. Kyler smirked and boasted, then you understand you don't stand a chance of winning. But Adrias knew its weaknesses just as well. He cast fire magic onto his blade, causing Kyler to freeze in shock as the protagonist confirmed, but it's weak against fire, isn't it? At that very moment, a shadow reached him, preventing his spell from being completed. Kyler sneered, all I have to do is not give you time to cast. But what he didn't expect was a violent punch from Tamer, slamming straight into his face and sending him flying. Adrias then turned to his summon and commanded, all right, Tamer, go with Nicl and keep him occupied. The creature roared in approval. Kyler got to his feet, and mocked, you think mere undead like them can slow me down? What a ridiculous farce. He raised his hand, gathering a shimmering blue mana around his entire body, making Nicl and Tamer widen their eyes. A massive explosion followed. Adrias took advantage of the chaos, and resumed casting his magic, thinking, this took longer than I expected. Tamer and Nicl did everything they could to buy time for him, attacking from all directions. Kyler held them off, lifting the massive feline and tossing the skeleton away. Even if a bunch of brainless monkeys like you come at me. But as he spoke, he was caught off guard. Tamer was biting through whatever was restraining him, and Nicl was doing the same. And undead managed to break through dark restriction. Kyler muttered in disbelief. No way. This is absurd. What the hell are they? The two lunged at him again. Kyler, struggling to defend himself, couldn't dismiss the possibility that these bodies originated from Adrias's own congregation. At that moment, Adrias swung his sword, which had now taken the shape of a whip. Kyler immediately recognized it. Fusion magic. Bone wit. He was completely surrounded. Nicl charged at him, steadying his sword. Adrias followed, spinning his blade, which slithered toward his opponent. As it reached him, the bone serpent coiled around and restrained him. Kyler, staring at Adrias, grumbled, you told me you'd attack with fire, yet here you are using physical strikes. Don't tell me you were just bluffing. You can't even use it. He laughed, but his expression quickly changed. Ahaha, what a pathetic trick. This could cost you your life. Blood was trickling from Adrias's nose. That technique took a lot out of him, and he uttered only 2 words, bone explosion. In an instant, fire began forming around his bone blade, and Kyler realized it was a dual enchantment. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar. Wiping the blood from his face, Adrias muttered, "This is more exhausting on the body than I expected. Dane really is impressive for handling it so easily. But for now, let's just say this technique was a great success, except for the part where I nearly turned my body to ashes from using too much mana." The flames continued to spread as he concluded, "Since Kyler, who is a big shot, is dead, the congregation will definitely make a move. For now, let's grab the items from the hideout, erase my tracks and leave. Besides, the academy must be in chaos. I should return soon." In another location, Bart slammed his fist against the table, his voice filled with rage. "Repeat that. How many people?" His assistant, maintaining his composure, replied, "Yes, we have 15 people, including the 4 students from Milko. According to witnesses, the student who distributed the potion is named Antonio Hull, who is currently missing. He was Professor Kyler's assistant." Frustrated, Bart leaned back in his chair, letting out a deep sigh before declaring, "That's enough. Suspend all academy activities until the incident is officially closed. Further details will be announced later after discussions with Director Zoes." As soon as his assistant left, Bart sat in silence, staring at the wall, deep in thought. What is happening in Rodlin? Adrias was inside Kyler's secret research room. Maybe it's because this moment is different from the game, but there are a lot of items here that I've never seen before. It's a shame that most of them are junk. As he examined the books, he picked up Kyler's magic tome, which contained detailed documentation on shadow magic. This piques my interest now that I've become a black mage, but before, I never paid attention to it, he thought, holding the book. Adrias handed the tome to Nicl to place in the chest when something caught his attention. There was another chest made of wood with golden engravings. He recognized it instantly. A chaos mimic treasure chest. Adrias approached it, but nothing happened. Normally, there should have been some kind of mana reaction, or even a hand with an eye in its palm emerging. This means someone separated the chest from the mimic's body, which means I can take the items from here without having to fight it. That is, if Kyler hasn't already taken them. Quickly, he walked up to the treasure and opened it, thinking, once all 3 items are removed, the mimic will turn into a normal chest. Since the chances of finding one of these are low, every item inside must be extremely valuable. The intense light emanating from the chest made it hard for him to see its contents. First, Adrias pulled out a golden key, then a mimic core. As he continued searching, he murmured, "I can't use this yet, but I'm sure it's valuable." Suddenly, he felt something different in his hands. When he pulled the object out, he realized it was an extremely old and rusted sword with some broken parts. It was the sword of constant change, a weapon whose attributes and form altered based on its wielder. Adrias examined the blade with curiosity. "Interesting. But I already have my sword, so I don't need this." Before he could store it away, he heard a grunt from Nicl, who extended his hand, asking for the sword. Without hesitation, Adrias tossed the blade to his summoned companion. All right. I was already thinking of buying you a new sword anyway." The moment Nicl grabbed the sword, a shimmering blue energy emanated from his body, instantly surprising Adrias. The weapon's previously unimpressive attributes skyrocketed. Mana conductivity, which was at 0, increased to 150. Downward strike speed rose to 200. Additionally, its damage increased when held in a fixed position for a period of time. Adrias watched the scene, intrigued. It looks like the sword has finally found a suitable owner. Adrias was captivated, observing both the sword and his skeletal companion while thinking, "Whoa, the sword's shape and balance have changed to match Nicl. Plus, there are additional markings. This means the item has been designated for him." Nicl grunted once more, signaling that there was some noise outside. At that moment, Adrias gave his instructions. "Take everything and head back to the academy." 5 days passed. At the station, the train had just arrived. As Adrias stepped off, he heard someone call out, "Senior, over here." It was Lucia, completely changed. Her face was flushed and her smile was radiant. She also wasn't wearing the academy's uniform. As Adrias approached her, he remarked, "You didn't have to come pick me up." She responded cheerfully, "My father sent me out because an important guest arrived unannounced." Adrias continued, "Let's go to your house immediately and start working on your research. We need to make as much progress as possible while the school is closed." Playfully, Lucia pouted as she mimicked his earlier words, then broke into a smile. "Come on, don't be like that. Let's have some fun. Your adorable junior here is going to show you around the city." And before she could finish, Adrias cut her off. "We won't have much time for that." He walked ahead, leaving Lucia completely annoyed. As they traveled by carriage, they talked. From what I heard, the son of Milko's headmaster was among the victims of the incident, right? That guy was a nuisance until the very end. Since it was Senior Diane who managed to stop him, she apparently had to take responsibility for his death. Adrias listened while reading a book, but still commented, no doubt. Her father, Bart, was a duke and one of the top 10 figures on the continent before becoming the master of Rodland's magic tower. That said, this incident must have tarnished the Alvin house's reputation. Lucia continued cheerfully. It's good that Diane has solid support backing her up. Oh, that reminds me. Do you know how Professor Kyler died? Adrias knew exactly what had happened, but of course, he had to be discreet. I heard he was killed by a monster of his own creation. Our little Lucia leaned against the carriage window and scoffed. What an idiot. Creating a monster he couldn't even handle himself. Though honestly, just being alive was already a blessing for him. Adrias remained silent. People had reported exactly what he had said, making everything even more convincing. However, he was certain that they were secretly investigating the case, so he needed to be even more cautious. It wasn't long before the carriage arrived at Lucia's grand home. As they stepped down, she asked, by the way, why did you suddenly decide to be so proactive when you're always so busy? Adrias answered without hesitation. Well, I thought I should help you since I'm going to sign the contract for the new potion. Lucia was completely stunned. What? Are you serious? But the moment was interrupted by a loud argument. Hollington, I never thought you would deceive me like this. The young man's excuse was that the orcs of the Great Forest were extremely troublesome beasts, making material collection difficult. However, the woman didn't want to hear any of it, and continued, do you think orcs are scarier than me? But that wasn't the real issue. Hollington broke into a cold sweat. Lucia immediately called for her father, drawing the attention of both parties. The woman then turned to Hollington and asked, this is your daughter, right? Hollington stiffened, unsure of what might happen. But before he could react, the woman teleported next to Lucia, startling her as she said, come with me, dear. Your father didn't keep his promise. You understand, don't you? Adrias was taken aback. That was an overwhelming display of power, and he had no idea who this woman was. Hollington rushed toward his daughter in desperation. Please don't do this, Lady Hagenthal, right now. She's. Before he could finish explaining Lucia's situation, the two vanished from sight and reappeared on the rooftop. I'll bring her back next time I come here, Hollington. Make sure you get the neutralizer by then, Lady Hagenthal declared, holding our little mischievous and grumpy Lucia by the waist. As Lucia struggled to escape the woman's grasp, Lady Hagenthal kept cheerfully wishing everyone luck, but something caught Adrias's attention. He noticed the tattoos on her arms, bells inscribed directly onto her skin. With this new information, he began to suspect that he knew this woman. Then he shouted, is that you? The woman stopped instantly. She looked at Adrias again, now with an enigmatic smile as her aura became visible. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other, but the revelation also caught the attention of both Hollington and Lucia. Adrias continued speaking in a loud voice, could you put the girl down, please? But Salm, unwavering, replied, you cheeky brat. Just because I was nice to you once, you think you can give me orders. However, Adrias wasn't giving an order. He was offering a deal. I'll give you information of equal value in exchange. Salm didn't want to accept, as Adrias had no way to guarantee a fair trade. But her mind completely changed when she heard something very interesting. The book written by the god of the mythological eras. I'll tell you where to find it. A drop of cold sweat ran down the protagonist's face. He knew this information could be irresistible. Moments later, Salm descended from the rooftop with Lucia and coldly asked, so, where is it? The situation caught Hollington's attention, and he remained vigilant as Adrias said, are you sure I should say it here? There are others listening. Like two fools, father and daughter turned at the same time and covered their ears. Just speak. If I don't find it, I'll simply get rid of all of you. With no choice, Adrias continued. It's at Erva Lake on the southwestern border of the Empire. It should be in an underwater cave in that region, in the direction of 7 o'clock. Intrigued, Salm commented. Erva Lake, huh? You didn't just make that up on the spot, did you? Adrias simply questioned why he would do such a thing, but Salm's curiosity was still piqued. Where did you get this information? Unenthusiastic, Adrias replied, that's the only thing I can't tell you. He knew this was information from the game. Salm was already used to Adrias's secrets, and without pressing further, she turned to Hollington. I'll let it slide this time, but next time. You know what could happen. Hollington bowed and declared firmly, a promise is a promise. I will gather the materials no matter what. Finally, Salm looked at Adrias and said, all right, a merchant lives and dies by trust, as they say. Then she asked how Adrias knew it was her. That's when the protagonist explained that he had begun to see the flow of Manga. The system screen displayed that Adrias possessed talents in dark magic, necromancy, elemental water magic, as well as buffs for production, agility, and mana. He never imagined that his talent for mana manipulation combined with his vessel traits would be so useful. In the end, Salem left. She had inscribed countless magic circles on her own body to enhance her abilities, but that also meant her body would eventually disintegrate. Like Lucia, she carried a ticking time bomb. The book Adrias mentioned contained knowledge about harmony. If Salem could read it, and balance her magic with her body, she might survive. Ollington could hardly believe everything had worked out, and relieved, he thanked Adrias. I will definitely repay this favor. But for Adrias, it was nothing special. Then Lucia excitedly asked, so, Senior, how do you? No, Salem. Adrias needed to come up with an excuse quickly. It was by chance. But more importantly, where's your lab? Lucia's grimace said it all. Then I won't tell you either. No way am I letting someone who might be working for the Empire's most wanted criminal into my lab. Adrias, sharp as ever, used her own words against her. Does that mean Viscount Hollington can't enter either? Hollington realized he was about to get dragged into it, and quickly withdrew. That's my cue to leave. Lucia wasted no time and declared, that's right. My father can't enter either. Why don't you go sign that contract with him already? After all, that's why he came, isn't it? Adrias closed his eyes and sighed. It doesn't have to be signed immediately. No need to be so cruel. Lucia crossed her arms and shot back. Cruel. The one being cruel here is you, hiding things from me. Suddenly, a puddle of blood splattered onto the floor. Adrias's eyes widened as he immediately called out to Lucia. She was terrified. She tried to stop the bleeding with her hands, but there was too much. Then she ran into the house desperately saying, "Oh no, I didn't want you to see me like this." Adrias was both shocked and concerned. Is she okay? But as Lucia ran, her body became more and more covered in blood. Then she collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone around her in complete horror. Lucia's life could never have been easy, let alone a bed of roses. From a young age, she had been trapped in her laboratory, trying to find a cure for her illness. Even at such a tender age, she was determined to develop the perfect formula to buy herself a little more time. But along the way, she had to deal with countless failures. One of her notebooks recorded her efforts. Attempt number 1121, failure in the acidification of the polytoad salivary mucus. The process does not stabilize. Attempt number 1122, trying to diversify in a heated environment. After irregular configuration, the first attempts failed. After testing almost every possible variable, she realized that the reagent's instability could not be resolved. Perhaps it was necessary to change the ingredients. Seasons passed and failure number 2735 marked a moment of deep frustration. Months later came failure number 3160. But even then, she persisted. Adrias remembered this moment. It was when he proposed a change. At the academy, he had found Lucia and suggested, try using this Yoban root. It should help neutralize the polytoad's mucus. And once again, the determined Lucia was in her laboratory, murmuring to herself, another dead end. Just having the ingredient isn't enough. While handling a small test tube, she recalled what Adrias had told her. I'm a bit busy at the moment, but I'll make time to help you later. I promise. Now, Adrias held her notebook in his hands. He began reviewing the millions of notes she had written. Before, he had only seen them through a computer screen, so he never fully understood. But now, seeing everything up close, he realized that this was the battlefield where Lucia was wagering her very survival. Still lost in thought, he was snapped back to reality by a knock on the door. One of the women working in the house announced, the young lady has just woken up. Would you like to see her? Adrias grew concerned and immediately asked, has she fainted like this before? The answer was exactly what he feared. No, according to the doctor, her condition worsened due to mana depletion shock. Adrias lowered his head, acknowledging that he was partly to blame. If only he had followed the game's course, Lucia would never have gotten involved in this situation. And now time was truly against her. Our dear Lucia lay in bed deep in thought. My body feels so heavy. It's like my mana flow is completely disrupted. I guess I really am going to die soon. At least, I thought I could spend my last moments happily with Adrias. She could still recall Adrias's concern when she collapsed. Thinking about it, a small smile appeared on her lips. That panicked look on his face. Haha, it's not so bad having someone worry about me. I'm sure he'll remember me. She closed her eyes, feeling the strong emotion of being remembered. That was when Adrias entered the room, calling her name. Lucia immediately turned around, startled. Entering a lady's room without permission is bad manners, but Adrias responded in his usual casual tone. What are you talking about? I just wanted to check on my troublesome junior. Flustered, she turned her back to him, hiding her face. Ah, but I just woke up. I must look awful. Finding her reaction amusing, Adrias remarked, your personality is what's awful. He took a deep breath before adding, all right, meet me in the reception room as soon as you're well enough to walk. I need to sign a new product contract with the Viscount. After that, I'll help you with your research. Lucia listened in silence, still embarrassed. A few minutes later, Hollington slammed an envelope onto the table and said, I hope to continue having a good relationship with you. As the leader of a trading company, I don't want such a high-quality product to fall into the hands of other businesses. Adrias understood that feeling well, as he felt the same way. Thank you for always offering me such advantageous contracts, he replied. However, this reminded him of the contract he had made with Salem when she was disguised as Lady Hagenthal. So he asked, what kind of contract is this? Hollington cleared his throat before answering. She gave me a potion recipe that I prepare for her every 3 months at the trading company. At that moment, Adrias reflected, it must be a potion to delay her body's disintegration. I never thought the Everlast Trading Group had a contract with Salem. It seems Viscount Hollington has more influence than I imagined. Just then, Lucia entered the room, asking if they had finished talking. With a faint smile, she said, shall we go, Adrias? The protagonist stood up, bidding farewell to the Viscount, who in turn thanked him for always looking after his daughter. The two began walking down the corridor in deep silence, which made Adrias reflect, without the player's intervention, is it possible for Lucia to create her own cure? Of course I have all the ingredients I need now, but since this world is no longer a game, I need to figure out the mixing proportions myself. The biggest problem is that the Yoban root I got from the congregation is almost gone. As Adrias stared intensely at Lucia, she noticed and interrupted his thoughts. Senior, what are you thinking so much about? You're thinking about Vivien, aren't you? Embarrassed, he replied, don't be ridiculous. Tell me how much progress you've made. Lucia looked ahead as if the topic bothered her and explained, I already told you the other day. There has been no progress since I discovered the reaction. Besides, the Yoban root you gave me is almost gone, too. Adrias was impressed. She had already come so far. He had hoped she had made some progress, but considering the entire process was a race against time, he decided to offer his help. This cure is for you, isn't it? Suddenly, Lucia stopped, leaving Adrias to take a few more steps ahead. With a heavy heart, she murmured, I'm going to die soon. Upon hearing those words, Adrias also stopped. Lucia continued, originally I was supposed to live for another year, but probably because I overexerted myself fighting those monsters, they said I only have 2 months left now. The implication was clear. After so many failures and with so little time remaining, Lucia might be on the verge of giving up. But Adrias wouldn't allow that. He froze in the middle of the corridor and declared firmly, you're not going to die. Lucia was taken aback. I'm not joking, she shouted, trying to maintain the seriousness of the situation. But Adrias turned to her, his face carrying a heavy melancholy. We don't have time to waste. We need to start now. The hours passed and night finally arrived. Inside the laboratory, the discussions intensified. I've already tried that, Lucia said, leaning over the table. Meanwhile, Adrias read through her notes and responded, if that's the case, I'll just skip that step. He continued writing and then told her she should go to sleep since she had already grasped the process to a certain extent. However, Lucia insisted on staying with him a little longer. That was when Adrias stood firm in his decision. If you don't go to bed earlier, you won't recover. Lucia understood the importance of resting. But deep down, she just wanted to spend more happy moments by his side. So she proposed, Senior, let's have some fun tomorrow. But once again, Adrias stated that they didn't have time for that. Lucia crossed her arms and spoke sincerely. I've been stuck in this routine for years and years. I'm sick of it. Oh. Then she added, to be honest, this might be a waste of time. You know, I just wanted to create some memories at least. Her revelation made Adrias swallow hard. His heart softened. Fine, but only for 2 hours. Lucia jumped with joy. What? Are you serious? All right, then. I want to try beer for the first time. Immediately, Adrias took back his words. Beer? No way. Seeing his resistance, Lucia had no choice but to let go of her beer idea. The next day, the two strolled through the city's alleys. At a market fair, Lucia had fun grabbing bread and laughing alongside Adrias. And so it went the next day and the day after that. Back in the laboratory, Lucia watched Adrias deeply focused, handling potions, trying to unravel their mysteries, sweating from the effort. The only thing on her mind was, I wish I could stay alive forever. 3 days passed. Adrias was leaving, bidding farewell to Lucia and her father. The girl wanted to go out with him again the next day, but Adrias only said goodbye, stating that they would see each other at the academy. Lucia watched him leave, thinking to herself, even though I don't have much time left, these last few days weren't so bad. The academy had reopened. Adrias was handling some ingredients in the laboratory. Rodlin had resumed its activities, though Kyler's classes were, of course, no longer being held. Thanks to that, our protagonist had more free time to dedicate to his personal lab. He was focused and committed to his work. He added a drop of red liquid and waited in complete silence for the reaction, but it didn't take long. He sighed deeply, placed a hand on his head, and requested to view his status. In an instant, multiple windows opened before him, displaying his talents, another showing potion production, and indicating that he had a 40 chance of evolving. However, his dark magic was already evolving at that moment. There were still 13 hours left for the process to complete. Adriez analyzed the situation. I've been using dark magic a lot lately, so I managed to evolve it, but my potion making skill isn't even close. Let's assume that evolving my potion talent is impossible for now, especially considering the final deadline is only 2 months away. My only option is to find a new recipe and increase the chances of evolution. He bit his lip in frustration. Damn it, I thought I still had time. I ended up delaying her situation for too long, all because I tried to follow the game. Feeling frustrated, he stood up and declared aloud, for now, I need to look for another option. I've already ordered the ingredients for the cure at the Everlast Trading Company. Adriez headed toward the door. Upon opening it, he found someone who seemed relieved that he had finally answered. Before him stood one of his professors. The man spoke immediately. I didn't think you'd take this long. I've been waiting all afternoon. The only thought that crossed Adriez's mind was, Headmaster Belial, why is he here? But this mystery didn't last long. With an intense tone, Belial locked eyes with him and asked directly, Adriez, can you use dark magic? Adriez swallowed hard, unsure of how to respond. What are you talking about? Unless someone here was completely insane, how could anyone at this academy use dark magic? However, the headmaster simply smiled. Well, who knows? Professor Kyler also seemed like a reasonable person on the outside. And just so you know, I don't believe all dark magic users are bad people. Before Belial could say anything else, an impatient Adriez interrupted. I'm busy. If you have nothing else to say, could you please leave? But the headmaster, unfazed, continued. He saw your magic circle, Adriez. Adriez's once calm expression changed completely. He remained silent as Belial went on. Your understanding of contradiction surprised me, so I assume you can use dark magic. After all, your foundation is built on contradictions. Whether you're a dark mage or not, that doesn't concern me. But now that I think about it, it would be much more convenient for me if you were. That way, you could show me something even more interesting. That statement caught Adriez completely off guard. What are you trying to say? He asked, suspicious. Belial's smile widened. I was thinking of giving you some private lessons. If you accept my offer, you'll become a sorcerer in no time. Adriez remained silent. Becoming a sorcerer. That meant he could create his own unique magic, something that could even be combined with swordsmanship, like an aura master. And Belial was known as the youngest sorcerer among those who had reached that level. Normally, accepting such an offer without hesitation would be the obvious choice, especially coming from a genius like him. But there was a huge problem. Getting involved with a psychopath like Belial was an enormous risk. Besides, Lucia's cure was far more important right now. So Adriez bowed respectfully and said, I'm honored by your generous offer, but... Before he could finish, Belial cut him off enthusiastically. So, in other words, you accept. Let's start with the heart of elemental magic, matter fusion. I'll be back at the same time tomorrow. Panicking, Adriez tried to correct him aloud. No, that's not what I meant, but it was useless. The headmaster simply vanished before him using a teleportation spell with a greenish light. Overcome with frustration, Adriez clenched his fists. That bastard. He only hears what he wants. Damn it. I've caught the attention of a seriously troublesome guy. 6 weeks had passed. Adriez arrived at the academy's laboratory and called for Lucia. Take a break. I brought food. She turned to him, her face lighting up with a bright, happy smile, and asked, excitedly, what did you bring? Lucia looked famished, eagerly biting into the sandwiches Adriez had brought. As he watched her eat, the protagonist thought to himself, she really eats a lot. At least she has an appetite, and that's a good sign. Even with the Everlast Trading Company's help, I still haven't gotten all the ingredients for the potions. I skipped class and tried several mixtures, but the success rate is still only 51. Maybe she can figure something out if she keeps trying, but the deadline is approaching way too fast. His thoughts were interrupted when Lucia, speaking with her mouth full, said, earlier while you were out, I tweaked the formula a little. Unable to make out what she was saying, Adriez asked her to finish eating before speaking, but Lucia, eager to explain, chugged her soda in one go and motioned for him to come closer. She then showed him a paper with the number 74 written on it and explained, I was wondering if the toxins would eventually disappear if heat extraction was used while the ingredients were being mixed. After some calculations, I came up with this success rate. Adriez carefully analyzed the idea. Then Lucia turned to him and continued, what do you think? Should we give it a try? At this rate, it might work. But Adriez was firm in his response. No. We're already at the end of our ingredients. That success rate is still too low to risk your life. We need to find another formula with a slightly better chance. Lucia took another bite of her sandwich and with a playful smile declared that she had an even better idea. She quickly swallowed the last bite and finished her soda before laughing. If I eat all the ingredients at once like this, won't they just mix by themselves? Adrias gave her a cold stare. Now is not the time for jokes. But stubborn as ever, Lucia crossed her arms and repeated his own words back at him. An awkward silence filled the room until Adrias, visibly exhausted, finally broke it. I'm tired. I'm leaving. Lucia's eyes widened at his words. When she turned to him, she realized he was actually walking away. Without hesitation, Adrias shut the door behind him with a cold finality, leaving her alone. A deep sadness overcame Lucia. She clenched her fists, holding back tears as she thought, idiot. If you look at me that seriously, it only makes me more scared. Her legs trembled, and once again, the crushing weight of time bore down on her shoulders. Adrias stepped outside to get some fresh air, lying on a bench as he watched the wind carry the clouds away. The way she's acting, like everything's fine. That only makes me more anxious. This isn't a world where she can just respawn if she fails. Think. Don't stop thinking. Let's go back to the very beginning. Now, inside the private lab, he pored over the documents, lost in thought. In the worst-case scenario, I'll have to use the 74 formula that Lucia suggested. He flipped through the papers relentlessly, searching for any alternative, any clue, until a loud bang swung the door open. Who is it? It's not locked, he said without taking his eyes off the documents. The door burst open violently and Diane rushed in, frantic. Her face was flushed and she was sweating. Adrias, there you are. He immediately noticed her unusual state. She looked completely exhausted. What happened? He asked, already feeling a bad premonition. Diane tried to catch her breath before speaking, gasping for air. It's Lucia. She was coughing up blood and collapsed. That information left Adrias utterly stunned. The scene shifted to a silent room where Lucia lay, pale and unmoving. Beside the bed, Adrias and Diane spoke in hushed voices. An incurable disease. I didn't know she had one, Diane murmured worriedly. I also notified House Everlast just in case. Adrias kept his gaze fixed on Lucia. They said she would be fine for a few more weeks. But seeing her like this, it's hard to believe what the doctor said. Diane, feeling helpless, kept lamenting. She's in a terrible state. I'll ask my father to gather the best doctors in Rodland. But at that moment, Adrias interrupted her, his voice serious. Diane. She flinched, startled by his tone and looked at him, confused. I need to ask you a favor. Diane was now inside the laboratory where Adrias and Lucia had been working. She was amazed at how much progress they had made. It was truly impressive, but it was also here that they had hit a wall. Adrias explained, theoretically, nothing should remain after synthesis, but for some reason, there's still a lethal dose of toxin. Diane carefully examined the situation. Do you know exactly at what stage this toxin is formed? Adrias shook his head. No, since we don't have the exact proportional rate, we can't pinpoint it precisely. Diane crossed her arms and thought for a moment before commenting. If we could convert the remaining toxins into water and expel them, things would be much simpler. At that instant, Adrias's eyes widened. Convert the toxins into water. How did I not think of that before? If they could transform the residual waste into water then. Suddenly he recalled what Belial had said about the heart of elemental magic, matter fusion. But his expression quickly changed. He clenched his fists, a tightness forming in his chest. But now it's too late to learn that. Adrias turned to Diane and asked, can he use matter fusion magic? Her face lit up with hope. Yes, more or less. Whoa, this might actually work. She stood up excitedly, insisting that they should start immediately. The two of them began manipulating the elements and ingredients in test tubes. With each small success, Adrias jotted down notes as day turned into night and Lucia's suffering only worsened. Outside the room, the frantic voices of doctors echoed down the hallway. Stop the bleeding first, stabilize her mana. But the horror on the doctors' faces was unmistakable. Her mana isn't stabilizing, one of them muttered, hands covered in blood. Lucia convulsed in pain, coughing up blood. Her body was already at its limit. The flow of mana was far stronger than expected, and they needed to stabilize it fast. Paulington stood in the room, held back by his maid. He screamed his daughter's name in desperation, the possibility of bad news eating away at him. Is this the last breath of her fading mana? This isn't good, one doctor thought, panicked. Suddenly, the door swung open. Everyone turned in shock to see who would dare interrupt at such a critical moment. It was Adrias, panting as if he had sprinted as fast as possible to get there in time. Sweating, he simply said, forgive me for being late. It was a new day. The wind drifted into the room, gently swaying the curtains. The sun marked a fresh beginning, making it almost impossible to believe the storm from the previous day. Lucia slowly opened her eyes. Unaware of what had happened, Adrias was by her side, as if he had been there the entire time, waiting for her to wake up. Seeing him, she could hardly believe that this was her Siwi, Edid Sr. She sat up gradually, sensing something different. I feel better for some reason. She looked at her hands, incredulous. My mana has calmed down, too. Is this what they call terminal lucidity? That thing where you feel better for a moment before dying? Her attention then shifted back to Adrias. Wait, since when has he been here? Lucia let out a soft smile, leaning in closer to Adrias's face. He seemed to be in a deep sleep, even while sitting up. With a playful tone, she murmured. Perfect. I have a chance to say goodbye. I had so much fun thanks to you, Senior. You gave me hope that my illness could be cured. Honestly, I even forgot that I was supposed to die soon. She smiled tenderly. If it weren't for you, I'm sure my heart would have died first, and I would have spent my last days in misery. So thank you for everything. She closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and whispered, Goodbye, Seaweed Head Senior. However, just as she was saying her farewell, he remained still, his eyes closed, until suddenly he spoke. Where do you think you're going? Lucia, who had been smiling calmly, jolted in shock, instinctively pulling back. Adrias opened one eye and remarked, You look better. Still recovering from the scare, she asked suspiciously, You were awake. Since when? He smirked and replied casually, Around the time you said you were going to die soon, I think. Lucia's face instantly turned red. It was as if metaphorical flames were bursting from her pores as she averted her gaze, flustered. Could you leave, please? I want to be alone. But Adrias, with a mischievous grin, retorted, Sure, you seem just fine now. Crossing his arms, he continued, It must have been hard for you, living with the knowledge that you wouldn't be around for much longer. The fact that you endured all of this on your own is truly incredible. I'm glad. Then in a more serious tone he added, And since I haven't had time to run clinical tests, I still have some concerns. Just to be safe, you should rest for a few more days. Lucia's eyes widened, and she immediately turned her gaze to him. Her face was flushed, and her expression was pure disbelief. So, I'm not going to die. Adrias smiled and confirmed, That's right. So, let's save the farewell words for about 60 years from now. Lucia gripped the bed sheets tightly, trying to speak, but her voice came out weak, mixed with sobs. The truth is, I didn't want to die either. Then the tears came. Everything that had once suffocated her heart overflowed, streaming down her face in desperate sobs. Adrias remained silent, simply witnessing the moment in case she needed support. Lucia collapsed onto the bed, completely consumed by relief. Some time passed, and keeping up with Belial, the youngest sorcerer, had been no easy task for Adrias. He was certain that the headmaster wasn't too thrilled about it either. However, regardless of Belial's intentions, the learning experience had been invaluable for Adrias. Time passed and soon the day of the midterm exams arrived. On a platform drawing everyone's attention, someone announced, Now line up, regardless of whether you're from the College of Magic or the College of Knights. In the middle of the crowd, Vivien called out to Adrias. He turned around and smiled. It's been a while, Vivien. She took a deep breath before replying. I heard rumors. You cured Lucia's illness, didn't you? However, Adrias simply replied, All I did was help her. Vivien blushed at his gentle smile. So you became a fairy for Lucia too? Adrias chuckled awkwardly, thinking he'd rather be called Seaweed Head than Mr. Fairy. The woman on the platform, once again drawing everyone's attention, firmly announced, Now I will explain the contents of the exam. Your ranking will be based on the number of floors you can climb. Be aware that traps and monsters will be lurking on each floor, and the higher you go, the more difficult it will be. Additionally, the exam will be broadcast to both the academy and the public outside. Adrias remained silent. He knew exactly which tower this was. The Tower of Modric, a 30-floor structure built with magic by Modric Alvin, the first leader of House Alvin. Due to its immense difficulty, no student had ever reached the final floor. Additionally, only students could challenge it, as the tower had been enchanted to be inaccessible to anyone over 25 years old. As such, the results of this exam would determine who was the strongest student in Rodlin. Originally, the exams were supposed to be cancelled due to Kyler's involvement, but since that issue had been resolved, Adrias could now focus entirely on the challenge ahead. The instructor continued, Entry will be limited to 20 people at a time. In the event of a life-threatening situation, you will be automatically teleported out of the tower, so I encourage everyone to give it their best. Now, we will distribute your numbers. Adrias and Vivien shared their numbers. His was 30. Hers was 16. Of course our little troublemaker was disappointed. She had definitely wanted to enter alongside her Mr. Fairy, and she made sure to let Adrias know that. However, he responded naturally, Even if we could enter together, The starting point might be random, so we'd end up separated anyway. At that moment, Diane joined them with a beaming smile and asked, "What numbers did you two get?" They revealed their numbers, and Diane excitedly commented, "I got number 3, so I'm in the same group as Vivien." She then started observing them closely, and her expression shifted to something more mischievous. In a playful tone, she asked a question that, without a doubt, many others would also like to hear the answer to. "By the way, you two, I always see you together." While Adrias didn't quite grasp the meaning behind her words, Vivien's eyes widened in embarrassment as soon as Diane asked outright, "Are you two in that kind of relationship?" Vivien abruptly turned away, pressing her hands against her burning cheeks. Meanwhile, Adrias adopted a thoughtful expression. "My relationship with Vivien, huh?" Diane, noticing the poor girl's desperate reaction, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Meanwhile, Adrias reflected on his moments with Vivien. "We saved each other's lives and share secrets that only the two of us know, so we're exactly like normal friends. But to be honest, I don't know how to describe it." After some deep thought, he finally answered, "She's a friend. A friend I can trust deeply." Diane remained silent for a moment, her expression neutral, but soon after, a mischievous smile crept onto her face. "Really? Is he playing dumb, or is he actually that clueless?" she thought, barely holding back laughter. Realizing she wouldn't get anything out of Adrias, she turned to Vivien and asked directly, "And what about you, Vivien? I think you two match so well." Adrias noticed that Vivien was in a tight spot and, trying to ease the pressure, redirected Diane's attention. "You're being a bit rude." However, Vivien vehemently denied it. "That's not true. It wasn't rude at all." Yet, despite saying that, she dashed off, unable to handle the embarrassment. It looked as though she wanted to dig a hole and disappear. Diane grinned widely, thoroughly entertained. "No way." A one-sided low. Adrias remained silent, keeping his usual unreadable expression. But soon he brought Diane back to the topic at hand. "Good for you. Vivien has a big heart so she doesn't get upset by your rude jokes." However, Diane suddenly became serious and stated, "Listen, Vivien, she's..." Before she could finish, the call for numbers 1 through 20 echoed throughout the area, announcing the first entry into the tower. That was Diane's cue. She turned to Adrias and said, "Well, I guess now is not the best time to talk." Adrias wished her luck, and she confidently replied, "Of course. I'm not losing this time either. You better give it your all." He smiled. "Well, then you'll have to climb pretty high. After all, I'm aiming for the top of the tower." Silence fell over the area. Everyone around had heard his words and was stunned. Murmurs began to spread through the crowd. "He's really confident. That's the guy with the unique constitution." Adrias maintained a confident smile, and everyone could tell he wasn't joking. Diane smiled to herself. She was eager to see his true potential and witness whether he would truly achieve his goal. The portal activated. The students took their positions, ready to enter the tower. Vivien kept her thoughts focused. This time, she would prove that she was stronger than anyone else in the academy, because only then could she be Adrias' sword. The highest floor ever reached in the academy's history was the 25th floor. This record was set by Nicl after graduating from Rodland. He became known as the Walking Calamity, and grew into one of the strongest aura masters on the continent. Despite the tower being a place where even a man like him couldn't reach the top, less than 10 minutes into the exam, some were already making history. Adrias read the progress board, which showed that Diane Alvin had cleared the first floor alongside Vivien. Murmurs began spreading among those watching the trial. It was a grueling test, and after 4 intense days since the start of the intermediate exams, through a long and deadly battle, Diane emerged victorious. No one had come this far since Nicl, the strongest swordsman on the continent. Diane cheered with excitement. "I did it. I defeated the boss of the 20th floor." She stood before a massive creature that was slowly disintegrating. The same scene was being broadcast on the giant screens where everyone watched in awe and congratulated the master of the tower. His daughter had become the first mage in history to achieve such a feat. However, Bart remained firm, his arms crossed, and responded coldly, "There's no need for this commotion. This is nothing compared to the original tower of the Imperial Palace." It only took so long for Maction's record to be broken. It didn't take long for Vivien to be the next one to appear on the screen. A spectator at the magic tower muttered. The creature she faced resembled a massive parrot. It opened its beak and let out a piercing, high-pitched screech. Vivien observed it coldly. In a single motion, she dashed forward and struck the ground, causing multiple craters to form. Then, gripping her sword, she leaped. But as she turned midair, she couldn't believe what she saw. A speed that doesn't match its size. It's exactly like back then. She recalled one of Kyler's students she had faced days ago. But that wouldn't stop her. After that day, Vivien had undergone rigorous training, and was now confident in her abilities. She assumed her battle stance. Her aura flared violently, and her eyes were consumed by an intense white light. The creature lunged at her from above, attempting to strike, but Vivien didn't hesitate. She struck it midair, forcing it to crash to the other side. Slashes tore through the space around them, the combat growing increasingly fast and intense. She pressed the attack, landing a direct hit on the beast. Then, with swift agility, she dodged and created distance. Gripping her sword tightly, she raised it high. With a precise slash, she mercilessly sliced off the creature's beak. However, her face bore a triumphant smile. Everyone who witnessed the scene was left speechless. Then an announcement echoed through the area. Clearing the 20th floor right after Alvin. Vivien Bilfer. Among the spectators, a man adjusted his monocle and commented, "Is that the daughter of the Bilf family? How surprising." Beside him, another man, even more incredulous, responded, "But the way she looks, it's like she's possessed by madness." A few seats away, a woman smiled, crossing her arms and legs. "You know what they say, everything beautiful has its thorns, right? But if she can tame the beast within her, she could rise above all the others." That woman was Minas, the Duchess of Morhem. When both girls reached the 21st floor, unfortunately, they were unable to clear it. They were forced to give up. As soon as they exited the tower, they were greeted by a wave of applause and cheers. "You two are incredible, the pride of the fourth-year students." Proudly, they chanted their names, celebrating their achievement. Diane turned to the sweet yet fierce Vivien, and congratulated her for making it so far. But Vivien, her eyes glimmering with competitiveness, replied, "But I made it a little further than you, so the victory is mine." Diane raised an eyebrow, and smirked. "If you're putting it that way, I defeated the 20th floor boss first." Vivien fell silent, but after a moment, she mumbled, "The victory is still mine." Diane rolled her eyes, amused by the rivalry. When Adrias found them, he congratulated them on their feat. Diane, still smiling, responded, "It's a shame though. I only managed to reach the 21st floor despite all my big talk." Our protagonist answered casually, "Beyond the 20th floor, it's a completely different dimension. Not just anyone can make it that far." Diane was startled by his words. For a moment, it seemed like she suspected that Adrias had first-hand experience there, but he quickly changed the subject. "I just read the records in the library." Their conversation was cut short by a loud voice announcing that the next participants should line up in front of the tower. Adrias, already eager, said his goodbyes. Diane reaffirmed enthusiastically, "I can't wait to see you reach the top." Her comment sparked a flicker of jealousy in Vivien, who couldn't ignore it. As Adrias began to walk away, Vivien ran after him and called out his name. "Adrias, do your best." Her face was completely flushed. Adrias smiled and nodded. As he walked toward the portal, he found the situation ironic. In the beginning, Vivien was the person he most wanted to avoid. Now, she was the person he trusted the most. And with that, Adrias stepped through the portal, brimming with confidence. He had already begun gripping his sword tightly as he drew it from its sheath. Before him, a deadly trap, walls, ceiling, and floor covered in razor-sharp blades. He cleared the first floor in 12 minutes, and 3 seconds. On the third floor, he faced multiple goblins and completed it in 1 hour and 3 minutes. By the 8th floor, he defeated the boss with a clean cut, severing one of the creature's limbs. Total time, 6 hours and 45 minutes. There, he had set the fastest recorded time. On the 9th floor, he completed the challenge in 7 hours and 33 minutes. Now, he sat by the fire, roasting a piece of meat to eat. After so much battling, exhaustion was starting to take its toll. "I'm starving. I'll rest here for a bit." As he ate, he summoned his status window and analyzed his information. "Now that my dark magic talent has evolved, it has expanded to the entire dark magic system, not just necromancy. Plus, thanks to the successful creation of Lucia's cure, my potion-making talent has also evolved. And then there's that talent that grew thanks to Belial's private lessons. Elemental magic mediocre." He recalled the skeptical look Belial had given him when he suddenly succeeded in something he had struggled with for hours. Well, at least that weirdo was useful. Then he examined his evolution chances. The notification window indicated that his elemental magic had a 74% chance of evolving. If I continue at this pace, I should gain enough experience by the time I leave the tower. I better focus on using elemental system abilities to maximize my evolution. Adrias pulled out 2 potions from his pocket and muttered to himself, "Only 2 magic blocking potions left." Not exactly reassuring. So he decided, for now, the best thing to do is rest a bit. He lay down on the ground beside the fire, letting the warmth ease the cold night. He was certain that things wouldn't be easy from the 10th floor onward. A day had passed since Adrias entered the tower. Now he stood on the 10th floor, face to face with an iron golem. Our protagonist noticed that the creature's shield was deactivated. So far, everything seemed under control. Suddenly, a red glow began to concentrate on the golem's head. A powerful beam was fired. Adrias dodged at the last second. He knew he had to wait. Once the shields were down, the golem would enter attack mode, randomly shifting the location of its magic core between 4 points, one of its arms, its head, and its chest. Adriez had time. He would start by eliminating the possible locations one by one. First, he aimed for the right arm. Drawing his sword, infused the blade with dark mana, and attack. Wrong spot. He quickly retreated. There was no time to waste. Deciding to end the fight quickly, he used one of his potions. He threw a magic blocking potion at the golem's head, leaving it completely disoriented. Then, he tossed another potion at its chest. So, the core is in the left arm. As soon as the golem was exposed, it fired another beam, but Adriez had already anticipated the attack. He swiftly dodged and with a precise strike, severed the enemy's arm. Landing smoothly, he sheathed his sword, and then smirked with determination. Well, let's see how many floors I can climb today. Adriez was now the center of attention. The screens broadcasting the exam displayed his astonishing feat. 7 minutes. In just 7 minutes, Adriez Cromwell had not only broken Maxian Krenel's record of 8 minutes but also defeated the Iron Golem of the 10th floor in the fastest time in the Academy's history. That boy is incredible, a man commented excitedly while watching alongside Bart Alvin. He can plan and execute strategies with precision. On top of that, he knows how to use his resources at the right moment, like his potions, to turn the tide of battle. He acts as if he's already entered the tower before. The man was completely in awe of Adriez, such an intelligent and bold student. If he keeps this up, he might actually surpass Maxian's record of 25 floors. While the man spoke enthusiastically, Bart remained silent, listening with a less than pleased expression. He turned his gaze back to the screen and in a serious tone remarked, I can't say whether he'll go that far, but I can confirm one thing. It's not just the wealthiest and most influential people of the Empire watching. The eyes and ears of the Imperial Court are here as well. Upon hearing that, Minos took notice of the conversation and stated, I had no idea a monster like him still existed around here. Meanwhile, an even more mysterious man wore a subtle smile, clearly intrigued but remaining silent. Soon, the scene focused on a young woman with her hair tied in a ponytail, her face slightly flushed, yet her expression neutral. However, one thing was certain. From this moment on, the entire Empire would be watching Adriez Cromwell. The 5th day of the exam arrived. The sun shone at the top of the tower as if nothing was happening. But inside, a violent explosion shook the surroundings. Debris and chunks of wood flew through the air. Adriez was facing one of the creatures. Standing before him was a massive beast with the face of a bull. It snorted furiously, blood trickling from its nostrils. Adriez leaped without hesitation. With a precise strike, he severed the creature with impeccable skill, its head rolling across the ground. Our protagonist took a deep breath, sheathed his sword, and felt relieved to have cleared yet another floor. As he walked toward the next challenge, he thought to himself, since the floors beyond the 27th don't even exist in the game, this is going to be tough. The 30th floor. The last one. I can't wait to see just how strong the enemies are. In the spectators' room, where the students awaited the end of their exams, everyone remained standing, their eyes glued to the screen. Finally, Adriez Cromwell has reached the last floor, the comments buzzed. Diane and Vivien were there as well, looking impressed. Wow, he really did it. Not only did he break Maxian's record, but he also reached the top, Diane remarked. Meanwhile, Vivien muttered Adriez. He's still far ahead. Then, without another word, she turned to leave, leaving Diane confused. Vivien, where are you going? The determined girl looked back and replied, to train. Because Adriez is definitely going to win. Diane remained silent. Torrential rain poured down where Adriez stood. He glanced around and murmured to himself, I've been walking for a while now, but I haven't seen a single creature. Am I just going to wander around doing nothing? There's no way the 29th floor is the last. If that were the case, why is the 30th floor empty? As he walked through a field of exposed roots, a chilling voice echoed. Rise. Adriez hesitated, but soon noticed the roots around him were moving. They began clustering together, forming an arm, then a leg, until his eyes met those of his opponent. This was Grassel, the boss of the tower's final floor. Confident, Adriez smirked. Interesting. We're going straight to the boss fight, huh? The colossal creature rose awkwardly yet imposingly and immediately launched a brutal strike. Adriez barely managed to dodge it. Fire magic is effective against tree-type enemies, but in this rain, it's unlikely to do much damage, he thought. Grassel attempted another strike but failed, letting out a deep growl. With every dodge, the creature seemed to analyze Adriez's movements, trying to predict his next step. That's when Adriez's eyes widened. What's with this? Regeneration speed. Looks like he's not going to let me win so easily. In a moment of unexpected carelessness, Adriez was caught by one of the roots, which coiled around his body and lifted him into the air. However, he reacted swiftly, slicing the root with wind slash and landing gracefully on the ground like a cat. Suddenly, the creature's trunk split open, emitting a blinding light. From within, numerous root-like orbs began emerging. They looked like seeds. What is this? It's going to be tough dealing with this monster without any information on it, Adrias thought, quickly raising his earth shield. The shield rose from the ground, blocking the approaching seeds. However, upon impact, they exploded in bursts of green light. Caught off guard, Adrias instinctively leaped back. When he looked again, the spot where his shield had been was now completely overrun by vines. If I get hit by those things, I'm screwed. He barely had time to finish his thought before the creature struck him once again, sending him flying even farther. Digging his hands and feet into the ground to stop himself, Adrias quickly assessed the situation. If I show any openings, the hidden roots underground will attack me. The main body keeps regenerating. And on top of that, there are the spore attacks.